Started with 13 after the group stage down to 8. And now we remain with 4. Perhaps some of you expected these 4 to remain, but either way, we're gonna have a banger of a day. Permasneeze, Danily, and Kilo here, bringing you OC's first broadcast for the season for the UCS, and we couldn't be more excited. Isn't that right, Kilo?
Oh, I am so hyped. We had such a spectacular day yesterday. Incredible matches and interesting results there as well. And I cannot wait to see, well, at the end of this, we are going to have a champion. We are going to have 2 teams heading to Worlds, Perma.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, I think, in terms of the matches that we had yesterday, I think it's fair to say we got a little bit spoilt in terms of action. Crazy picks coming out, interesting strats, a very different slice from what we thought we probably would see. Isn't that right, Danny?
Well, I don't think that's going to be the end of craziness. I do think today might be even crazier than day number 1 because we are down to the final stretch, really, for all the teams that are still within the competition. And it's so sad to say that we started with 13 teams. We had to cut them down to 8 yesterday, and then we had to say goodbye to even more teams. And so for us to be sort of stuck with the top cut, I have high expectations for today's matches. I'm expecting crazy picks. I'm expecting very close games. I'm expecting Ray flips, okay? I think that's mandatory for day 2 of the competition. So at the end of the day, let's see who's the best, who's going to be our champion today, and who are our 2 teams going to Worlds.
Yeah, and so what I'm hearing from both of you is we better get a grand finals reset. If not, it ain't even a thing, right? Come on, this is what we expect. This is a region with a lot of volatility in terms of the games. Now, if you're joining us for the first time or you're not too clear on what's going on here, don't worry, got you covered. Let me run you through it. So this is the regionals for OC. It's been a very long season of Pokémon UNITE so far. The teams have gone through many different gauntlets to collect championship points. Now, the 2 ladies have already mentioned we got 2 slots going to Worlds. That's Pokémon Worlds. If you're not familiar, in Honolulu this year, beautiful destination, everyone's really pumped for it. But for you to get into those 2 slots, you either need to win this tournament or be the highest in terms of championship points. Speaking of championship points though, we technically already have 1 team locked in. That's Antic Esports, because of the fact that they already have the highest championship points and no other result is gonna fray that, right? They're already locked in. The only thing now is that if you win this tournament, the slot that you get is going to be a free trip. So everybody wants that, and Antic, they're still in the running for that potentially, but they have to make a lower bracket run. Now, before we talk a bit more about the format, let's throw it to the bracket to see how things shook out yesterday, as we can talk through some of the results. Danny, why don't you run us through it?
One-sided upper bracket final, or do you think these teams are closer in skill level than we anticipate?
Closer for sure. I reckon we're going to end up getting ourselves a round 3 out of this matchup. But don't underestimate Legends Reappear. After all, they are the regional champions from last season. Mind you, it is 4 out of the 5 that did play. However, Ground Zero, I mean, hey, I even queued into them in a 5-stack last night, so I know that they have been practicing.
hitting the grindstone, everything on the line here when it comes to this tournament. And of course, speaking of the tournament, up until this point, we've been playing best of threes. The grand finals and grand finals reset will be a best of 5. In case you're not familiar with what a grand finals reset is, essentially the team coming from the losers bracket will have to defeat the team coming from the upper bracket twice in a best of 5 in order to claim the title. Now, of course, this is very stock standard for everyone familiar with Pokémon UNITE Competitive, but maybe in terms of the format, in terms of what's allowed, what map we're playing on, people might not be too sure. So Kilo, why don't you run us through it?
So we will be in Theosky Ruins today. We will not get to say hello to Zapdos in Remote Stadium. Instead, we will have Rayquaza right at the end. But in terms of Pokemon that are going to be banned, there's no EX Pokemon allowed. And because for Lynx is the newest edition, that won't be selected either.
Yeah, thank goodness for that. I mean, Phalanx has been absolutely tearing up my games personally. I keep that thing banned, that's all I say. But yeah, we won't be seeing it just yet, but perhaps later on at some of the other tournaments, NAIC, we might see that Pokemon show its face. That's coming real soon. Of course, we'll talk a bit more about that, but we should have the very first matchup for you. Like Danny already mentioned, it is the upper bracket matchup of upper bracket matchups. Legends reappear against Ground Zero. Before we talk a bit more about those two teams, though, I do want to throw it back a little bit. For everyone who joined us yesterday, we saw a fair share of madness. I know what my personal favorite moment is, but what about you guys?
Oh, you know me, I am so indecisive when it comes to just pinpointing one specific moment. I'm always just like all of them. But the amount of clutch plays that we witnessed yesterday, especially during the final stretch, when you think it's over for one team, well, they end up just coming back with a comeback. And I guess, you know, that could either be the downfall or the brilliance of a Rayquaza. So in terms of pinpoint moment, can I just say all of them, Perma?
That's it. I'll give you that. I'll give you that. A little bit of a cop-out. Don't worry, we'll come back to you. You better get a favorite moment from today. That's all I'm saying. Daddy, what about you? What did you like about yesterday?
Okay, I not gonna lie, I actually think the first game that happened yesterday, which was Ground Zero versus Antic, I felt like that was a grand final. Like, we literally kicked off the entire tournament with a grand final matchup. It was like watching a Pokemon movie where you had two legendaries like locking horns, trying to be like, I'm the better legendary, like Groudon and Kyogre. I actually thought that was probably the best matchup yesterday. And look, I'm going to say it. I think there's a very good chance that we are going to be getting a rematch between these two teams because they proved how strong they were in yesterday's match. And no disrespect to everyone else. I think everyone playing so far and is still in the competition, they are also incredibly strong teams. But just looking at the diversity in choices of Pokemon and how clean some of those plays were from these two when they did play against each other, I feel like they're probably the most refined in the region.
Yeah, I think for me, I think that's a great answer, Danny. For me personally, in terms of diversity of strategies, we saw a lot more different Pokemon than we might have expected, especially in some top half roles. Retirement homes bring fresh ideas, and I think the thing I'm most excited for, at least coming into today, is it's clear they're not done. These sleeves run long on these guys. They've played since Season 1. They know about the entire pool of Pokemon available to them. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, we did see some Cinderace come out in some other regions. I know it's
banned
crazy.
Yesterday. Cinderace got banned.
Yeah, but dude, if there's a madman who's gonna do it, it's the man in anti-esports, right? Sulubu. We know in pinch moments, he's always gone back for it. Maybe not to the fans' delight, but you know, maybe he can make it work this time around. Yeah. I don't know. If we'll see it. Hopefully, I'd love to see it either way. Regardless, I think we're gonna be entertained for sure. Now, of course, I won't keep you guys any longer. First match of the day. It's a hype one. Kilo and Danny, take it away.
Thank you so much, Perma. I mean, first match of the day. We started off with a bang yesterday, and we're starting off with another bang today. What do you expect from these two teams? Do you think we're going to see a lot of what we saw yesterday? Or do you think maybe, they have been practicing, they're saving the best for last?
I'm kind of curious to know if these teams maybe like went up against each other in ranked matches, because that does happen a lot in OC, right? Like, you always see the 5 stacks going up against the 5 stacks, and normally the 5 stacks are teams just trying to get some practice in. I do feel for these two teams, game number 1 is probably stock standard for both teams, because you want to play your comfort picks and you're also trying to gauge like how everyone is sort of feeling in that first matchup. Then once you get that first winner and you jump into game 2, I think that's when you're going to start seeing some craziness. Not just from the team that needs to win the second game, but I think also from the winner, because the advantage of having one game over your opponent is you kind of have an extra life. And if it does go to the game 3, like, you're not out. But the same can't be said for the team that has to win and reverse sweep 2-0 to win the set.
Yeah, exactly. You want to be in that comfortable spot. You don't want to be 0-1 there, because you will, I mean, at least you know what? They do have that lifeline below, but you want to be in that comfortable spot in the grand finals. You want to be the one that sits behind the screen and is able to go and analyze, well, I might be coming up against these opponents up next. Well, we need to try and collaborate and think together. But I guess you also have that opposite side. Well, do you want to try and play as many matches as possible and then just funnel through with that momentum as well? I guess the difference with today in comparison to yesterday is they started off with a group stage as well. So that was their warm-up. So whether these teams have been warming up this morning, I mean, what, it's already 2 p.m. I'd say a lot of them were probably on ranked, or maybe they might have been already scrimming each other. You don't want to go in with cold feet here.
I wouldn't be surprised as well if they went back through the broadcast yesterday and sort of tried to go through some draft analysis, because I do think draft plays a really big role in the success for some of these teams, because you're setting yourself up for the Rayquaza, or you're setting yourself up for those lanes, and having those favorable matchups, it really alleviates some of the pressure when you are going into that game. Like, I always emphasize the need for teams to have some level of ease of execution with the Pokemon that you choose, because you can pick all the meta choices. That's totally up to you. But if there's no synergy between those Pokemon, all of a sudden you have to sort of jump through multiple hoops to make things work. So we'll have to see what happens here, Kello, because game number 1 is underway. We're ready with the draft phase. Who's going to get banned first?
Look, this is the first step of the long journey that we have ahead of us today. Inteleon. Now, Inteleon isn't a Pokemon that we actually saw yesterday being picked or banned. So for Ground Zero to select this up first is really, really interesting. But I'd say there might be a player over on Legends and Reappear that they're just going in with a respect ban here.
It could be. It could be maybe that they've been practicing the Inteleon for Legends Reappear, and maybe Ground Zero sort of picked up on this because, of course, the teams are doing research upon each other. But look at that. Double attacker ban for Ground Zero, whereas we see the Gyarados and Hooper being banned out here for Legends Reappear. So Joe's messing around because you cannot play Feelings. But I'm keen to see what's the choice here, and it's going to be the Leafeon, which leaves the Trevenant in the pool.
Oh, I know that was one of the popular picks, the popular suggestions that you did have yesterday. Something, though, another defender is Blastoise, and I know that is hot topic as well, so it'll be really interesting to see whether Legends Reappear prioritize this, but instead Dragonite. Dragonite was an interesting one yesterday. It was quite strong when it was left out on the field, and I know it ended up receiving a few bans of itself, but you mentioned it, Trevenant is going to get locked on in by Ground Zero Gaming, paired up with an Eldegoss as well.
Oh my gosh, is Chi-Chi really thinking about taking that Scizor away from Joe? Because we know, anyone that's followed OC, everyone knows that Joe, I think, is one of the only players in the region that plays Scizor. Now, of course, Chi-Chi might decide to go for this for the Scyther route. We'll take a look and see what the choice is going to be later on for Chi-Chi. But this does put Joe in a bit of an interesting position, because I'm curious to know what's his choice of pick in that top lane, because they have the Leafeon with some really great burst damage. We also have some really great setup there with the Trevenant. Is Joe really gonna go for the Azumarill? He does! Oh, this is such an interesting pick, because we almost never see the Blue Bunny.
Oh, I am so excited, and I guess that is the brilliance of Joe as a player. He is so versatile in his picks, not just in all-rounders, but just any Pokemon he plays. He can usually rock as long as he has that support, but I'm really interested to see how Azumarill plays out in this. I feel like normally in the competitive scene, Azumarill can be quite a big flop.
It can be a flop, but there are some cases where this Pokemon can belly flop its opponent. So I think this will be a pretty fun one. So let's talk about what's sort of going to happen with these lanes, right? Or what's going to happen with these two drafts. We know that Legends Reappear will have a really strong mid-game because they have that Dragonite. Extremely strong Pokemon, very mobile, can come to assist its allies very quickly, and most importantly, the secure with the Hyper Beam. I feel like that is one of the major aspects that also makes Dragonite so attractive. It is so good at securing. And on the other side, there is the Leafeon that can kind of outcompete with the Dragonite for the secure, but I think if you had to compare the two, Dragonite will always have an easier time just because it's a ranged Pokemon. But what do you kind of feel like is going to happen here, Kayla? Like, is there anything that you're sort of expecting just looking at the drafts?
Oh, yeah. Definitely going to have to be wary of Ethos and the Hyper Beam. That's the thing. Hyper Beam in comparison to a Solar Beam, like at least it locks onto your target, but then it's also you don't want to misclick that lock on. But here we go, Danilee. First match of the day. Ground Zero Gaming going up against Legends Reappear. This is the winner's final. So obviously there is still a little bit of time to go, you know, a little bit of a warm up here, but you want to be able to get that momentum straight off the bat.
Yeah, and it's going to be a Azumarill Scyther matchup in that top lane, and I don't think I've ever seen this matchup before, so it'd be cool to see how they sort of micromanage these lanes. Now, the only difference is that Ground Zero will have the support of that Leafeon, so if Joe does seem to have any issues up here, he will have his teammate to support him. If they can get some KOs onto Chi-Chi, I think that would be huge in slowing down the progress of that Scyther, and is going to put Legends Reappear in a bit of a weird position, because until Ethos has started evolving, he doesn't really contribute much to any kind of goal zone defense. And look at this, they're feeling so much pressure, they're bringing a Dratini.
Yeah, they only have a Dratini. Joe is able to dunk in 14 points in front of their faces, and that is beautiful for those attack weight stacks as well. You want to be able to have as minimal points as possible to have that quick scoring, but those Swablu's and Altaria are going to spawn. They are going to end up getting shared, and yeah, Ground Zero Gaming, they are going in straight with that aggression in this top half.
And they can get away with it too. Although if Kaluan goes down, this would not be ideal. Gets a score in, as well as the invincibility during the score animation. So much pressure in this top lane. And I love the fact that Ground Zero is doing this, because they know that Ethos, the longer he stays in that top lane to have the pressure and keep this goal zone from going down from that 5-man push, this Dragonite is being delayed by every second that is not in the central area.
It is a danger noodle after all, so you don't want to let it evolve.
Of noodles.
Yes. But I mean, that's the thing. It can't really do much if it isn't at that full form. We do have those Slavas and Altaria spawning on up. A Solar Blade is pretty much able to wipe them out. However, Blissey ends up getting caught in that, or Chansey actually still ends up getting caught out in that mixture. It's only the Dragonair up here. They can't do a lot. But once again, getting those stacks because they do have a lot of Eos energy. Joe isn't able to get a stack of their own on that attack weight. Instead, given up to Cruelly.
Yep, so breaking that top goal zone early, this is going to prevent Legends Reappear from going for that quick top lane reinforcement if the Regieleki is up. And of course, we will be getting to those objectives in 25 seconds. And I'm curious to know what the priority is for both of these teams. Like, will Legends Reappear feel confident enough to try and compete with Ground Zero? Because Ground Zero, they're going all in on this early game. They are trying to punish Legends Reappear and to prevent them from hitting that power spike, those unites. And in particular, as long as Ethos stays in Danger Noodle form, he's not really something to be worried about.
I think this is a really great play here from Ground Zero Gaming to just go and shred up the Regieleki, trusting the other two in the bottom path, maybe to just try and distract Legends Reappear. However, this is a Registeel. This is a massive for Legends right now. They do have the numbers advantage down in that bottom path, but whether they're going to be able to get these KOs, capitalize on that, and push that tier 1, but they also have to go and defend this Regieleki, and Manny cannot do it on his own.
And the Regieleki walks in. That's going to be a big dunk of points there for Ground Zero. Now, they almost lost Leafeon, does get out, but Joe, he's hoping his Aqua Tail is going to be enough, and he just survives. I think the health regeneration from those attacks is the reason why he didn't go down. Oh my gosh, so many risky plays happening here for Ground Zero, but they're still sort of standing. I have to mention as well, Ohm Beagle, he is not playing your stored power Espeon. He's actually gone for Psyshock, and this is a rarity in itself, because back in the day, day when this was at full power, it used to almost one-shot a lot of Pokemon that were in the current meta. Now, it has been nerfed since then, but it is still an amazing ability. It's able to stun targets that it does hit all of the orbs onto, and it does a whole bunch of damage. If Beagle is able to sort of team up with the team and they lock somebody down, follow it with the Psyshock, that Pokemon is in trouble.
I think it's a really good idea because it's that extra bit of secure that Ground Zero Gaming may be lacking in comparison to a Dragonite. And I mean, in the days where we have seen when Espeon was ruling a map with that Psyshock, it did get quite a few secures, but we do have that Scyther needing to pop that full heal to get away from that Trevenant and the Eldegoss, but we have Manny diving on in with that Surf, hoping to try and get some KOs and give some leverage to Legends reappear here.
Now, we do lose the support there on Ground Zero, so they will have to be a little bit careful for this next upcoming team fight until Wes comes back. But even though we saw all this early game pressure, Legends Reappear have managed to keep their macro going. They've kept their levels up, and they do still have their core Pokemon in basically the right position to do these fights. And look at this, right? Ground Zero knowing that if they tried to 5-on-5 Legends Reappear, I do believe Legends probably have the better Unites, the AoE control as well as the damage. So do not engage Legends 5-on-5. Go for the small pickoffs. If you see somebody alone, go for it. Take those objectives, but whatever you do, do not fight them as a unit.
Speaking of alone, Joe just soloed down that Regieleki by themselves. All the meantime, he did have Espeon going and breaking that tier 2 pad. So Legends Reappear do need to go and deal with that. Scyther is on the job. Otherwise, we do have a Hydro Typhoon being able to knock up 2 of Ground Zero Gaming, but they're left alone without any follow-up, and they end up getting knocked out by that Aquatail.
Bit of a questionable play there, although Kalun, the Trevenant is just too tanky. The Unite from the Sylveon just did not connect. I am a little bit confused for that Hydro Typhoon because now they're not going to have the Typhoon for any fights for the next 1 to 2 minutes here for Legends. And so knowing Ground Zero, they're going to try and capitalize on this moment, saying that, okay, there's no Typhoon, we do have to worry about other Unites, but we don't have to worry about that big AoE control. And you can see here, they are trying to play more aggressively because they know they don't have to worry so much about Manny.
No, they don't have to worry. Instead, Cole's going to get 4 points, but is going to pay the price by getting knocked down. Scyther does end up popping their Unite, taking down the Eldegoss. 3 members of Ground Zero are down. This is the moment for Legends Reappear to try and bridge that gap in points. But hello, Joe going in for a 40 dunk in the home base. No way, Danny.
What is this Blue Bunny strat? I mean, if you're going to try and outscore Legends Reappear, be my guest. But while all this is happening, because Ground Zero, I'm not stopping these scores. I mean, Legends are also breaking through Ground Zero's very own goal zones as well. So 339 to 202. The game is still very close, and it can go in any direction, especially with Rayquaza approaching. And that's the thing I'm a little bit worried about here, because Ground Zero, they have done so much to just try and go for these little micro fights, trying to not engage Legends and possibly lose their entire lineup in doing so. But have they really done anything to slow this team down? Because they are still keeping up on levels, they are still taking objectives, and they're going to take the Regieleki right before Rayquaza.
Yeah, it's really interesting how Legends have given up that basement Reggie in comparison to what we saw the previous 2 times, but this time it is going to be a Regirock. So heading in with that extra defense and special defense into that final stretch might end up benefiting Ground Zero here as long as they don't end up getting caught out single-handedly.
All right, so we do have the Regieleki hitting that top tier 1 goal zone. So when those double points tick over, I mean, Legends, if they've got 50 points on anybody, they can go for that 100-point dunk. But look at the Leafeon hiding in that backline bush. So I think Ground Zero, they're trying to sort of figure things out. Can we go for a sneaky 100-pointer in that bottom lane? I know it's risky, but they also know Legends Reappear will also think about trying to jump onto this Rayquaza. Phantom Forest also deployed onto the entire team. There is a little bit of follow-up so far. Manny incredibly low. They do have to use the Blissey Unite onto the Sylveon, so they are able to sustain. The damage boost is there, but these teams are so scared to engage into one another. But looks like the call being made by the Scyther. They do get quite a bit of damage down, but the Scyther, first Pokemon to go down. Legends losing their speedster, and Cole with the massive Woodhammer. The Typhoon is there to give them a little bit more breathing room, but Legends, do they have the damage without the Scyther? They're trying to do what they can with the Sylveon, but the Mystical Fires are not quite cutting it. Ethos needs to do the damage, now focusing onto Joe, but the Blue Bunny, he's too tanky. If he lands double shots. He's just healing too much. Blastoise is down, and Legends Reappear are reeling back.
Yeah, the ball is in Legends Reappear's park right now. They're the ones that have to make a move. They're the ones that are behind in points, but they are also down one member. And I must say, these water pulses coming out from Joe to just slow down Legends in their tracks is really benefiting them. Now you can see the aggression is heating up once again. Rayquaza is at half HP. Trevenant has been cut down, but Legends need to try and get the secure, but they're falling down like flies, Danny. Ethos with the Hyper Beam onto Own Beagle at half HP. But 25 seconds left on the clock. Dragonite down. Manly only remaining, and Crawley and Eldegoss are gonna go and dunk in some points. So even if Blastoise gets in this 48, it isn't going to be enough to make that difference.
And it looks like here, Ground Zero are going to be taking game number 1 of this best of 3 upper bracket final, putting them one game over Legends Reappear and forcing the team. Legends Reappear, if this is their time to shine, if they were destined to take this set, they have to win the next 2 games if they want to lock their spot in that grand final.
Absolute insane first match of the day. Look, they were quite passive to begin with, but also aggressive as well. But that was such a spectacular raid fight. Cruelly being able to pick up themselves 6 KOs. Now, I must say, the Azumarill, it wasn't a complete flop this round. Joe actually showcased this Blue Bunny really well.
I feel like Joe is onto something now with the Azumarill because he hit it quite a lot. It wasn't mostly just for the damage. Azumarill is a very unique Pokemon in that it's able to self-sustain. The fact he went for Aqua Tail as well. And you saw numerous times at Legends when they grouped up and they wanted to just get rid of Joe. They were sick of him doing the whole back cap shenanigans. He healed so much with those basic attacks. It wasn't funny. And I kind of wonder, were Legends maybe trapped into thinking that Joe was the problem when, in fact, maybe he was just a bit of a bait? Like, sure, he was there to do the damage, but he wasn't somebody that you could just sort of jump on and be like, okay, we're done with him, let's move on to the next Pokemon.
I guess that's the job of the all-rounder, is just to be up in their faces while you do have that Espeon and that Leafeon down in that backline, doing that backline damage. But looking at this graph, I mean, you have 2 Registeels at the beginning, and that obviously allowed Legends Reappear to catch up in levels fast, considering they were behind. But having that extra bit of defense during that final stretch, like, that just benefited Cole and Joe in the front line so much.
It really did. And I'm just looking at the state of the game as well, because both teams at some point, they sort of traded objectives, right? Like, one was always taking the Alecki, the other one was taking the basement Reggie, vice versa sometimes. I think if you were Legends, should they have tried to compete for all the objectives? Because ultimately, you look at their comp is really made to fight 5-on-5, right? To fight as a unit together. But we never saw that happening. Like, sure, they rolled in together for one of the Reggies, but they just took the Reggie and that was it. They kind of just left it there. I think they actually could have tried to run into Ground Zero, but I have to also say props to Ground Zero for dodging as many fights as possible.
I think considering that Legends had their tier 2 pad gone, Regieleki was going to be too much of a threat to them. So they needed to make sure that nobody from Ground Zero was able to secure that. You had Joe going and soloing down that second Regieleki themselves. So I think all hands on deck on that Regieleki, taking away that win condition from Ground Zero was definitely a good call. And I mean, obviously it's a risk because it could have ended up getting sniped, but I think just that basement Reggie at the end there, being that Reggie rock, just helped them out. And sometimes, yeah, I guess you just need to pick your fights. And I mean, they did. Like, they didn't really contest any of those objectives themselves. They were very separated during those big moments.
They kind of were. They didn't need to be together, right? And so going into game 2. Now, firstly, I don't think anybody expected Azumarill, right? This is probably one of the last Pokemon that's on your mind when you're thinking about, like, okay, what do we draft that we're trying to, like, you know, confuse people, make them think, like, oh, what's kind of going on? So game number 2, if your Legends Reappear, because they were the ones that were sort of on the back foot early, they weren't the ones to sort of put the pedal to the metal, because one of the things I always notice with Ground Zero is that this is a team that loves to be the ones that are in control of the game. Like, they're the ones that are dictating the pace, where the fights happen, how they happen. I think if your legends reappear, you have to challenge that. You can't be the ones to sort of just sit there and take it, because sure, you can survive it, but you're allowing Ground Zero to play their game. You got to take them out of their comfort zone, and I think you have to wrestle for that control. And do you decide for game number 2, is that where you sort of put the challenge in and actually pick up your own early game draft, right? Because we saw top lane, the pressure in that top lane, 5-man top lane from Ground Zero, and that set Ethos back so much in that match. Like, if they brought 5, could they have maybe contested it? If Ethos was able to evolve quicker, would maybe Legends Reappear have had a better game?
I think normally we've seen the 4-person push up in that top path or bottom path, which is more rare than the top one. But I think, Ground Zero Gaming, they ended up catching Legends Reappear unaware there with that 5-person push. And they definitely capitalized on that by going for the Reggie Alekis as well. In the end, it's all about scoring, right? Not about the amount of damage, the amount of fights, the amount of KOs that you get. And you can tell Ground Zero were on that game because, I mean, Joe even ended up getting a 40 dunk in that home base. And I think that's where the biggest threat comes, is having that home base unprotected is such a risk. I mean, mind you, they weren't even running score comp. They didn't have a Sableye or a Talonflame or Dodrio, but they still were able to capitalize on those instances.
Yeah. So game 2, Legends Reappear. Now on the back foot, needing to win the next 2 games. I absolutely think it's possible, but if you're Legends, I think I already said my piece on what I would expect from Legends going into game 2. What do you think Legends kind of need to do for this next game to sort of equalize and push it to a game 3, Kello?
Oh, that is a really good question. I think it's probably matching that aggression of Ground Zero. Maybe trying to contest what Ground Zero's thoughts are. So rather than giving them the Reggie Aleki, I guess that's the thing, just taking on more fights. But it's hard because Ethos was shut down so early. They couldn't really do much as that Dratini Dragonair stage, and you saw them getting KO'd. And I guess that's where the tricky part is, you know, these Ground Zero have been in the scene for quite a while. A lot of these names originate from season 1. Now, while Legends, they are the winners of last year's tournament, I guess it's just working out, you know, this next opponent, this next obstacle that they need to overcome. But we are going to go into game 2, so it'll be really interesting to see what mix-ups we are going to have. So far, same Inteleon and a Gyarados span.
Same so far. Is it a Mew? Yes, it's also the Mew. So double attacker ban. Like, so much respect from Ground Zero. Just trying to eliminate those attacker options. Legends Reappear. And Leafeon is not going to be played this matchup here. So we will be seeing a bit of a change for Ground Zero for game number 2. But let's see what the option is. So a bit of a swapperoo here. So Dragonite is going to be going on the side of Ground Zero this time.
Okay, because Leafeon was banned instead of that Hooper, it'll be interesting to see whether Legends actually pick this up in that first pick or whether they're going to prioritize something else. Once again, Blastoise hasn't been banned, but Manny is hovering over that Trevenant, going to go and take that away from Kaluan.
Yeah, I think this is a good choice as well, just to have access to the Trevenant, very self-sustainable defender, also has a great Unite that can engage or disengage. And is Cole going to pick up that Blastoise? They're thinking about it.
No.
You know what? I actually like this. I feel like they are anticipating Legends on picking up the Hooper, so they're probably going to think about using either the block or the heavy slam to actually stop players from going through a Hooper portal, if that is the choice here for Legends. But Legends, they're thinking about it. Do they want the Blissey or do they want the Comfey? Because they are hovering over the Comfey. They get the Blissey. Okay, so no Hooper on the side of Legends. They do have a great support, however, the Ground Zero. How they're going to end this? Joe hopping on the Crustal for that top lane. Interesting choice. Is Ohm Beagle really thinking about Gengar here?
No. Oh, maybe.
No,
Some sort of
way.
speedster. Ooh, Zoroark. Well, they don't have that pocket Comfey there, but they do have Eldegoss plus Joe, whether Joe is going to be the one to play that Crustle. I'd say so, because we've seen Cruelly main that Dragonite previously. However, I know Icy was a bit unsure whether they were going to go that Comfey or the Blissey. So, I mean, locking in those speedsters at the, last minute there, which is better, Zoroark or Dodrio in this instance?
Well, it's Beagle playing the Zoro. So I'm kind of questioning at some point.
So.
Are we maybe even seeing a lane swap for these players? Because, I mean, Beagle, he also used to play Central back in the day. And I'm very sure if they really wanted to go for a pick, I mean, the entire lineup can swap on Ground Zero, right? Like, all their players can decide to, okay, Joe's going to go to Central, Cruelly's bottom, Beagle's up top. I think the team was capable of doing that to really mess with Legends, but I don't know if that is the play here, because both Beagle and Cruelly, at least one of them, need to have a very good early game, and you obviously there's no way Joe goes Central, right? Like, you don't put Crustle Central, because that would be way too whack.
Don't underestimate Joe.
Actually,
Crustle Central, okay, do not underestimate Joe. Joe on the Crustle is such a menace, and I know from first-hand experience, okay? It hurts my soul.
Oh, looks like someone's been exorcised a little bit too soon. Actually, now I'm confusing myself. I'm just like, wait a minute, this actually could happen. But again, it's the priority, right? Like, what is the priority for Ground Zero? And the same thing for Legends.
Get
now,
shot one line.
Well, at least the good news for Legends, I do like how the draft is looking, because we said before they needed to match Ground Zero's energy, and they absolutely have that with 2 Evolutions and a Dodrio. And they have a great supporting cast as well that doesn't need a lot of resources to come online. It's just, are we going to maybe see Ground Zero do some funky things? Because right now we are seeing a bit of jungle sharing amongst Ground Zero, because there's a bit of a Zora in there, there's also a little Danger Noodle in there, and Ethos. Okay, so Ethos is guaranteed getting Central lane, and Beagle's gonna have to sort himself out in that bottom lane, which I don't think he'll have any issues with, to be honest. They might actually have a good chance at maybe slowing it down that bottom lane if they play their cards right.
That is such an interesting tactic that they just did. I believe the Zorua ended up taking the Xatu at the beginning. So while they don't end up getting their level 5, instead they're going to go and, I guess, suck up those Bunnelbees that haven't been secured yet. But because of the 2 evolutions on Legends Reappear side, they were able to take a buff each. They are both online, and we are going to see an Icicle Spear build on this Glaceon as well. So locking onto that Zoroark is definitely going to have to be that priority.
I think it has to be the play, right? You have to have something for that Zoro, because outside of that, you have the Trevenant that can potentially threat the Zoro as well. And I guess in rare cases, maybe Dodrio too, but Dodrio's got other priorities. You don't really want to be focusing down on the Zoroark for the entire fight. But I love this big push coming in for Legends Reappear, a 4-man push in that top lane, and even Joe's struggling as well. They've run out of berries. Big scores coming through for Legends as well. They are saying, I think we need to give you guys a taste of your own medicine from game number 1, because that was dirty.
Look, monkey see, monkey do. You know, they got to go, as you said, give them a taste of their own medicine. And I think that's great plays from Legends Reappear. Just being able to match that aggression. And because they still had the 2 down in that bottom path, but we are getting some incredible combos from here. From Beagle, the Dodrio just could not get out of that.
That is, gosh, that is threatening to know that Beagle is able to solo knock out this Dodrio. No assistance, no setup required. We do see the central area, Swablues and Altarias being contested here. Both teams sort of trying to go for it. Now Joe, he's going to be able to zip on out of there, thankfully. No knockouts on either side, but just a bit of a trade. But look at this though, Beagle, like the plays, just dodging the Icicle Spears, going with a very quick score. This man, he understands the matchup, because I think he's probably gone through a little bit too much Glaceon pain back in the day, as we all have.
Oh, 100%, and it doesn't have that pocket Comfey by its side either. So it has a lot less sustain than it usually would. Joe isn't able to go and get another stack for their attack rate, as they do have 29 points. Eldegoss ends up going down here, but Beagle is here to try and seal the deal, just try to deal out some damage and prevent this push from Legends, considering they do have 4 up in that top path. But once again, these are the interesting strats. The change in meta that we have seen this season, teams prioritizing Regieleki instead of that basement Reggie.
I can absolutely see why this is something that Ground Zero likes to prioritize. And it's mainly because if you take those tier 2 gold zones, you mentioned it last game, leaving that home base open, you are constantly thinking about where are they if you don't know where they are. But so far, we're seeing a bit of a push here for Ground Zero, a couple of micro scores as well, but they are going to lose the Snorlax for this. So consolation prize here for Legends and maybe even a big push. But look at this though, again, Beagle coming out of the bush, just trying to focus down these evolutions, but the Icicle Spear connects, no knockout for you. And this time, the man's not so lucky.
Oh, once again, Legends just giving Ground Zero a taste of their own medicine, breaking that tier 1 pad, getting the Regieleki for themselves. They are not going to get caught out twice. They have learned, however, cruelly, being that Dragonite already was able to secure that Reg Ice for themselves, ends up getting denied by that Hyper Voice, not able to empty out that 30 EOS energy, but they have just hit their level 9, so they have their Unite move on hand.
Even though the game is moving pretty quickly for Legends, I mean, Ground Zero just doing the same thing Legends did last game. They're keeping up in those levels, so they're not really threatened by these evolutions as you normally would. One of the big reasons why you run those evolutions is you dominate the lanes, you gain a level advantage over your opponents, and you just crush them on the spot. And speaking of crush, we do see a Horn Leech there from the Trevenant. Beagle, first player to go down in this battle. Waze, though, just making it through. But lovely Woodhammer there set up for Manny. They only connect onto the Eldegoss, however, and Ethos popping the Unite here, trying to do some big damage, connecting onto 2. Very Frolic used by the Sylveon as well. But I think the Dragonite, he's just not enough damage in the tank for the team. But here they come, Beagle, round number 2. But look at the damage, the evolutions just melt him on the spot. This Zoro, no chance to move. It's down to the 2 defenders. Joe is here as well, trying to go for the X's. Only connects onto one of the Eevees, and he melts as well. I think we might be having a losing defensive battle for Ground Zero. They're trying to delay this as much as possible. 9 points left to break this goal zone, but I think a score is possible here. Beagle, round number 3. Is this man finally going to have his time to shine? How is this goal zone not broken?
The synergy from Legends there to just push for so long. A lot of them didn't end up getting taken down for the longest time. Icy just being able to provide egg after egg, but now Ground Zero are going to turn it on their heads. Said they're going to go and push them back and try and get some dunks in of their own. However, Hornleech is able to push our own Beagle. Does need to use their skill to get out of the way, making sure not to get bonked on the head by that hammer. Both of these tier 1 pads are gone, and both of the teams want to take the respective one because there is about to be a basement Reggie spawning.
And it could be a really important one for these teams as well. As we see, it's a Reggie steal. Both of these teams want to get their hands on that attack buff, and you can see Legends, they're going to try and rip through this as quick as they can. Now, unfortunately, it's only the supporting cast here for Ground Zero, so it seems that they're just going to forfeit this to Legends and instead prioritize something else called maybe a Regieleki, although the team's all over the place. Joe is actually in the top lane trying to actually smack some wild Pokemon. Regieleki has been left untouched. I mean, this is an opportunity for Legends to just go up there and take the Reggie for themselves. Oh, the triple trample!
Yeah, because of the scoring animation, they both didn't end up getting hit by the peck of the bird. However, Rubble Rouser is going to come on out, give Joe that much needed shielding to just try and X-scissor this Blissey away. You take down the healer, then you are able to go and take down that Dodrio. But not only is Icy healing up themselves, they're healing up their members, which means Joe ends up crumbling like a pile of rocks.
And Regieleki is going to go in the way of Legends unless somebody can make it there in time. And I don't think Beagle, as agile as he is as that speedster, he won't be able to make it. So now it's just going to be down to that final 2-minute stretch here for both these teams. Ground Zero and Legends just try and get as much experience, clean that map up of wild Pokemon, and just sort of get ready to bunker down. And the great news here for Legends is that they are sitting on 2 level 13 Pokemon. Both Dodrio and Glaceon are good to go, but for Ground Zero, they're sort of fallen behind a little in levels. They are splitting their experience between their core players, but for Legends, you can see they are funneling it into their 2 superstars in the Glaceon and the Dodrio.
But even then, looking at the mini-map, they've pretty much cleared the map of all of those wild Pokemon. So we do have Dragonite that has hit that level 13, except Cole is going in with a little bit of a sneaky hack here, going to get 31 points. Dodrio isn't speedy enough, so this is going to even up the scores, 186 to 183. Once that close battle mark pops on up at that 2-minute mark, it's going to be interesting to see the battle unfold, Danny.
It is going to be really interesting. Now, the thing is, Dodrio is nowhere near the team, so if anything happens right now, this might actually be a bit of an issue for Legends to not have their level 14 Dodrio, but the team will come in, and it's a matter of who starts the battle. And of course, Manny wants to set things up with the Woodhammer, playing so aggressively for his team. Moving as far forward as he can. And for Ground Zero, who was their priority? It's actually the Eevees actually popping one of their shields, so they're not going to have access to that now. Sure, they do quite a bit of damage with the Dodrio, but a bit of a power nap reset there for the Snorlax. But the rest of the team, though, being assaulted by that Sylveon. And a 52-point score being secured there by the Zoro.
Wait.
But look at this, though. Chi-Chi going to probably go for that 100-point dunk. But while that's all happening, I do expect these teams to maybe try and go for a bit of a clash. We do see it there. Unite being used by that Trevenant. Hornleech just out of there. Cotton Cloud Crash being committed. Look at this. Joe playing so aggressively. He just wants to glaze and he gets it. The Blitz assist. Not enough to save that Eevee. Triple Trample being used onto the Dragonite. Going to fall 1-1 so far for both of these teams. Joe still sticking around. Beagle trying to use a big Unite in the center. He manages to get the knockout and will Illusion out of there as well. The team there continues. The Dodrio. Constant assault. Bliss assist round number 2. This time onto the Dodrio. But the sleep.
Oh my gosh.
Reset. What is this man playing?
Oh, they're going to give up all hope on this Rayquaza. Instead, they're going to go in for these back caps. 36 and another 100 ends up going in. But 374 to 331. Legends here, they need to get in more points. 28 seconds left on the clock. There is still the possibility of that Rayquaza. But the benefit is Chi-Chi has 9 points. It isn't enough. They need to clear the way of Ground Zero. But Ethos, we're going to start that Rayquaza. 10 seconds. I don't even think they're going to have enough time to shred this. I don't know. 5 seconds.
He needs it. He says, no, don't score this too many points.
No. Oh, they don't. They get 18. They get 18. Oh, and another 18? Wait, what's 18 plus 18?
Was it 218? I thought it was 118.
It was. No, it was 2.
We're going to find out. We're going to find out as these scores
get...
Oh
my God, no, barely. The 2 18s weren't enough. Oh my gosh, that was such a clutch round. But because the 18s weren't enough, Ground Zero Gaming is able to take that second match. And guess what, Danny? They are going to be sitting comfortably in that grand finals. The first spot taken. Legends, they need to fight their way back up through this, but they have 2 Titans waiting down there.
Look, Legends gave Ground Zero a run for their money. And the fact that the game actually felt really close for game number 2, I don't think Antic are going to have a fun time against Legends either in that lower bracket. Now, that is assuming that Antic do make it to that next match, but I think for Legends, like, you've got to look at that matchup. I hope they're proud of themselves because they played incredibly well. I loved how quickly they adapted to Ground Zero's, like, very quick tempo style of play. It's just sometimes when it gets to that Ray Pit fight, things can get a little hairy for both sides.
But looking at this graph, it was so close. It was neck and neck. The fact that at that final stretch point, there was only a 3-point difference between these two teams. Rayquaza wasn't even secured during that match. Instead, they were just going and playing the back-capping game to see who could get the most points on the board. And unfortunately, while Legends did have that Dodrio, it just wasn't enough. But that was a spectacular match for the start of the day.
Oh boy, Ground Zero. I suppose the king of the hill at this point, the team to beat. That was the question we were sort of asking coming into this tournament. Like, who is the team to beat? So far, it is Ground Zero, but Legends reappear. They might reappear again in that grand final. Technically, all the teams that are still left in the competition, they are all capable of making it to that grand final, but we do need to sort of figure out what's the next step here, right? Who is going to be the next team that moves on, and who do we say goodbye to?
Oh, I guess that is the real questions where answers will soon be answered for you. Questions will soon be answered for you after that. However, if we actually think about this whole season, Danny, there's only been 2 winners, that being Antic, but also Ground Zero. So to see them secure that grand final spot is no surprise. And I think, you know, as you mentioned, they are the king of the hill this time around. It's just a matter of, is anybody going to be able to take that throne off them at the moment?
I mean, we'll find out in the grand finals for sure, but I think we've got to go back and sort of reset the storyline here because we need to talk about the teams that are potentially going to take that spot against GZ. Now, we do need to remind our viewers as well that there is already one team in OC that is guaranteed a spot in Honolulu, and that is Antic. Now, of course, they aren't in the grand finals yet, but they have qualified based on championship points alone, and at the moment, GZ are the closest for being that second team. If they win the grand finals, they take the top spot and the paid trip. But if Antic win, then very likely Ground Zero is going to be the second team to qualify OC at Worlds. So we are quite close to figuring out what's going to be the be-all, end-all for this OC storyline. But it really doesn't end here, right? Like if GZ loses and we end up having someone else win, then GZ is not going to Worlds because Antic's taking that second spot. Like there are so many possibilities that could happen at the end of today, and as much as I would love to say I know the answer, it's really down to the teams and players, like who plays the best and who really wins today, that decides that.
Exactly, and we're not prophets, so we don't know. We just have to watch the story unfold just like you folks. But before all of that, we are going to put a bookmark in this chapter for now, take ourselves a quick break, a quick reset as we do head on down into that losers semi-final. So sit tight and we'll be back very, very soon.
Everything is panning out according to plan here, Kilo. Ground Zero, the only other winners this season, apart from Antic, taking their position in the grand finals. Well played to them in that 2-0. But LDR, we know what happens when you put them in the loser bracket. This is about to be a real power-up, but we're not there just yet. Right ahead of us, we still need to settle the score between Antic and Retirement Homes, and that's the match we have up next.
Yes, I'm really excited to see this one. We saw some really interesting picks coming from Retirement Homes. I know Jeremy did end up picking up that Wigglytuff a fair few times yesterday. We also saw some Chandelures, I believe, being played by them. So I'm wondering if they're going to have any more interesting spicy picks this time round, or whether they're going to go and try and stick with more stock standard meta picks.
The thing is, we got crazy craftsmen on both sides, right? I think we already talked about at length. Retirement Homes, it's funny because it's been 3 seasons. It feels like a long time ago, but a very condensed period of time as well. Back when we saw Jeremy, better known as Ice, and some of these stacks like Collateral Esports, I think they weren't really pushing any sort of new agenda back then, but now they're definitely giving us a fresh look. And on the flip side, you got Sulubu and Anon. These guys have been innovating since the start. So it's going to be a battle of mad scientists here. Let's see what they're concocting. I think, at least for me, my expectations are that I'm sure Antic has given the VOD from yesterday a full review. They're studying every single one of these side strategies that Jeremy might bring out to try and catch them off guard. And hey, I mean, might even take a page out of some of Ground Zero's book. They were definitely innovating themselves.
The amount of time and dedication that players have to the competitive season, you've got to applaud them. Like, it's not just about showing up on the day.
Yeah.
You've definitely got to do your research,
For sure.
not just for yourselves, but on your opponents as well. You know, in the end, the more intel that you have, the more prepared you are going to be. So, you know, it doesn't, there's no doubt that, you know, Suluwu would have been there with his notes, jotting down what these teams were playing and everything like that. But I guess this is where it's Retirement Home's job to maybe catch them a bit unawares.
I love this matchup just because on both sides we have such colorful characters, right? I think they've been in the limelight in the community at various different stages, and you know, sometimes they make it big, sometimes they make it beautiful, and sometimes they don't quite hit the mark. And this is going to be that story for them here. Antic Esports, they're already qualified. They are going to Worlds. They'll be in Honolulu with the rest of them. But whether or not that trip is paid is something that they're going to have to fight hard for, and I'm sure that Retirement Homes are going to give them a run for their money. Now, let's take a quick look at the bracket again, just to recap how we got to this stage. Of course, everything prior to that upper bracket finals was played yesterday. So if you missed the action, don't worry. If you're watching on YouTube, there'll be a VOD right there. Twitch, just go back to the videos. You need to scroll past some of the other regions, but you know, why not? Just watch them all, right? So, of course, yesterday we saw Ground Zero take a very tight series over Antic, which is how they ended up in the lower bracket, but they looked very convincing in their defeat of Team DK 2-0. Now, for Retirement Homes, very hard-fought matches for them, starting out up against Dark Shades. That looked a bit simpler, but Fury definitely cranked up the heat. Retirement Homes, they weren't any strangers to it, though, and they were ready to match that aggression, and that's going to lead them here. I think the most beautiful part about this bracket is that everyone very clearly deserves the spot that they've earned.
Yeah, this, so far today, we have the best of the region. There's a reason why they have made it this far. And while Retirement Homes, yeah, this isn't a team that has stayed together consistently for the season. They've only just formed together for regionals, but they have that history on different teams here and there. As we mentioned, a lot of them were together. Knight and Stu, they played together on Ascendance. They took a break in March and then came back together in April for Dodo 2. Now they've continued that, but you also have Unite Climbing also playing with them on Dodo 2. So I guess Retirement Homes is a reiteration of Dodo 2 plus Jeremy, who was originally on a chart Trabalo for the whole season.
Yeah, and I love that you mentioned these players. Before we get any further, of course, for teams, for those who might not be so familiar with these teams, of course, there are the recognizable names, but I think, for me personally, the players to watch are going to be those supporters and defenders. I think we exist in a very beautiful meta of Pokemon Unite now, where these roles just have such a high impact. Sure, it might not be the flashiest, but... Sorry, do you hear that?
I'm sorry, not the flashiest.
No,
I'm a
not the
supporter,
flashiest.
mate.
Yeah, I know. I'm hearing a little buzzing in the air because that man was all over his opposition yesterday. Retirement Homes, their tank has been putting on a spectacle on various different Pokemon, and I think he's going to be the key difference maker for me. If he can have a pop-off game like he did yesterday, Antic might actually be in a lot of trouble. But we've seen Liz, we've seen Robbie, better known as Jet back then as well. These guys are the solid, stable rock of the team. They're going to keep things intact.
100%. There's no I in Team Perma. We know that it is a collaborative effort, and your speedsters, your attackers, your all-rounders, they are nothing without their support and their defenders. And, you know, we're talking about this meta defenders. Well, guess what? Intic Esports, they're recognizing this and they're banning 2 defenders straight off the bat.
It's very interesting that they're going for the Crustle ban because I think yesterday, Kilo, we were talking so much about the 3 defenders that we felt like were at the top of the meta, right? It's the Blastoise, it's the Umbreon. They can do so much work in terms of control and just being that solid frontliner. It's interesting that they choose to take out the Crustle instead, but I think what they're opting for is because they have first pick, they know that this Blastoise is going to get snapped up, they're willing to give it over. In the case where Retirement Homes opt for that Slowbro, which Buzz has also played, then that's going to open up a potential Blastoise for Suluwu in that top half as well. But no, Retirement Homes snag that right up, no surprises there.
No, 2 defenders, Blastoise and Slowbro on the side of Retirement Homes. Now, you know, we still need to discover what supporters they are going to pick up, but this Dragonite pick, right? This is another dragon that has come out to play. Gyarados is banned, so it isn't going to see the light of day just yet. However, we have seen some spectacular games from Challenge on the Sylveon, so there's no surprise why they have selected this. Now, this is what I love, the Chandelure. Knight yesterday on the Chandelure really shined. I know in one of the games against Dark Shades, they ended up getting like 101k damage or something like that.
Yeah, look, you know what, Kilo, between yesterday and today, I've come up with a little bit of a name for this strategy. The double defender start and then you just pepper in damage from afar. I call it the bowling alley because you just line up the pins and then Knight just goes to town with shot after shot of strikes and strikes and strikes. And it's worked out very well for a lot of these rosters, especially Retirement Homes, who have trended more towards those 2.5 defenders. You're going to round things out with a Mew pick as well. Running Potion for now, maybe we'll see a switch. I'm not sure what that is about, but maybe just need a bit of an adjustment. But there's a non back on the Lucario. It can't get any better than this, Kilo.
No, and we saw them rocking that E-Speed, just flicking about between each of the opponents, but also using those wild Pokemon to their advantage to get out of sticky situations. But here we go, final preparations. We do have a non... obviously with that attack weight, so needs to get in those early stacks. Robbie also stacking that attack weight as well. So this is where it's really going to be pivotal because, I mean, Retirement Homes, they can play a bit of more passive earlier a game, considering nobody is stacking on their side.
Yeah, I think this is going to be the bowling alley strategy where you're really trying to fight in a very linear fashion up against the boxing ring, right? We saw yesterday that I feel like Antic was so good at setting up crossfire. We were talking about it like bishops in chess, right? You walk to the left, you're getting Hyper Voice down. You walk to the right, Anon's there with the fist, and now you even have a Dragonite to worry about that can come in from the skies and cause havoc. This is going to be a mess of a team fight, and I feel like Retirement Homes, they need to keep things tight. They need to keep things together. If not, they're just going to get picked apart.
I guess that's the job of these 2 defenders here. Mind you, I wouldn't even probably consider Jeremy a defender, considering they do have that Slick Spoon and that Wise Glasses, so I'm assuming we are going to see ourselves a Rapid Spin Blastoise. But here we go. First game of the losers semi-final, Antic Esports going up against Retirement Homes, sending that Chandelure, or I mean the Litwick, into that central area because it does want to try and get those levels ASAP.
Yeah, Chandelure, a very EXP-hungry Pokemon. Same can kind of be said for Jeremy, who, you know, up until this point, we've seen him playing very early power spike Pokemon. In the Crustle, in the Umbreon, in, I believe, the Wiggly as well. All of those Pokemon managed to get some of their crucial moves at level 4. It's going to take a while for him before he's ready to join the fight. And I wonder how that's going to affect the Retirement Homes playstyle, because he's been so integral to their early game success.
So we are going to have that Sylveon take that red buff, but the rest of it is going to go to that Dragonair. We are going to see a 4-person push up in that top half where we do have Mew just trying to hoard off Robbie here, who was able to get in a stack, is still denied that level 4, but is still going to distract these people down here, while Antic tried to get an advantage up in the top half.
Yeah, I mean, once you get Anon rolling, the rest is history. As we've seen before, he's able to just tighten the screws onto Steel, going for that flamethrower build. So, yeah, right down the bowling alley, right? Straight in a straight line. Robbie still at that level 3, just being very annoying here, keeping them off the goal zones. But the key thing is, Knight is already at that level 6 on the Mew. He's gotten just about everything that he could ask for from this bot path.
Yeah, Robbie, though, is still kept at bay at that level 3, considering they are going a 2v1. They aren't able to last hit that Indeedee, but I guess, once again, they were just doing their job, doing what defenders do. However, Stu, you know, being able to get all of that experience for themselves, do need to prepare for the Swabbers and Altaria, making sure that they do end up getting their final evolutions ASAP. But, however, Knight, I mean, you end up getting it to Knight at level 8, so if they're able to soak most of this up with that Solar Beam, I think it ended up being quite shared there, though, Perma.
Yeah, and I think a lot of my eyes will be on Knight, because if you look on the Antic Esports side, they have secure in spades. When it comes to these objectives, they have so many tools to be able to get that last hit. On the flip side, Flamethrower, yes, it does a bit of a burst of damage, but it's not as consistent and such a huge chunk compared to what Mew has to offer. So Knight, he's really going to have to try and slip one in there. If not, it's going to be hard for them to keep up in terms of EXP. Fight breaking out. There's Anon throwing the hands bright and early. He's ready for a fight. He's ready to wild up and gets himself a nice KO on that Lampent. Things are keeping up here as they don't want to retreat for now. Fighting for these Swablues and Altaria, a relatively even trade. The 5 members still surging forward. The paralyzed from the Dragonair. It's not enough to connect on the Wartortle, and they just have to back off. The push and pull, they lose Sulu on that Dragonair, and that is crucial. Keep the EXP down, keep it rolling, surfing forward, 5 more. Blissey's down too. The back and forth, it's favoring Retirement Homes for now, but where is the backup? And here comes the Chandelier, ready to emphasize even more damage, holding them in place, and the rapid spin forces Antic away. Huge success for Retirement Homes up here in this top half as they hit their timings, and now they're going for Regieleki.
Yeah, they have the point advantage, 119. They have the space to secure this Regieleki. Antic Esports, knowing that they're a bit behind, they're going to prioritize all of the wild Pokemon that is on that map and pivot on down towards that basement Reggie. But this is a really risky maneuver here. Only living Blissey and Anon on the Lucario to defend 2v5, but Robbie is going to come in and join the fray. But Blissey has been knocked on down, and Regieleki ends up walking in. Points are rolling on down, leaving this pad at 2 points, Perma.
Insane execution. They knew that Antic would try and min-max on the map and bring Sulu down to that bot side. But without the firepower from the Dragonite, you just can't defend this goal zone. It's giving Retirement Home such a huge leeway in terms of points to work with that this final Ray fight, it's gonna be a pinch for Antic. It almost feels like unless they're able to exert even more pressure and get some dunks of their own, it's Ray or no way.
Yeah, that's the thing. It is a points game after all. You don't want to be too far behind in points where even if you end up getting Rayquaza, it isn't going to be enough. But you do have Dragonite being caught out by the Slow Beam, ends up getting finished off by the Mew. The boosted attack onto Robbie as well is able to heal themselves up as we can feel the pressure coming in from Retirement Home once again.
Ranking things up here, Steel needs to watch his position, can't afford to get stomped down. Moonlight Prance pushing them away, huge Hydro Typhoon, connecting on the 3, and in comes the Blastoise, rolling away, getting the damage done, but can't get anyone taken down. Blitz assistance onto Antic's Lucario now, as he's jumping forward, but he has to watch himself. Dragonite still trying to poke away from a distance, Hyper Voicing down at the Steel, last Hyper Beam won't be enough, the Citrus Berry comes in clutch, the shield from the Elder Gods, they're doing so much work, and they take down the Umbreon instead. Everyone on Retirement Homes keeping themselves safe, and they shoot right back, taking down both evolutions. They're ready to continue putting on the pressure. They're not done just yet. Give them an inch and they'll take a mile, and they're running forward now with the spin off cooldown, just forcing the members of Antic back. They don't have enough sustain, putting pressure on the goal zone. Watch out for Steel. He can't afford to go down. There's the Hyper Beam finally taking him out, but the Dragonair is traded out. Here comes Fairy Frolic. It's not over just yet. These teams, they're just butting heads non-stop, Kilo.
And we were talking about this earlier, the job of the defenders and the supporters, and they are really protecting Stu in that backline with that Chandelure. Regirock has spawned here, but Antic, they're nowhere in sight. They're going to scatter about because there's so many yellow dots on the map. Considering, looking at the levels, they are quite behind. They have 4 level 9s on their side, only Dragonite being that outlier at level 11. Once again, Robbie left to fend for themselves against multiple of Retirement Homes. They can't sustain seen it, ends up getting taken down. Oh, but wait, a clutch here from the Sylveon is able to stop him, but they ends up getting caught out in the slow beam, and still that tier 1 pad is gone. 16 points to 292. Retirement Homes are able to just grab it all. They are being so greedy, and you know what? They have to be perma.
It is working out for them though, Kilo. Sending 2 members up there and the Elder God secure over the Dragonite. You can't be letting that happen, Sulu. You're equipped with a Hyper Beam. This guy's got a Pollen Puff. It's like comparing a baby with a bomb. It's not gonna happen. It's not supposed to work out that way. But because of Retirement Homes' clutch plays, they're able to secure both objectives at once. And the hate on this Sylveon. This is a very uncharacteristically weaker showing from this player. Challenge. He's been so consistent throughout the season for this team, but this is one of the rare games where he's really falling behind.
Yeah, they're falling behind. They're not able to shred through the defenses that Retirement Homes right now. They really need to try and get into the backline towards that Chandelure, but they just cannot break the barriers. I mean, 16 points to 292. Yeah, there is a Rayquaza that could come and save the day for Antic, but first of all, they have to win that team fight. And as I said, looking at the levels, Retirement Homes, they just have the one up on them.
The main problem that I'm seeing, Antic, it feels like they don't have enough tools to keep the enemies in place for the Sylveon to do damage. The Hyper Voice, yes, it's a very strong just kind of line of fire, but you need to make sure they stay within the range. If not, you're basically doing nothing. And that kind of feels like the story, unfortunately, for Challenge throughout most of this game. He's, trying to get most of the Hyper Voice off, but halfway through, someone just gets dragged away, shielded up, his team gets controlled instead, and they can't really set up that crossfire. This is going to be a major problem coming into this final stretch because one side has a Mew and a Shandy and the other doesn't.
No, but here we go, Perma. Rayquaza has spawned. It's up to Antic to make a move. They need to make sure not to get caught out. But Blastoise, knowing their targets, they're the ones that are going to be able to just clear that space with that rapid fire. But, oh, wait, here we go. We're going, no, just a little poke, a little bit of a tickle on either side. Rayquaza is probably going to end up resetting here as well because they're not focusing their efforts on that. It's just a slow-paced fight to begin with.
Here comes Buzz trying to look for an opening. Amnesia in. They're trying to rip out on the Ray. Challenge doing the damage, but it's staying. Oh, the Shandy. They underestimate the potential of Buzz from Retirement Homes, and they pay the price. Antic Esports, nothing has worked out for them in this game number 1. It's all fallen apart as Retirement Homes surging forward. There was no way they were supposed to win that fight, but a bit of a slip-up, a bit of pressure, a bit of desperation, and it seeps through their fingers. Sure, they'll get a dunk, but there's nowhere that you're going to find enough points to overcome this 500-point advantage that Retirement Homes have right now.
They have to get the KOs, but as you mentioned, they just don't have the AOS energy on hand. Antic are going to be rapidly trying to get some wild Pokemon, but we still have Mew that has a shield, and I believe that Chandelure might possibly still have a shield as well. Blastoise is trying to take down this Dragonite. Another amount of dunks ends up going in. 262 to 892 Perma. I think it's ready to say, I mean, Antic Esports, they've lost this first match.
We've seen the Dragonite pick be so integral to many of these teams' success, right? It's just so good at securing objectives, so good at doing damage, and just being this pestering force that dives forward, repositions, and is difficult to deal with. But for this particular match, all these objectives, they're being snatched away by Retirement Homes. That's not supposed to happen. You have so much secure on your team, so much rip potential, but it just didn't pan out that way. Antic Esports, they're gonna need to go back to the drawing board because if they want to execute this kind of draft, it has to be a difference in mindset. They can't come towards these objectives all willy-nilly, thinking they're gonna get it for free, thinking that Retirement Homes aren't gonna contest. I kind of feel like Antic, they didn't fully respect the damage potential coming out, especially from Jeremy there on that Blastoise, who was such a big problem with that rapid spin build.
Oh, 100%. I think this was a brilliant pick for Retirement Homes there. You could see Antic, they were just struggling to pick up the KOs. I mean, even then, in terms of objective-wise, there was only one Regieleki that ended up getting secured. Reg Ice and a Regirock on the field, but just looking at that flatline, like, Antic Esports, they were just not able to get any points, and they are the ones that did have the stacking items on their side as well.
Yeah, it's just, I'm not gonna lie, this match honestly felt so weird. And I think it really started because of that move, right? Challenged. Typically, he likes to jump up to that top side and help his team out. But look at the damage numbers from Anon. This is nothing like what we expect from this player Pokemon combination. Whenever he's on the Lucario, he's throwing hands, he's getting things done. But Jeremy just beat him out in that situation. I was fully expecting a whole scenario where Anon is just able to keep the War Turtle down. He's oppressing him, leaving him with no options. But it was the complete opposite way. 16k damage? That's less than your Umbreon. That's less than Unite climbing on the opposing team. The Eldegoss. This is not a good look. And Anon, I don't know if he wants to go back for this Lucario, but you need to come through with a mentality reset. If not, retirement homes, they're going to run away with this one. And we know old folks, they don't run really quick. So I think Antic, they still have the chance to catch up.
And if we know Anon, like, yeah, they used to be a Lucario one-trick back in the day, but we have seen Anon play so many different Pokemon this season. Absolutely. I feel like, yeah, they need to readjust what they are going to go moving forward if they are to defeat retirement homes. Now, whether that is going to be a switch of positions, I know Anon was the one that ended up going into that central area to begin with, and obviously now taken over that top path instead and doing that split central area between Challenged and Sulawu. I guess this is where they need to go back, you know, through their notes. It's not about focusing on your opponents here. They need to focus more on themselves. You know, you can't control what they're going to do, but you can go and control what you're going to do. And I think it's just learning from those mistakes, seeing what they need to do. But I mean, retirement homes, they played such a spectacular game there. And you can definitely tell, yeah, they might have not been playing together as long as Antic Esports, but you could feel that synergy happening there.
Absolutely. And you know what? We talk about the bowling alley. They've gotten themselves a spare. Now they're lining themselves up for a strike. A bowling ball coming down the lane that's going to knock Antic Esports out of this competition. Not out of their chance at Worlds, but it'll be a huge disappointment, I'm sure, for Suluwu and the gang. And this is where the pressure cranks up. This is where you prove you're a competitor. Because the best teams, you can be the best Pokemon Unite player, but if you don't know how to take a loss, adapt, and overcome, you're nothing. You're not going to be able to reach the heights. You're not going to be able to climb the ranks and really prove yourself and cement your place in this region. Most consistent team in the entirety of the region up until this point. If you lose it here, suddenly that's in question. You got to rep the upkeep. You got pride on the line. And so far, throughout the competitive history of OC, it's been these guys, Suluwu and Anon. When the pressure cranks up, they've reached those heights, but it sometimes feels like they can't steel themselves enough to go the distance. They need to show that this is a different run. This is a different Antic, and they're ready to overcome that hurdle that has beaten them once and twice before.
Do you think it's a matter of they're getting a little bit too comfortable, Perma, knowing, yeah, we have secured our spot to Worlds? I mean, you don't want to get comfortable there because, as you said, yeah, they may have secured their spot to Worlds, but they don't have that travel award. That is really the thing that this team wants. However, retirement homes, I guess they have that one up. They have that burning passion inside of them where it's like, well, no, we don't have a spot to Worlds. We want that. So I guess they have that drive, that motivation there, which maybe Antic Esports might be lacking here. What do you think?
Without a doubt. I'm not going to lie, Kilo. I think when it comes to any other stack, maybe in their position, I would agree with you. Maybe it's that comfort starting to seep in. Maybe they think, hey, you know, we don't actually have to win this. But again, for better or for worse, the defining quality of these two players, Suluwu and Anon, throughout the entire OCE, everyone knows these guys have their pride. They'd served them well in the past, and it's really been their downfall. And here we need to see whether they've been able to mold it into a weapon. I'm very confident that these guys are taking the game 120% seriously. There isn't any inch of them that's taking this easy or getting comfortable. It may just be a kind of lock-in on the game type situation, because we know mentality-wise they're for sure putting in their effort, but in pinch moments like this that we've seen time and time again, when the main strategy doesn't work, sometimes they have trouble figuring out what the B plan is, how to go back, reset from just ground zero. And it's, you know, I'm just worried. If we start seeing some crazy picks fly out, then Antic, they're really going all Hail Mary. I want to see them recollect, maybe one or two adjustments to their gameplay instead of so much the draft.
You know what? I'm actually liking the direction that Antic Esports are here. They've identified the problem. That Blastoise caused so much havoc in that last match. Jeremy just being up in their faces, plus Buzz on the Slowbro. I mean, Slowbro Unite move is not one that you want to get caught out in, and it shut down challenged a lot during that match. Now this, once again, Antic Esports, they're turning this. They are actually targeting retirement homes. Not only have they banned 2 of their Pokemon that they picked up previously, but they're also going to steal this Mew away from Knight. But retirement homes are like, well, you know, you can go and do that. We'll do the same, and we're going to take that Umbreon away from you.
Buzz, Buzz, Buzz. This tree is becoming a bit of a Siggy of his, and I'm very excited to see it. He stacked up on defenders. Jeremy's ready to get another. This is about to get hairy. And they've gone back for the Dragonite. I do like the Mew snatch away, though, because I did feel that Knight was just doing so much work. But
What is this?
They're about
What
to go
is this?
crazy.
No
They
way!
are about to go crazy. Retirement homes about to take Antic to school here. 4 defenders. There's still a Bourgeois available. Are they really going to do this? Oh my goodness.
Look.
Oh,
we
actually... What the heck?
You're talking about going crazy, going ham. Well, retirement homes, they've just taken away Snorlax, so I don't think they're going to be able to go for a full defender comp here. But this is absolutely insane. And I mean, Perma, you actually saw this for one of the other regions. What was it? The Unity Clash, the 5 defender comp. But this is a protect the president, a protect the Venusaur. Stu has that crown on their head. Are they going to be able to lead their troops into battle?
Retirement home's about to do one of the elderly's favorite activities. You know these old folks, they love gardening. They need to water this seed and make sure it blossoms into a beautiful flower. Knight has to do the damage, and he's got 4 beefy bodyguards to help him out. Whether they can actually do it with this draft, that's going to be a huge blow to the confidence of Antic. But going back for the Dragonite, and it is Dragon Festival after all, we're going to see the Garchomp. This Pokemon has fallen flat on its face completely in the few times that it's shown up in some of these competitive games. But if there's anyone I have faith in to make it work, it might just be Anon. I want to see Antic push us to a Game 3 because that would just be the story to tell, wouldn't it?
It really would be a story to tell. It would be so entertaining, not just for us, but all of those folks that are tuning in here today.
Yeah.
Retirement homes, yeah, they can have a bit of fun. They do, you know, they are 1-up right now. But the thing is, do you really want to risk this? I'm not going to lie. Like, I absolutely love seeing this fun comp, but I am a little bit worried. Retirement homes don't really have the burn nor the secure potential over on their side, which is what I'm worried about. They are going into a Garchomp, and we know what a shredder this Landshark can do. However, you know what? Silly shenanigans, we're going to see them because we're going to have ourselves a bit of an invade Squovert here.
Ooh, I mean, this is what Squovert is really good at, and when it comes to shenanigans, no one has better antics than Jeremy this entire tournament, it feels like. He's just been all up in people's faces. Yeah, and he's not even on that team. He's just been so annoying, and it seems like Liz is well aware of it, though. Playing bodyguard for that dragon, that poor little Pokemon that just needs a bit of help in the early stages, right? It's not really the strongest, so it just needs to be bodyguarded. Buzz just being taken down by Challenge. And Challenge, we talked about him not really having the best performance on the Sylveon last game. Well, he's going to turn things on his Mew.
I guess this is the 1-up that Robbie has in comparison to all of the defenders that retirement homes have on their side. Snorlax doesn't need to evolve, and that tackle earlier on can pack quite a punch, being able to already get a knockout. But instead of this 4-person push-up in the top path, retirement homes have 4 people down in this bottom path. We have a slow beam being able to take down that Umbreon, so they're not able to go and level up. But Crustle is online here, Perma.
Crustle, okay, look, you know, we're talking about Crustle being online. Challenged I think he must have just heard us talking about him last game, because he's saying, what do you say about me not being consistent? What do you say about me not doing the damage? He just got 3 KOs. This was a 2v4 situation that Retirement Homes have lost. And I think this was your concern, Kilo. Sure, you're going for a bit more of a fun strategy, but we're talking about regionals here. Retirement Homes, I'm sure they have their pride as well, and maybe they're trying to have a little bit of fun with it. But Antic Esports, they aren't to be trifled with. You mess with them, they're just gonna take you to school, and that's kind of what's happening right now.
Alright, we do have Mew and Snorlax. They were going to head into that central area, but they recognized that Retirement Homes were trying to make a push on that bottom tier 1 pad, so they're going to quickly go and deny that. But Skwovet hasn't yet evolved. Interestingly enough, though, Knight hasn't opted for that Solar Beam build, which I thought they might have gone for, considering, well, they don't exactly have the range on Retirement Homes here. So I guess this is the bowling ball. You were talking about a bowling alley? Retirement Homes have actually delivered this with this comp.
Yeah, no. Last match, they were playing bowling at the bowling alley. This match, they're like, yo, the bowling ball looks pretty cool. They've become the bowling ball itself. Just a full hurl of players running at you. And I'm not gonna lie, Kilo, I have my concerns. In front of the bowling alley, have you ever played bowling and then suddenly
I'm terrible at it.
Yeah, but I mean, can you imagine how much worse it would be if you threw the ball down the alley and then suddenly a screen just popped up and knocked your ball away? That's what's gonna happen with this Mew and the Snorlax. They're gonna be such annoying walls for this composition to deal with, and we're already seeing some of the struggles. In terms of EXP, we don't even have a Greedon yet, Kilo. It's 6 minutes.
Oh, wait. 9 points goes in. We finally have a Greedon online. Definitely gonna see what build it ends up going for, but Red Ice is already chipped to about a quarter HP, but Knight is here with the Venusaur, gonna pop their Unite move, and it ends up being Unite climbing on that Umbreon to go and secure that. So as if Retirement Homes were chunky enough, having that Reg Ice buff on their side just to go and replenish this HP as they go and take these fights, like that is probably one of the best basement Reggies that you want for this team.
Absolutely.
Besides a Regirock, maybe.
Yeah, man. Regirock goated. Regirock, in terms of Reggie tier list, I think Regirock clears, obviously. But we're already seeing a bit of an adaptation, right? Because throughout the Snorlax builds that we've seen throughout this tournament, it's been a lot of focus on Yon. Might have to fold that thought. Uh-oh, Anon in some trouble. Able to Dragon Claw back to safety. Liz has to pay the price as a result. They can't get the chase on Buzz. Roaming forward, trying to break out on this goal pad. They will be successful in doing so. Low amount of Aeos energy means easy dunks, and now Honolulu might be in some trouble. Interesting build from the Crustle, going for that Stealth Rock, focusing more on the damage.
I think this is a thing with Retirement Homes play. They do have to stick together in order for this composition to work. They're not going to be able to get any knockdowns alone. So you can obviously just see Buzz and Unite climbing, holding hands together, up to top, up to bottom, getting these dunks. I mean, yeah, they're behind in points, but in terms of levels, they're slowly catching up here. You have Jeremy just doing, Greedon shenanigan things, going and evening up the scoreboard here. 5-point difference. Like, this is just going to be pretty much up to a scoring game, maybe instead of winning that team fight.
Yeah, the crazy thing is that when you run up against them 5v5, there's unfortunately a belly flop needed just for Jeremy to get back to safety. But they're just running around. They're playing a little bit of a clown show right now. And Kilo, the funniest way for Antic to go out in this tournament is if they were beaten by some shenanigans, by some antics, some might even say, and there's no greater antic than this silly 4-defender comp. It's not necessarily working out for them for now. Phantom Forest coming out to try and contest this Reggie Lecky. The limit outrage does secure Anon. Nicely placed. He might have to pay for it. No, gets a KO, but gets traded out by Steel. So not entirely over. Still fighting for this Regirock in the bot side. Venusaur secures it again, and this fight is raging on. Dragonite has to fly up back to safety. The pedal dance trying to catch up to him. Challenge able to create the distance again with these screens. They're just giving them so much space to work. Between Robbie and Challenge, they're building the Great Wall of Antic, and Retirement Homes just cannot pass.
No, they cannot pass. Reggie Alecki ended up getting left alone. We had Stu just going and dunking in another 40 up in that top path. I mean, looking at the scores, looking at the levels, we still have an Elder Goss at level 9, so Retirement Homes are actually able to keep up with this pace, which is so surprising.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sorry, like, I can't keep saying this. This comp has just bamboozled me.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the main difference is that Antic Esports, they're winning these engagements and getting big dunks as a result. But in comparison to Retirement Homes, who've just been small dunking over and over, here comes the Greeter, try to chase down on the Mew, forced to eject button out, clean escape, but there's Jeremy with the chase on. Can't get that connection, and now the spacing is a bit too much. We'll just jump forward, the coaching styles on him, taking down Buzz and taking down Jeremy. They're swooping forward now. Antic, ready to put on even more aggression, still waiting in the sidelines, huge Phantom Forest, but is it gonna be enough? Setting up for the Venusaur, that's a beautiful Verdananga, chopping up onto all of them, but only Liz will go down. Power Nap in the middle, buying the time for the rest of the team to escape. Sulu will be able to swoop back to safety, but Robbie might just be in trouble. Stealth Rock just controlling the area, surging forward. Retirement Homes, they are angry, getting pushed back by the block. It's buying them so much space. Again, all these walls proving to be their detriment. And in comes the Garchomp, ready to light steal away. Huge Solar Beam, chopping up the middle of Retirement Homes, and they just need to give this one up. The defense, it's a bit too strong for Mantic.
Yeah, they only have one defender on their side, but they're able to just do what Retirement Homes are able to do. And that's the problem. Retirement Homes just don't have the shred on their side. Yeah, they can rely on these little dunks, but I don't know if it's enough because it is 167 to 216. We do have another Reg Ice on the board here. I don't even think Retirement Homes have enough shred. I mean, Antic Esports, they've already set up base in this central area. They're getting ready for the Rayquaza. They are the ones that need to take it, considering they are the ones behind. But, I mean, we have Venusaur level 14, Trevenant level 14 heading into this fight, Perma.
Yeah, you need to watch out. It's the battle of 4 bodybuilders equipped with pool noodles versus a shrimp with a rocket launcher in this Mew. We need to watch out for how this all pans out. Knight looking for an opening into the fight. Unite moves available for everyone but Jeremy. Still trying to find an opening. Mystical Mirage forced to be popped out. Robbie caught up by a screen. Not where he wants to be. They're still chopping through them. They don't have enough kills. Have to dodge away on that Snorlax. In comes the Dragonite, but Sulu in some trouble. Controlled by Phantom Forest. He needs to get out. The Dragonite is down, but so is Jeremy, traded up for now. Taking down on the Greedon. They're losing members. They're losing HP. Robbie still acting like such a solid wall for the team. Holding the block in pace. You can't get past me. You're going nowhere. Retirement Homes, they're stuck in the same situation of just being held at bay. But that's completely fine by them, Kilo. They're the ones up in points. It's Antic who need to make something happen.
Yeah, they're the ones that just need to sustain all that is coming at them. You can definitely see Night Climbing is putting in the work, being able to just precision those wishes onto whoever needs them. But the push is coming back with the block plus the light screen as well. Venusaur looked to be in a bit of a trouble, but they were able to Giga Drain and replenish that HP. 3 members of Antic Esports are down. Our Retirement Homes doing the absolute impossible here with 4 defenders and a Venusaur.
Oh, when you need it in most, when you need it to lock in, it all gets stripped away. Retirement Homes, you might have stayed in the scene for way longer, Sulu, but we're back and we're ready to take you to school. And with such a crazy drop at that, they're going to be kicking themselves in this one. As much as they're going to Honolulu, this is going to be a huge dash on their pride. It didn't really look good in the early game, but it all comes together. Outscored, outmaneuvered, and out-strategized. Retirement Home are going to knock out the most consistent team in OC. And Antic Esports, they're going to be going to Honolulu, but on their own dime.
Fortune favors the bold. And I must say, Retirement Homes team composition, plays during that match were absolutely bold. Yeah, they had those little dunks here and then, but being able to get that team wipe right at the end. And this is why we're saying it is a defender's meta here. I mean, plus Knight as well. You know, I mean, getting that MVP, they were just so protected, as you mentioned. It was a Venusaur plus 4 bodyguards. Protect the Venu. They were the king.
Dude, you know, honestly speaking, Retirement Homes, I know they don't, you know, they're in retirement home, they don't want jobs anymore. But if they want a gig as a presidential security squad, I'm sure I can hook them up. After that performance, I think every single VIP or celebrity or politician in the world is giving them a number, giving them a call, saying, hey, you know, are you guys free for my next event? That Venusaur was not untouched. They did such a great job at allowing him to barrel forward without regard and antic. This has got to sting. I mean, I think I speak for all of us in OC where, we know that these players, they've represented OC at the very tippy top, and they represent some of the region's most shining hopes. We put our faith in them, but it's got to sting for Sulu to run into this situation again and again when he's come so close throughout a wonderful season. It all just slips through his fingers. And this was a game we got to remember where Challenge absolutely popped off at the start as well. And for this to be the result, Kilo, I can't bear to look.
We only get one broadcast a year here in the OC region, so you bet these teams are gonna put on a show. Now, Challenge in the backline with that Mew 126k damage, which is expected considering how tanky retirement homes are. But
True.
They were able to bear the brunt of all that damage. Unite climbing with those wishes, healing 77k. But also Knight, as you mentioned, just the Petal Dance builds was not what I expected, and I don't think Antic may have expected this comp either. So I guess, sometimes you've just got to do the unexpected and catch your opponents off their feet there.
Yeah, I think I especially like the pivot from both Stu and Buzz, right? They had a way bigger focus on doing damage this particular match. We saw Stu as well, biding his time. Most of the time, it's the Trevenant on the front lines being the one to initiate the fight, but he knew he had Unite Climbing and Jeremy for that. So he just stays back, waits for the opportune Phantom Forest, and it was beautiful. Like the Phantom Forest straight into the Verdant Anger, the damage amp crashing out onto Antic Esports. One poor Liz Eldegoss isn't enough to heal you through all of that. And apart from that, they don't really have much in the ways of resetting their resources. So many times in the fight, we saw before even anything broke out, Anon was already half HP.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Antic, they did have the shred, but honestly, even though you have the shred, well, how are you supposed to shred through this comp? They just couldn't do it. No amount of Garchomps nor Dragonites are able to go and do it. But you know what? That was an incredible match. So much fun to watch. That is definitely one to remember.
For sure. And I think Antic, as much as it pains us to say goodbye to them, we unfortunately will be waving them off in this tournament. But this is nothing for them because they are still going to Honolulu. Perhaps the greatest prize you could ask for, apart from the travel award, of course. But it's not quite as much change in the pocket. But regardless, I think we all still have very high hopes for this team. Sure, at times they might falter, but I think it goes without saying, and everyone in OCE agrees that apart from, in terms of everybody who could represent OCE, they're some of our most shining soldiers. I'm still very excited to see Sulu, Anon, and the gang on the world stage and see what they can pull off there. But it seems like today, unfortunately, wasn't their day, and they're going to get bested by retirement homes who seem to be on a crazy LDR-esque run, which is going to make this next matchup even more exciting. You're talking about the lower bracket kings versus the elders who just popped back to teach you kids how it's done. Kilo, we just got non-stop bangers today.
And you know what? I don't think the bangers are going to stop here because this match is going to be intense. We've already seen the aggression coming out from LDR. So, I mean, unless retirement homes have any more shenanigans, maybe a full supporter comp there.
Yeah.
I don't know what else they have in their bag of tricks, their magic hat there, Perma.
Yeah, we'll have to stick around to find out. More action, more OC craziness. This is everything you could have asked for. We'll be back after a short break, so don't go anywhere. So this crazy storyline has been unlocked. Every time OC gets a broadcast, this kind of craziness happens, Danny, as we see retirement homes eliminating what many would consider the favorites. Antic Esports, sure, they're going to Honolulu, but it won't be covered, then won't be that much prize money for them to pocket. So definitely a bit of a disappointing result for the gang, but I'm sure they'll come back stronger and give us a good showing in Worlds. But we still have a very exciting matchup ahead of us. Yeah. 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 Yeah, and I think it's pretty funny because coming into this match, we have perhaps a team very well known for one thing, and that's their clutch potential. I feel like throughout the entirety that we've seen LDR, regardless of what iteration, every time this team tag comes up, it almost feels like it imbues them with a sense of complete calm. Even when they're losing the match by a long shot, even when things look dire, they find a way to flip, they find a way to come back, they find a way to just chill and relax and find the one out and land that mark perfectly. Just last year, it was on the back of some crazy spirit shackles from Def Contents Decidueye, and this time around, we might see a bit of a different story since some of the players have changed over. Still, Ethos has really been stepping up in his position, and I'm really excited to see more of this player. It's a battle of innovation, basically a complete tilting, rolling, bowling ball that's just coming through with all the crazy strategies in Retirement Home against an immovable object. LDR, regardless of what happens, it always feels like they have their grasp on the game. Yeah. Yeah, so we're going to have to take a little bit of a break, so hopefully they can keep that momentum going here. But we'll be right back in a short bit. Don't go anywhere. We'll have our matchup for you very shortly. It's a shame y'all didn't get to hear what Danny was saying because she was spitting. But regardless, either way, we still got the match ahead of you, and we have Danny right back. And I feel like just in summary of what you missed, I think we're all very excited about this team and what they can bring. We're very excited to see whether the momentum is something that Retirement Homes can keep up. And let's throw it to the bracket real quick, just for a quick recap about what's going on here in case you missed any of the action. Danny, run us through it.
All right, so you guys can hear me now, which is wonderful. But we've already kicked off with two amazing games today with the upper bracket final between Ground Zero and Legends Reappear. And of course, in that matchup, Ground Zero came out on top in a 2-0 fashion. And what a series that was. If you guys missed it, definitely catch it in the VODs after the broadcast. Now, obviously, after that, we had Retirement Homes playing up against Antic Esports in the losers semi-final. And Retirement Homes, in Retirement Home fashion, beat Antic Esports 2-0, but with a Game 2 almost all defender draft. And because of that win, they are now in the losers finals against Legends Reappear. And this matchup is key for both teams because firstly, they've all locked in. These two teams have locked in top 3. Winner of this series will go straight to the grand final and play against Ground Zero for that flight ticket, that paid trip to Honolulu to represent OCE. And the sad thing is that, Antic have already secured the championship point slot. So only one of these 3 teams is going to make it to Honolulu. So best of luck to all of our competitors because we are down to the final stretch for all 3, and I'm pretty sure nerves might be starting to kick in. I think some of the players are maybe getting a little bit wrapped up. I hope everyone has kept their confidence, their composure. I hope they're ready to go. I want to know if we're going to be seeing the all-defender draft again, because I think for some people, this might be the first time that they have seen this, but this is probably one of the many times I have encountered this draft, because in Asia, this is actually a very common draft within our community cups. And I hate to say it, Retirement Home fans, actually, this might be good news for you. Nobody in Asia has managed to beat this draft yet. There was one team that got extremely close. You might be familiar with them. SAR, Taiwan and Hong Kong's representative at EUIC earlier this year. They almost beat it with an all-attack lineup. It was extremely exciting to watch, but look, I kind of feel like this lean, mean, green draft is coming back, but maybe it's not on the side of Retirement Homes. Maybe Legends swipes it away.
All I'm saying, Danny, is as much as we can hypothesize, you're right, it's a draft that hasn't been beaten yet. But if you take a look and the side of Legends Reappear, right at the bottom over there, there's a player by the name of Xavi. And you know what I remember Xavi for? A damn good Delphox. If there's one Pokemon that can rip these defenders to shred, light a tree on fire, it's that nasty, nasty fox that has been let through in the pool. Still some very high value picks left available. Leafeon. We have that potential Trevenant coming back out. Supporters still allowed. So let's see what they choose to pick up. But Legends Reappear, I'm not gonna lie, I have faith in them. I think they have what it takes to beat Retirement Homes at their own silly little games.
Yeah, I love that you brought up the Delphox because that was actually one of the key Pokemon in that composition that almost beat the all-defender draft. Now, look, there's no Umbreon, and we are seeing a pretty open draft. Okay, I said it was open, but we are getting a semblance yet again of maybe another all-defender draft here for Retirement Homes. But here's the thing, okay? Legends Reappear, I think they must have been expecting this because it's been played. They've seen it already happen. And I'm keen to see what their solution is to this all-defender lineup. How do you pierce through all of this tank? How do you prevent them from sustaining? Now, obviously, you brought up the Delphox. I'm kind of wondering, is this maybe something that Legends is kind of looking at here, or are they maybe testing out with these next 2 picks to see if Retirement Homes are going to change their minds? Because anything is possible here.
Yeah, I think just going back to the stable standard, stock standard draft that they've run to great success, securing these high-value pickups for themselves in Buzzers, Trevenant, and Jeremy Slowbro. We've already seen him run it in the top half to great success, going for even a more unorthodox telekinesis build just to hold some of these Pokemon down. And oh boy, if Chi-Chi goes back for that Serena, you're going to have a lot to try and hold down. LDR, though, I feel like this is sort of coming of age situation for them. These young players, they did it before, and now they're looking to try and show the old ones that these new guys have new tricks. I wonder whether, Knight, he kind of needs to pump a bit more damage. They're lacking in that department at the moment. The Shandy's still available, Pikachu being moused over. Potentially the option that they want.
We could actually be looking at this Pikachu here. I mean, Pikachu does do a lot of damage. The Thunderstorm can really rip through some of these evolutions and Mew, but it seems like that Espeon is the choice instead. Yeah. I do like this too. There is a lot of synergy with this draft overall. You've got technically three major Unite moves in the Cotton Cloud Crash, the Psychic Solaire, and the Forest from the Trevenant. So big AoEs in case Legends Reappear do decide to go for the jump. You have the Slow Beam to potentially isolate one of these attackers and for Retirement Homes to burst things down. And also, Dragonite is really great at chasing down the Leafeon if Xavi decides to go for some of those backcap plays, since Leafeon is rather agile and can go for those very sneaky backcaps, and maybe even chase down Manny, right? Because Crustle is also a bit of a speedy boy sometimes and does like to go for a couple of those backcaps. When it comes to Secure, though, okay, obviously Stu will have a major advantage over the competition because he has the best Secure out of all the Pokemon on the map. So I'm kind of wondering, what's going to be the solution for this Dragonite? Are they going to go for the Eevee Invade? We saw this yesterday, where they shared the buffs between the Eevees, and they sent the Sylveon in to harass the Dratini.
Yeah, that could definitely be an option. It's a very high-risk play, though, because yesterday when we did see it, it ended up snowballing into certain disaster because their opponents were very well prepared for it. That's something you always need to watch out for when it comes to the Eevees. But we will get the answer very shortly. This is game number 1 of the Losers Finals. One chance at the Grands here between 3 teams. Ground Zero waiting patiently in the grand finals for who their opponent will be. Will it be Legends Reappear? Will they complete the story a second year in a row? Or will Retirement Homes come out and shock everybody, giving us all a run for our money? We'll have to stay tuned to find out.
Yeah, Retirement Home's about to tell everybody that age doesn't matter. As long as you play Pokemon UNITE, you're doing a good job. So at the moment, though, we are looking at a bit of a tough laning stage in this bottom section because Chi-Chi will have an advantage as that lead. You're working with a lot of range. It's going to be pretty difficult to catch as well, even as that Espeon. And so for Retirement Homes, what's the priority for their lanes? Is it going to be the top lane or the bottom lane? Because it's a Slowbro and that Eldegoss top lane, and you also have to ensure that your other attacker is more or less ready to go. And it seems like Knight will have a free lane because Legends Reappear. They're going to continue with this top lane assault.
I actually really like this adaptation because we were talking about the Mystical Fire Sylveon. It's gone for the Screamion build instead, and I think it's apt in this lineup because you have a lot of burst, but not a lot of consistent damage, and now you have that gap filled up. It's going to help them secure most of these Swablu and Altaria, forcing the side of Retirement Homes to try and retreat. 2 evolutions, a bit too much for them to deal with, but the Scald being very annoying in terms of stopping some of these early scores.
Yep, they are going to continue on with the attack here. Just great stuff from Ethos, just zoning the top laners. And there's nothing you're going to be able to do about it as that Eldegoss and that Slowbro. They can just sort of watch as that gold zone will slowly be chipped down. And while all that's happening, Manny's doing okay. Even in this dual lane, he is not under any pressure at all. He's getting his secures, he's getting his experience. And because of this, because he can solo, his team is now ready to go and continue their attack in the central area. So Knight's come to assist his teammates, and he did lose a little bit of health, but looks like Legends Reappear. They're going to have to reset here and sort of lick their wounds before they go for round number 2. Although actually round number 2 was the birds, and it happened so quickly we didn't even get to see it.
A bit of a series of mishaps there because the Hyper Voice ends and then nobody attacks the buff. It allows the Dragonair to actually snag that one up. And even though Chi-Chi's in a weird spot, I think the Espeon actually missed the... okay,
well, that was
Jeremy.
A Slowbro.
Yeah. Well, the thing with Slowbro is that if you start to get KO'd early, especially with Xavi being level 8 to the level 5 Slowbro, it's going to be a huge bit of damage. Still trying to continue the pressure. Buzz hammers down on that Sylveon, sends up packing, but now Buzz stuck in between a rock and a very, very tough set of Pokemon has the eject button out.
We've got to be careful here. Knight playing a very tightrope game of don't get caught, keep away. But of course, you got the setup there with Manny as well as the eggs. Oh my gosh, this the coordination between these two fabulously setting up for those two knockouts. And now with the Reggie Rock here, they've got their Sylveon slowly working away. I have to say, Manny has had a phenomenal game on this Crustle. He had to deal with a dual lane. He's also setting up and buying time for his team. This Crustle, I think, is going to be an absolute superstar and a thorn in Retirement Home's side.
You talk about thorns, well, there's a Leaf that's a bit of a bigger problem now. Zabi has completely destroyed Jeremy up in this top side, but meanwhile, Psychic Solaire trying to take the fight on, Hyper Beam finishing off that poor Blissey. The attackers can't really do much about that. So even though overall it's a pretty decent EXP advantage for Legends Reappear, they're getting good leverage on the map, they still haven't dealt with this Leafeon, who is, level 11?
This is very problematic, especially with the state of how Leafeon is as a Pokemon. Folks, there's a reason why Leafeon is technically banned in almost all of its games, and it's because if it snowballs like this, it's really hard to stop that Leafeon from just going absolutely ham and taking this game over. Now, Retirement Homes, they can't end the game here. They need to continue fighting, and the best way to make that comeback happen is to get that comeback experience. But this Dragonite being destroyed by a Leafeon! Oh my goodness, I just don't see an answer to getting rid of Zabi.
That was disgusting. Zavi alone wasn't enough to get the job done, but in flies Icy. Bliss assistance, need an additional slap to the face. Bam! There goes the Dragonite straight out of the sky. And it's been an amazing performance from this Leafeon. We talked about him potentially being a factor on his Delphox, but there's a reason why, even with DC retiring, this team has done so well. Zavi has been monstrous.
And it's just going to continue unless they can somehow stonewall Zabi. They commit the Tree Unite there just to defend their goal zone, but look at the amount of damage they're taking. Zabi, though, was caught out by the Slowbro, now stuck on the Speed Flux, and look at this Retirement Homes trying to gun down this Leafeon. They do finally get it, committing the Espeon Unite as well, and a Slow Beam. Both Evolutions are out of the picture. This is just going to leave the Mew all on its own to try and dish out the damage, but Manny trying to save the game with the multi-man X's again. But maybe there are just too many bodies. Maybe there's too much sustain. They've managed to pick up the Trevenant, a key component for this push, and now we see Retirement Homes backing off. They want the Regice instead. If they can get this, this is going to get them back up to full, but they missed the Hyper Beam. It connects onto Manny instead. Oh, this is not the play. Retirement Homes lose their momentum after an amazing start in that team fight.
What was that? That was beautiful from Manny. The Rock Tomb to push the Dragonite away, running forward with the body, but abusing the targeting options and forcing that Hyper Beam to go completely wide. Legends Reappear. A brilliant defense from the Mew. The surfs, the plays. It's pinpoint perfect. And Chi-Chi, we've talked a lot about this Sylveon and Zabi, but Chi-Chi's saying, don't you dare forget about me. I'm one of the mainstays on this roster for a reason. But I've taken a little bit of a road trip onto some other teams. But now that I'm back, we're ready to put action in place, and Legends Reappear with such a huge advantage.
You know, this game, it has been so action-packed, but the fact that Retirement Homes have not given away objectives to Legends Reappear, not just all the objectives, they've managed to keep their bottom tier 1 goal zone. This goal zone is so important for the team because they need the regeneration, they need the speed flux, they need this control, because as you lose these goal zones, you lose a lot of map control. And so we do get the Unite there. Oh my gosh, double Unites, both the Sylveon and the Slow Beam connecting. And that's going to be no Sylveon, so a little bit of pressure there onto the Leafeon to either get the steal or maybe the punish. And look at this, look at how the low health Pokemon here just hold the Leafeon to try and finish off Psychic Solaire to connect as well. Oh, but the Leafeon caught out thanks to Unite with the setup, and the Dragonite not feeling confident. Electro Ball, boosted attack, not enough. Stu sticking around, he says, not this time. This game is ours.
Someone stop this person immediately. Chi-Chi is going buck wild on this Mew, even in Jack buttoning forward to try and secure that KO. The sheer amount of damage coming out from this Pokemon showing exactly why, even though it hasn't really been mentioned. We've been talking about Tree, we've been talking about Gyarados, evolutions, whatever. Mew has been just such a sleeper powerful pick, and Chi-Chi is showing us why. Brilliant fight there to hang on to the advantage, even though it was a great set of execution from Retirement Homes to take down those evolutions. They need to be more wary, and Slowbro in particular doesn't have that Slow Beam for the final stretch. 10 more seconds, Danley, and this could be a problem.
It will come on very soon, but the thing is, Legends reappear. They're also aware that there is a small window where they can try to go in without that slow beam, but it's very risky because you do have a couple of countermeasures, right? You've got to worry about the Trevenant, the Psychic Solaire, as well as the Cotton Cloud Crash. So it's not a simple case of no slow beam, easy peasy. They just have to be very slow, very methodical. But speaking of methodical, this is not methodical at all because you have Knight pressuring with a 100-point dunk, but Chi-Chi is here, just goes for the basic attack, and Stu going in with the zone, but in that central area, we're having a fight here, Perma.
Oh, beautiful setup from Buzz again, forcing the pixel distance onto Manny, but the chop through as Beyond's down, slow beam on the side, but who is following up? Zabby, he's about to be unleashed. If you can't stop him for now, you need to walk down the Leafeon, but he's able to dodge away. The last auto attack finally finishes him off, but Buzz has already been chopped down to size. Chi-Chi, such a menace on this Mew, solar beam after solar beam, laying in the damage, allowing for the resets, and still chunking away the West of Retirement Homes. They need to come back into the fray. The Ray is at stake here. There still could be sneaky dunks. Take a look at the Espion on the top side, looking for a back cap. But Jeremy and the gang, they're losing leverage here. They're losing space. It's going to be 100 points up on the top side. No one can put a stop to that. Knight will find that. Oh, Zabi, he's dead. The blade is off. The blade is off. It doesn't get the connection, but Knight gets chopped down. You need to find some scores, though. You're 9 points behind. There's still a tier 1 goal zone. Trying to work out of the steal, the dragon scale, the marvel scale, keeping them safe. You're trying to save yourself. Oh, what a clutch TP back, but it's not gonna be enough. Zabby gets in the points, and now it's heat under Retirement Homes. They need to find an opening, but the points coming in again and again, and they won the fight on the bot path as well. Legends reappear when things get hectic. The kids know how to get it done. They get themselves a huge advantage, and Danny, there's no damn time.
There's no time. It's going to come down to that game number 3. And yes, we did have Stu try to score that 100 points in the top lane. But oh my gosh, what an end up to this game. I thought Retirement Homes had a chance with that tiny sliver, that the pixel miss onto Knight scoring the 100 points. But after that, being able to pick them off one by one, they just dismantled the team. And Legends reappear. You know, things got a little bit spicy towards the end, but they still come out on top. 1 game advantage. Retirement Homes, I love the strats, but I think it's time you've got to bring out some of the dirty tricks.
I thought that Buzz played an insane game on that Trevenant, but it just wasn't enough. It's another situation where we see this Dragonite, it can do so much damage, but when it's up against such slippery opponents in Chi-Chi, in Xavi, just jumping away, skirting around and being such a big problem, it's not really hitting for me. I mean, Retirement Homes, you need to find a way to make sure you lock in these objectives, because if Legends reappear are taking every single one up against a Dragonite, something's gone wrong.
Oh man, look, if the defender strat doesn't come out here, I hope Retirement Homes has something even more cheesy, okay? Don't pull out the cheddar, not the Gouda. We need the stinky blue cheese
Give me the blue.
coming out. We need the blue.
Give me
green.
Yeah, I don't know.
Green
Get me the
strat.
secret hidden away in a village. Nobody has seen this before. It's not available for market sale. You only get it if you know the family after generations type of connect.
Secret.
It's a family secret. Nobody knows even the name of this cheese. Get me that kind of thing. I don't know where in the Australian countryside you're gonna find it, but Retirement Homes, you gotta pull something out.
Absolutely. Like, the family secret's going to come out. But at the same time, I think if your Legends reappear too, like, you, after seeing the games that Retirement Homes have pulled out, you are probably prepared for anything. You're expecting some of the wild strats from the wildest west corners of planet Earth. And I actually think if there's a team that can deal with this all green strat, if we do come back to that for Retirement Homes, I actually think Legends reappear have a way to deal with it. So,
that's what I'm saying.
If it's not green, is it a different color?
Oh, Danny, what are you suggesting?
I'm suggesting that we could see in just an absolute, like a completely different thing. What if we see, this is crazy, but I have seen an all-attacker comp before. It was wild, it was unexpected. I've seen double speedsters. I actually think the surprising one would be a double speedster strat.
Didn't Luminosity in the NA part of the region bring out an all-supporter comp just yesterday?
Yeah,
I swear,
let's
that's
not
gonna
talk about all-supporter. I don't Okay, as much as I respect the players in OC,
Sure.
I feel like if there's a team that's supposed to pull out the all-supporter comp, it's probably like Luminosity kind of team, okay? So,
Sure. Okay.
I don't know. But Defender, like, definitely playable down here. But something has to happen for game number 3 to happen. Otherwise, it's going to be a 2-0, and GZ and LDR will be locking themselves in for that grand final. Which, look, I think we're all excited for that matchup too. We've already seen them play. The series was extremely close. Sure, 2-0, but come on, that ending in that upper bracket final.
That was insane.
It was so good. Let's talk about target bans. I think that Leafeon has to be pulled off the table. If you are Retirement Homes, you cannot give Zabi the Leafeon. Alternatively, you get first pick because the losing team, I believe, gets to choose whether they want first pick or last pick. If you want the Leafeon yourself, best choice is you hope to goodness that you firstly get first pick and the Leafeon is not banned during the banning phase.
Yeah, I think, look, I know this is probably not really... Okay, I don't know how to describe this, but I'm just going to say what I want to say, and then you can tell me how you feel about it, okay, Danny? Look, this is not to take away from any of the LDR members, because I think they all popped off, but I see healing 90k HP in that game. That is such a difficult feat for a solo healer. Sure, you can say, you know, they were softboarding crazy, but when you're playing up against an LDR team that is just this locked in, they're in the kitchen, ready to cook, regardless of what you throw at them, this kind of feels like it's happening again. I'm getting deja vu, Danny. This feels like the LDR that can go through to the grand finals. And I think even if you get some cheese from the Australian countryside that no one knows about, they're just gonna munch it and say see you later.
Look, I just want to see the draft. I want to see what is up these team sleeves. You know what? I would not be surprised at all either if we see LDR pulling out the all-defender strap. Now, I don't know if everyone in OC has been watching the Asia Community Cups. I definitely know that Retirement Homes did sort of take a page out of their book, but has LDR been sort of watching the Asia region? I'm kind of curious to know like what other inspirations these teams sort of picked up from other regions, because it's not just Asia, of course. Like NA and EU are currently playing, and they do have their own metas over there. They are really showcasing the power of Mimikyu, which was another Pokemon that isn't seen a lot in Asia because it is almost permanently banned there. So Mimikyu could be something that we might be able to see in this next upcoming game, because I really think this is a Pokemon that is currently underutilized in OC because it's not being banned.
Absolutely. And I think just from playstyle alone, you slap that boy on Xavi, you know he's gonna pop off, right? He's already making such sharp, decisive plays on the Leafeon, a Pokemon that requires precision. And when it comes to precision, no one needs it more than a Mimikyu player. You need to make sure you're timing your invincibility frames, your ultimate at the opportune moment, jumping in with the Shadow Sneak. So it could be a really cool Pokemon to see. I think either way here, though, Retirement Homes, they've had no shortage of ideas, and I think we're gonna see something special come out for them. Maybe a last little bullet locked in the chamber that they've been saving for this very moment where they need it the most. I think coming into this tournament, maybe for them, they definitely have high expectations in terms of what they're trying to achieve, but for them to make it this far and to kind of let it slip through their fingers, it would really be so sour, especially with how amazing they've been playing so far. But at the same time, lower bracket bruv, LDR. I mean, this is a tale as old as last year.
Yeah, I mean, they're one step closer already, right? Just one more win and that lower bracket buff is probably a real thing for this team. And maybe next year we see this completely new team, no members from LDR. They decide we're going to use the name Legends Reappear this year because apparently this is supposed to be the key to victory. Yeah. The draft. Look, I need to see the draft. I want to see what is being banned. I want to see what's being picked. And I'm expecting to see some signature picks in this last game. If you are not playing your best Pokemon and you are on the verge of elimination, I sense there might be some regret after this match.
For sure. And I think, look, Danny, I'm going to throw out a bit of a curveball here. We've talked a lot at length about different Pokemon that need to eat a ban, right? Different Pokemon that need to sort of have, the teams need to have their focus on. I actually think at the end of day number 1, we unanimously decided this Trevenant is a big problem. But I've decided on a new culprit, and that is Mew. I think Mew has very quietly just run its way all to the top of just being the premier attacker. It can do so much damage, has so much utility. You got damage from long range. You got pushback potential and a bit of control from light screen. You have evasive escape maneuvers with Surf or Coaching. There's just so much this Pokemon can do, and I think it needs to be respected. So I wouldn't be surprised to see it eat a ban here, force LDR onto some of their pocket strats, make them uncomfortable, because that's the only way you stand a chance of beating them. At least that's what it feels like.
There is there's another solution to this Mew, and I feel like teams haven't really tried to capitalize on this, and it is actually picking a strong bottom lane matchup. Because at the moment, in this game in particular, right, Mew was uncontested. Even though Knight was playing on the Espeon, there was a little bit of harassment here and there, but like more or less, there was no way they were going to catch that Mew. There are a few matchups you could try to do. Alternatively, maybe we see the team sack the top lane and say, let's actually focus on this bottom lane instead. Let's cripple the Mew, and then we work from there. Because there are several ways to approaching Unite. Like I know there's been a lot of emphasis in the top lane for all the teams today, and maybe the teams are sort of focusing a little bit too much up there and not realizing that you can allocate resources to other places, and your bottom lane attacker is definitely another good avenue to look into if top lane is not working for you.
Yeah, it almost feels like a bit of a default now, right? We always look at the evolutions or whatever early evolution Pokemon are coming out from the central area, and then we see them just kind of trot up to the top side, almost like it's, you know, muscle memory almost, right? So I think one of the main concerns is that we're seeing a lot of teams choose to rotate 4 members up to the top path, but that just means that Mew in any 1v1 situation is going to be able to out-secure their opponents. We suddenly stop back down there and, oh, okay, there's a level 6 Mew at like minute 8. Like, what is going on?
Well, in this case, actually, Mew's not even staying bottom. Mew is actually the one that is rotating up top. And Mew, because it's getting levels so freely in the bottom lane before they go for the 4-man push, provides so much utility for the team.
Yeah,
which is why I really think that maybe teams are going to have to reconsider, like, do we actually give our opponents that bottom free lane? Because that is ultimately what is happening. Now, Gyarados is going to be jumping into the match here for Retirement Homes. Now, Retirement Homes did opt for first pick in this matchup. This does mean Legends Reappear are going to get access to that last pick, as well as the first 2 picks. And look at this, Mew back on the field here, and they're going to pair this up with a Blastoise as well.
Very, very scary stuff. The Blastoise can provide so much control to single-handedly deal with this Gyarados. Sure, it might not be the best in terms of a one-on-one fight, but if you're able to just kind of hold that atrocious Pokemon down, the rest of the team can lay in the damage. Now, Legends Reappear, they're gonna have to give up the Sylveon as well as the Crustle though. So 2 very powerful tools. We already saw that pseudo combination, right? When you go for the Hyper Voice, you're just being able to, you're just coning your enemies, and nothing better to keep them in place than a nicely placed Rock Tomb.
Nicely placed Rock Tomb. There are options for this Crustle if they do want to try something a little bit different. You know, Stealth Rocks is always going to be there, although I do think the Rock Tomb and X-Scissor has to be the play here, because they definitely need to have someone pair up with Jeremy. Otherwise, I feel like Jeremy could run into a couple of kiting issues, especially with the existence of Chi-Chi and Ethos. I'm also curious to know what the build is for Manny, if it's going to purely be that Surf Hydro Pump, because that build itself as well really can prevent or limit what Jeremy's going to be able to do on the Gyarados. But look at this though, Knight jumping on the Gardevoir, so huge special attack combination between him and Stu. And Zavi, they're going to round out things for game number 2 with the Dodrio. We could be seeing some really crazy run-bys.
Yeah, and it's going to be Chi-Chi playing it, perhaps in this top half. At least that's the orientation that Legends Reappear has been going for so far. And it's a very good solution, perhaps, to catch out this Knight on the backside, right? On this Gardevoir. It's a Pokemon that wants to keep its distance, stay away from the fray, and just throw in as many moves as possible. But up against a Dragonite, up against a Dodrio, it might just prove to be a problem. This is a decider, though. Hands on the Gyarados, can they make this Pokemon work? It's been the target of so many bans, but they've chosen to take out the Inteleon instead, which is pretty interesting. Retirement Homes, one last shot at remaining in this tournament, one last shot at upsetting all the supposed upper bracket seats. Do you think they can do it, Danny?
They can. I actually think they can. They have a lot of tools in their kit. It's simply a case of, can they perfectly land all their moves together? We need them to work like an orchestra and to perfectly coordinate all of their unites, especially if there does end up being those big 5-on-5 team fights, right? Retirement Homes, they are running a monster lineup that wants to run at you together, and they're hoping with this that LDR sort of falls into this trap and fights into them 5v5. Now, the thing is, Legends, they do have a couple of great unites that they can fall back to as well. They do have the Typhoon and the Cotton Cloud Crash, so if things do get a little bit sticky, they can sort of disengage and sort of rethink their plan. But if it's a 5-on-5, there are too many Unites to keep track of. And so unless Udry can get on top of either the Sylveon or the Gardevoir, I just think these team fights should be in favor of retirement homes.
Yeah, we'll have to see, because I'm not gonna lie, this Gardevoir doesn't really have the easiest game in terms of planting their moves as well. A lot of mobility on the side of Legends Reappear in terms of where they can approach the fight from. And that's gonna make Fairy Singularity very hard to land on more than one target, but maybe one is all you need. Retirement Homes starting things out again with this Mew in the bot path, and despite what we were talking about, the Sylveon still heads up to this top side to back that poor Magikarp up.
Yeah, they really need to ensure that Jeremy has his lane. You don't want your little Magikarp to stay as a Magikarp. You do want to get that evolution, because the Gyarados is pretty crucial for this lineup for Retirement Homes, because without Jeremy, it really simply falls back to the Crustle. And I don't think Crustle in itself has the power to control some of the mobility coming out from Legends Reappear as they quickly get rid of that Sylveon. Look how quick things can go if you just let Legends Reappear do whatever you want. Your crowd control is key to keeping this team in check.
Chi-Chi just doing a great job in terms of jumping forward and sloshing down that poor Pokemon there. Legends Reappear, they're doing a very good job in terms of keeping this pressure up.
Absolutely. So as long as things are going to be okay, then we should be all right. But folks, we are back into the game. We do want to apologize. Just a couple of technical issues on our side, but the game is all right. And so far, there's still this attack happening in that top lane, but it looks like we are seeing a lull and a shift for both sides. We do have the Kirilla as well as the Dragonair getting ready to just go for those birds in the central lane. It happens so quickly, and Jeremy, the boost attack, oh my gosh, the body blocks, but the bounce just took too long. Two Pokemon for just a fraction of a second. Legends are playing so fast, and I fear for Retirement Homes, their lineup just requires too much ramp to come online.
Hyperspace Hole a bit too late in that situation. Couldn't help them out, and Legends Reappear able to catch the Gyarados off guard. Again, it might not be Chi-Chi playing this Mew, but it's proving to be such a big problem, punching down into steel from afar. And this Gyarados is struggling to really come online right now.
Yeah, this Dodrio is causing so many issues. Like, look at that. The tri-attack is already down to half health. They're trying to go for those basic attacks. Does zip on out of there. And without the lockdown, it's going to be so difficult for Jeremy to really get rid of this bird. Objectives are coming up in 5 seconds, and looks like both teams are respecting both sides. No one objective is getting more focus than the other, but looks like in the top lane, though, another skirmish, and Jeremy goes down yet again to this triple-headed bird, the Dodrio. Just too much for him to handle. So with Jeremy down in that top lane, looks like it's going to have to go all in on this Regirock. The defensive buff will help, but with the Dragonite here, it's going to be so hard to steal it away. Oh, the Hooper, though, saving things for their team. I mean, if you're the Dragonite and you're losing those to Hoopers, I think you've got to be thinking, well, that was my bad.
Yeah, absolutely, but we didn't really talk about this just yet. The Hoopa, once again, being able to transport the team. It looked like they were contesting a bit for the top path. They got the KO onto Steel, but Gyarados, even though he couldn't join the fight, he was still able to make it there in time. Very Singularity going completely wide. Here comes Dragonite. They're trying to pressure this, but it feels very over-aggressive. Bounce out of trouble, Steel. You need to keep yourself intact, but you've already lost the Gardevoir. Steel in a lot of trouble. Oh, Hyper Beam can't get the connection. Another bounce back. The back and forth. Here we go. The Wall Throttle. It's not that strong at this current moment. Gonna get X-Scissor up. Rock Tomb not connecting. Icy able to keep him safe with the heals. And now Slash down again. Here's the Sylveon. It's Legends Reappear ramping up the pressure. And Chi-Chi jumping forward. Jump kick. Stomp on some heads. Another Hyper Beam again and again. Stu stands no chance in this game. This Gyarados just can't come online. And another triple trample charge forward. Chi-Chi is on fire. This fried chicken is just heating them up right now. You got electricity. You got fire, you got ice. Retirement Homes, they don't know how to feel.
They don't know how to feel. They are being, I'm a little bit worried that they are being emotionally manipulated here, because Legends were so smart in that bottom fight, because in a lot of cases you do not want to fight on the enemy team's goal zone, but they continuously backed up enough and they feinted a retreat, and every single time Retirement Homes would chase them off their goal zone, and as soon as they were far enough away, Legends would turn around and say, it was a trap, we have you. They would get those knockouts, and even though there was a little bit of control there, there just wasn't enough. Retirement Homes need to tone it down a little bit and play in places where they have the advantage. The Dodrio, though, somehow catching the Sylveon again. The Sylveon has been struggling all game, but thankfully Lucky Hooper still securing the Reggie Alecki for the team. The Sodrio, though, almost cashing out Knight on the Guardi, but thankfully the team was there to support him. With the Reggie Alecki now advancing, what's the plan here for Legends? Do they continue to fight? Because they're keeping on going here. Retirement Homes, they're not old, they're still wanting to fight. The Sodrio comes in, assassinates Jeremy with the Typhoon, connecting onto the attackers. Now trying to back up here for Retirement Homes, but you know what Dodrio loves? He loves retreaters.
I believe in Chi supremacy. This guy is just destroying his opposition. This is a Dodrio performance like no other. We saw it with Serena stomping on head, seems to be his specialty. He's just jumping all around with the jump kick. Now, the only thing keeping Retirement Homes in this game is their ability to secure these objectives so far. It's allowed them to keep up some of the pressure and get some KOs in return. But Legends reappear. They're still at such a huge advantage.
They are still at a big advantage because of those points. And the thing is, I don't blame Retirement Homes, right? Because every time they go up against them, every knockout is going to give them much more than what Legends Reappear will get with these. And that looks like Stu, again, having to back out for this team. This Gyarados is struggling this game, and even with the assistance of that Crustal, he just goes down through all of this damage that's on the side of Legends Reappear. This is so uncharacteristic for a Gyarados. We are so used to seeing how big, chunky, and fat this Pokemon can be, but to see him go down, it's as if he's an attacker.
You know, the one thing about birds, I heard they love eating fish. Stu just has not had the time to grow big and grow powerful. Chi has kept him down. Every single time you pop up anywhere on the map, there's one of the three heads ready to peck you back down to size. And it's really worked out for Legends Reappear. Retirement Homes, it's been an amazing run for them in the lower bracket, but the lower bracket kings are ready to put an end to it. 266 points to 61. Danny, this is looking dire.
Yeah, they're trying to jump onto Ethos, but remember, Dragonite is huge. And look at this, again, the Dodrio just wants Knight. He knows the Guardi's squishy and he gives it for free. How are they giving away their attackers like this? And everyone else just collapses like a house of cards. Legends, they are just playing with Retirement Homes' feelings.
Yeah, you might have to get a walking stick after that one. They're looking shaky on the foothold. Retirement Homes, all this momentum that they got from making a brilliant run, it seemed to fall flat. And it's not really his fault, but I feel like a lot of their success has been on the back of stellar plays from Buzz on this defender. But in this particular game, on this Crustle, there's not much he can really do. There's not much he can really throw in to try and help. The Dojo is just running rampant.
I don't blame Buzz. This is such a hard game, right? Because he has to micromanage so many different players, and unless he gets the perfect connections, basically Knight and Co are sort of left on their own to basically manage themselves. Now here's the thing I'm worried about, because Buzz is all alone using his Unite. The team isn't even here, so what is even the plan for Retirement Homes? Just go into Legends as if nothing's ever happened. Buzz somehow is still alive. Jeremy burning him down with the screams. They're in the central lane. Manio is going down. Oh, the Gyarados has found the Blastoise, and now the team is it time for them to finally crumble. Jeremy the Sylveon trying to outrun the dragon. He does go down 3 Pokemon down on the side of Retirement Homes. And now it's only up to Knight and Stu. Can they somehow salvage their game? No, Trio!
They got him!
That is huge!
Okay,
that is huge!
okay.
He has been a thorn in Knight's side. This might be the time for Retirement Homes to come back.
As our man Nuggy loves to say, where there's a way, there's a way. And that's the only option for Retirement Homes right now. They need to make this count, but Legends Reappear. They show up at the pit, and they're ready to brawl. The knockout from Ray, helping them out for a moment. Ethos in trouble. They need to try and deal with the objective, but they're getting cleaned up. Steel is going to go down Hyper Voice. One last hope, but Jeremy, shut up. We don't want to hear anything out of you. Legends Reappear. The kings of the lower bracket. Retirement Homes, you're a bit too old for this. You don't belong here. Let us take it all the way. They've done it again, Danny.
They have done it again. Their journey isn't over yet, but they have come up against the final boss. Round 0 standing in the way of Legends Reappear, and we might actually see this team going to Worlds. I think a lot of people were sort of hoping to see them at Yokohama last year, but Honolulu, this is a very likely possibility for this team. I have to say though, big props to Retirement Homes. They put up 2 hell of a games against Legends. It's just unfortunate that this year didn't seem to be the year for the team, but I truly hope they don't retire. I need to see these boys again next year.
These guys, the way that they're playing, it feels like someone should sign and hand them fresh contracts. They're not ready to go just yet. They are such a powerful force to be reckoned with. And even though I'm sure these players, the thing with these players is they're all so hard on themselves. They don't realize that everyone knows how much work they put into this game. You can tell from the gameplay. You can tell from the ideas. They really poured their entire soul into this. And retirement homes, I really think it might be difficult, but they should hold their heads high because legends reappear. They came and they weren't messing around today. Every single bit of play, sure, there was some objectives very handily secured by the Hooper, but that was really just Unite climbing, doing such a good job. And dude, legends reappear. It just feels like they outclassed their opponents.
Lower bracket buff. I'm telling you right now, lower bracket buff for this team. It's actually kicking in. And look, as strong as Ground Zero is, I would be shaking going into these grand finals. I 100% promise you, if you ask the team outright, who would you prefer to play? The correct answer would probably be retirement homes.
Yeah, 100%. Because legends reappear, they just have this uncanny way of finding an opening, finding an out. Even when you put them up against the wall, they just find a little crack, slip through like the most annoying vermin you've seen in your damn life. And I do have to wonder whether retirement homes fell for a little bit of a trap there, letting the Gyarados through. Sure, it's one of the most powerful Pokemon that we've seen in this current patch, but as the tournament progresses, you've not played Gyarados for a bit. It's always been banned out. And maybe you just haven't really felt out the limits in a while. All that muscle memory of the strats that they play, of their silly kind of compositions, they're familiar with that. That's what they have momentum on. But on this kind of strat that we haven't really seen yet, the Gardevoir from Night, still on this Gyarados, it just didn't pan out. And Ethos, rock solid on that Dragonite as usual. And the rest is history. Chi-Chi was a maniac.
Absolute maniac. Since we have started to see so much Gyarados, I actually think we are finally reaching that point where Gyarados might not be a suitable pick anymore during the first phase because teams have figured this Pokemon out. They know how to draft around it. And I fear that we might be in that stage where Gyarados has to be considered as one of the last 2 Pokemon to pick in your lineup because if you are telling your opponents, we're going to first pick Gyarados, you're basically telling them, okay, you can build your lineup to deal with our Gyarados. Like, this is a Pokemon that needs to have some kind of advantage. It cannot be completely countered. It needs setup in lane. It can't be just left in the dust. It needs the setup from his teammates as well. I actually think you cannot first pick this Pokemon anymore. It has to be either 4th or 5th.
Yeah, and I think, Danny, we've sort of experienced a couple of other similar games with drafting mechanics as well. This is why so many of us were so excited about the draft mode, because it introduces such complexities to the game. You can't just pick a strong Pokemon. It'll just give the opponent so many options to counter it, and that's what we see from LDR. Sure, it was nothing specific in terms of a Pokemon, a one-to-one counter situation, but they prepared so well for it. They knew exactly what they needed to do to keep Steel down. And we have our grand finalists, Danny. It's LDR with the lower bracket buff, ready to take down the Kings. Ground Zero. It's been an org that's been with OC since the start of Pokemon Unite. Let's see whether they can take it the distance. We'll be back with the grand finals for you after a short break, so don't go anywhere.
The moment is finally here, folks. Grand finals for the Pokémon UNITE Championship Series for the Oceanic region. We have been building up to this moment this whole weekend, and I can't believe that it's finally here, Danielle. What an incredible set that last one was. And you know what? That's the thing. We're coming to the conclusion, but there's still a long journey ahead.
A long best of 5 journey, maybe even 2 best of 5s, because remember folks, grand finals, there's a chance that we get that reset and we could actually get 10 games today. I feel like this is a possible reality considering the caliber of our grand finalists today.
Is it deja vu? Because Legends reappear in exactly the same spot that they were in last year, making that losers bracket run, landing themselves in that grand finals. Now, while it is a different team this time, with Ground Zero having that top spot, I mean, if Legends reappear can do it once, well, can they do it twice?
Definitely. I actually think this team has the potential to possibly take home the championship title today and the ticket to Honolulu, because only one of these teams is going to make it. Yes, I know, OC gets 2 slots to Worlds, but just a reminder to all of our viewers that have just tuned in and you kind of don't know the status for the OC region, the first spot has already been awarded to Antic Esports because they have already qualified through championship points. So the last spot, the paid spot, goes to the champion for regionals here for OC. And unfortunately, like, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but only one of these teams is actually going to get that spot. So regardless of who you cheer for, guys, let's wish these teams for the best games ever, right? This is the time for you to shine your brightest. You need to play your absolute best. You need to be on form, spot on, because if it's not today, your next opportunity is next year.
Oh, yes, exactly. You want to lock in that spot, but this is what these teams, these players have been training for all season. You know, it comes down to that training. It comes down to all of the research that they've been putting in, but it also comes down to skill as well, and most importantly, team synergy. After all, this is a team game, and there is no I in team. And right now, looking at the way Legends reappeared, played that last match, like they have that team synergy. But that is not to underestimate Ground Zero, because I must say those first two matches of the day, they were pretty impeccable too.
I mean, if anything, though, that first matchup was sort of just an appetizer for what the grand final really was. Like, believe it or not, that was the grand final, sort of. Like, I guess, like the tester match. So this is the thing now. These teams have had a taste of each other. They know what to sort of expect with the lanes, with how everything is going to go during mid-game and execution. So now it's a second chance, really, for Legends Reappear to come in and actually take their games off of Ground Zero, because at the moment it's 2-0, right? So Legends have not beaten Ground Zero at all. Is it now time for Legends to come in and actually start swiping these games away and to force the reset?
Well, you know what? That's the thing. Legends, I feel like they learn a lot from their matches and they're able to adapt. We have clearly seen this. So it's just a matter of whether, they are able to take those two earlier games in the day and go and make an adaptation. They need to make sure that they don't end up buckling under that pressure. Yeah, Ground Zero may have defeated them twice. 2-0, that was the beginning, but it's also just the momentum that Legends have right now. Ground Zero, they have had a bit of a break here, but also that break could have possibly benefited them, because you know what? They would have already been looking at the compositions that Legends Reappeared have and also their strats there. But you know what? I think we need a recap of the day. Let's see how it has panned out. Let's bring up the bracket.
All right, so for anyone that's missed out on today's game, we started off with the upper bracket final, which was Ground Zero versus Legends Reappeared. And from here, we saw Ground Zero get a 2-0 victory over Legends, pushing them into the grand final and also shoving Legends into the lower bracket. But did the lower bracket stop them at all? No, because they were able to beat out Retirement Homes, who actually also beat out Antic Esports in that losers semis. And with this victory, this 2-0 convincing victory for Legends Reappear, this puts them into the grand final spot to rematch against Ground Zero. Now, just a reminder, the previous games, they were all best of threes. This grand final, both matches, and the potential reset, if it does happen, these are all best of fives. And one of the things that we need to keep in mind with best of fives is that, unlike best of threes, you have more opportunities to play against your opponent. And every time you play that extra game, you are learning something, you are adapting, you're figuring things out. And maybe for some of the players as well, like some players unfortunately start feeling fatigue. They feel tired, and that can impact their mechanical skill as well as their mindset whilst playing these matches. And so it's going to be really interesting to see how these teams are going to do within this marathon of a grand final, because sure, I know some players, Joe in particular, at least I know definitely with Joe, this man plays so much Unite. I don't think fatigue is going to be an issue for him, but I kind of question some of the other players, not just on Ground Zero, but also Legends, like how often or how much Unite do they normally play? And if they're only playing a couple hours a day, like, is this grand final format really going to hurt them?
As I said, we were here last year. Legends made that grand finals run, and Danny, there were 9 matches that they ended up playing out. So, I mean, we might be in it, but might be here for the long haul as well as these players. We'll just have to wait and see. But I don't think Legends, they don't tire. They live and thrive off the momentum that they gather.
Yeah. So as we do get our teams and players ready in the lobby, good to go, they're probably having their final checks amongst themselves and also having their little pep talks. What do you think is going to happen in this best of 5, Kello? Do you think we are actually going to go to the reset?
Oh, look, you know what? more games, more entertainment for the OCE region. I mean, that's what we all want to hope and see, but then I guess it depends on whether you are rooting for Ground Zero here. You want to see Ground Zero take this 3-0, right? But unless you're on Legends side, then yeah, you want to see them go and defeat Ground Zero. So I guess, as you mentioned, I feel like it's going to be a bit of a tennis match here, where it's going to be very backwards and forth between these teams. The caliber that they at, these are the best of the region after all. So we can't underestimate them, and I wouldn't expect anything less.
Well, I do believe the draft is almost ready, so once we're good to go, we'll jump right into it. But folks, I hope you're ready. It's the grand final for the OC Regionals. One of these teams is going to Honolulu, and unfortunately, the other team is going to have to sit home and watch and maybe even cheer for their countrymen as they play at Worlds later this year. What is going to appear on the draft? What is getting banned? Is anyone going to be targeted? Is there going to be some secret cheesy strats popping up in this grand final? Anything is possible, but we are here. The draft is ready. Let's go, Kello.
I'm predicting some potential dragon bans, whether it's that Dragonite or whether it's that Gyarados, but this is something that we saw earlier on in the day, the Inteleon and Leafeon over on the other side. So I guess these Pokemon are just too much of a threat to Ground Zero. Are we back in the winners final, Danny?
We might be, but to be fair, right? Like these bans are definitely warranted.
Yeah,
if you're
for sure.
Ground Zero, like you really need to limit the attacker options on the other side, because you also want to win your own bottom lane matchup. You need to ensure that Beagle has the best lane possible. So to remove those strong laners, because Mew and Inteleon, believe it or not, even though Inteleon is a 3-stage evolution, these are really great laners. They're really quite difficult to punish. And so to remove them from the pool, it sort of changes the options here for Legends, and they have to look at alternative attackers. But I think if you're Beagle, you kind of don't care about everything else. It's just the Mew and Inteleon that's been a really big pain for him to deal with down there.
Yeah, it's just those pesky backliners. You take those away, well, Legends are gonna have to fall onto something else. Otherwise, cruelly locking in that Dragonite. We have that Trevenant pick over on the side of Ground Zero Gaming. Definitely a favorite for this team, along with the Espeon. Have we actually seen the Espeon being played by Ground Zero earlier on?
Yes, Beagle actually played Psyshock Espeon. So this isn't new at all. Yeah, so he's gonna run it back again. But look at this though, Joe getting his hands on the Scizor, because he is one of the only players in the world I have seen to play Scizor. And their support is likely going to be Waz. Now, Waz has a lot of options in this game for partners. He's got Cruelly and he's got Joe. He can jump on either of them. If Beagle needs some emergency heals, that is going to be an option too. But the great thing about this comp is that Cole is on the Trevenant. And Trevenant is more or less self-sustainable. He doesn't need the heals, which means Waz can sort of pick and choose who he wants to pocket. And the Legends, because the Comfey isn't there for Xavi, I'm kind of wondering, like, how's Xavi going to play this game? Like, who's his option to jump on top of? Because I don't see a Zoro being able to take out a Dragonite or a Scizor. Beagle, like, definitely try go for the Espeon, but I just don't see him having an easy time getting into that backline.
I am quite worried for Legends here. I'm not going to lie, their team composition seems quite squishy. Chi-Chi doesn't really have much of a front line besides Manny on that Crustal. So for Joe to go in there, and especially if it has a Pocket Comfey on it, they're definitely going to have to be wary. But even then, it's going to be a difficult time for Xavi here. They don't have the Pocket Comfey themselves. So I think picking up that Comfey, knowing that Xavi locked in that Zoroark, was a really smart play there.
Yeah. You know what? I actually think Legends might still have a chance here. Sure, you don't have the Pocket Comfey, but we saw Beagle playing the Zoro without any kind of Comfey support. So I'm kind of wondering, are they maybe taking a page out of Ground Zero's book and saying, like, okay, if you can run Zoro with that Comfey, we can too. We've got other support options that are going to be able to back us up. So we'll have to see how things go. But a quick refresher for anyone that is new to this series. These two teams have played up against each other in the upper bracket winners final. And in those games, Ground Zero got the 2-0. And in both games, we saw Ground Zero 5-man push the top lane. And both times, it just seems like Legends was not prepared for it. So I'm kind of curious to know, is this going to be the same case here for our first game in Grand Finals?
You know what I wasn't prepared for, Danny? A two-person invade. We have Kaloan on the Phantom, was up on the Comfey. They are just doing a supportal battle right now, but Comfey doesn't have as much HP as a Gossifleur. Able to latch onto Kaloan there, heal them up. They weren't able to take that red buff, but they are still wasting a lot of time and being an absolute nuisance to Legends right now.
Oh, they aren't able to catch. Oh, the Zorua, that was so close. If they got the knockout onto Zabi, that would have been amazing. But instead, though, the Sylveon is going to be knocked out in that top lane because it's a solo lane up here. The Sylveon had to go all by themselves because it was a 2v2 in the central area.
A 2v2, but now we do have 3-4 up in that top half, leaving Beagle on that Espeon all alone. So this is what you called earlier. It's just this 4-person push up in that top half, making sure they're able to capitalize and get the most of those Swablues and Altaria. But on the opposite side, we have Legends capitalizing on this bottom half, being able to take down Beagle and dunk in some points of their own.
Yeah, so this was something that I mentioned, right? Because at this point of time, Ground Zero have made it explicitly clear that top lane is always going to be their priority. And so for Legends, they've just decided to change trajectory. Go and attack that bottom lane because Beagle, more or less, is never protected. He's always going to be alone. And Zoroark is probably one of the best candidates for jumping on top of that Espeon as well. Now, we are going to be seeing a battle for that central lane as well. Joe is here with the Comfey and by himself, already down to half health here. Oh boy, this Night Slash is too much for him to handle, however. And Zoroark gets out of there scot-free. Thankfully for the Comfey, they can latch onto the tree. But is there enough sustain? Has to hop off. Gets the reset, heals as well. Woodhammer goes down. And here we go. Maybe the Dragonite can save the day. Was waiting for the cooldown, will eventually latch onto the Dragonite, but the attack, the pressure coming in from Legends reappear, they are definitely spot on for game number 1.
Yeah, being able to get that pick off in that central area for that Zoroark there. But the thing is, we do have a Dragonite that is now online. Now, they are level 8, so probably looking for level 9. That way, they do have their Unite move before these first objectives. But first, we need to deal with these Swablues and Altaria. They do end up going over to either side, but we have Cruelly being able to get 2 picks on Sylveon and Eldegoss, and they are not finished. They're looking for more. Able to take down the Zoroark. Is Chi-Chi going to be the next victim of that Hyper Beam? I mean, half HP, they didn't get finished off. They're able to just create some space with that Poltergeist.
Yeah, so the fact that Chi-Chi has to go for Poltergeist, like you can tell they need the extra crowd control for this matchup. Now, Joe just going to buy time as they do get the secure there with the Dragonite. And I mean, there's only so much you can do with a Chandelure, Sylveon, and a Eldegoss in that top lane. We've got the Zoroark that has rotated in, but it was just too little too late. And while this has happened, Cruelly even uniting to the bottom lane just so that they can get here much quicker. Going to start working on those objectives. Cole all alone, being slowly worked down by Zabi. But the thing is he actually a trap? Because they're so busy trying to get rid of the tree that the Regirock goes in favor of Ground Zero anyway.
Yeah, that was a great distraction coming from Kalu in there, just keeping them too preoccupied. Dragonite doing Dragonite things, plus the help of the Espeon. 2 objectives to the side of a Ground Zero. Things are looking pretty decent. They do have the advantage in points, but the thing is, they have a level 10 Dragonite on their side. But we do have Espeon falling on down. A little bit of a push down in the spot path. Manny is able to get a great X-Scissor, but is not able to finish the job as we do have Joe and Comfey joining the fray.
Oh, that was a big one, connecting onto both of the supports. Phantom Forest gets deployed, but the Poltergeist actually preventing Joe from advancing. So really great disengage there for Legends. But I have to say that this game is still pretty even across the board. The scoreline is very close, and any team that wins this next up-and-coming team fight can absolutely take the lead. We do have another jump here, as the Trevenant is the first player to go down, even using the ultimate there for the Chandelure. Lights out, can't see anything, and Ground Zero losing 3 players in the process. And now Sylveon wanting to go for the solo knockout down to Cruelly, but the angle is just not there for the voice, but finally gets it there. Last chip damage and a big push in that bottom lane.
Yeah, great kicks off for Legends reappear there. They're able to get in a 39 over dunk down in that bottom half. And now they're gunning for that Trevenant Comfey duo, but the heals are just too much for them. And they are once again just doing their job, distracting Legends reappear while Espeon and Dragonite make their way up into the top half where that Regieleki is waiting.
Poltergeist has been used as well, so Chi-Chi's going to have to wait for this to come off cooldown before they can try and engage for this Regieleki. But the Hyper Voice Sylveon doing a really great job at zoning. In the meantime, though, in the central area, Joe slowly whittling Manny and Zavi down. Now, the fact that he's been kept busy down here means that they know Joe is not in that top lane. So Legends, how do they want to approach this Regieleki? Trevenant is here, so it's not going to be an easy time trying to get in there. But look at that, though, Phantom Forest right before the Regieleki's taken down, so no way for Legends to get any kind of seal. And even using the Unite move to turn the lights out, but doesn't really matter. I think Legends might have just lost it on the spot.
Oh, the Regieleki goes on in 4 tier points to follow. We do have Zavi giving up on that Reg Ice, instead returning back to home base. I mean, they've gone, replenished their HP. Now they're going to head back on down where it's sitting. But this has given enough time for Ground Zero to also get a reset. Be really interesting to see whether they're actually going to contest this or whether they're just going to focus on getting the wild Pokemon that are on their board right now.
Yeah, I think this is just a really difficult time for Legends because they need to ensure that they do have their macro game going. So get the experience that they need on their key Pokemon. Now, Ground Zero, we've got 3 down here so far. Comfey pocketing the Dragonite and Omega's doing the best he can, but we do have Manny sitting on top of him, but the secure yet again going in favor of the Dragonite. Although we do get a counter knockout, the Chandelure getting rid of the Dragonite as well as the Comfey partner. So a lovely bump of experience here for Legends. Sure, you don't get the Reg Ice, but those knockouts, every knockout that they get on Ground Zero is giving them some really crucial experience in anticipation for the Ray game.
Oh yeah, every knockout counts, especially when you do end up losing on those objectives, the experience. I mean, the fact that while Legends, they haven't been able to get the last hits on these objectives, they've been able to keep up in levels and they've been able to keep up in points. So it isn't too much loss for them. Obviously, we still have the final stretch with that Rayquaza coming in about 30 seconds, but we do have another Regieleki that is about to spawn in 20 seconds as well. So whether either of these teams are going to go and prioritize that or whether they're just going to focus on positioning and getting ready for the final stretch.
Yeah, so Legends definitely just going to give this away. They're in no position to try and compete for this, but instead both teams, they're actually preparing for Rayquaza instead. Joe's in the top lane, but I don't think he has enough damage on his own to go for the solo play. So we'll have to see what the play is. But one thing we do know for sure is that Legends are going to have to watch that bottom tier 1 gold zone because that can absolutely break just like this. Perfect timing for the Trevenant to grab that down to half health. But I mean, you've done your job. You've broken the gold zone and now you have a 4-point lead.
Yeah, but these teams don't know this. It is a close battle. Instead, they're going to go out. All right, Brawl going to use those Unites as well.
Truly?
But members are just scattering about, trying to create some space, hoping to get a big bonk on the team of Legends. They need to back away. Their HP pools are quite low. And unfortunately, their supporters just aren't healing enough. But 2 members of Ground Zero Gaming are down. Legends, they have the upper hand here. They have the burn. They're going to be able to shred up this Rayquaza, but they have to be wary of Cole and the Comfey. Oh my gosh, Danny.
They're not here. It doesn't matter. They got the Ray. I mean, there was only so much you could do as this Dragonite. He wasn't there to steal away the Ray. He just couldn't make it in time. And he also had to think about, hey, there's a Crustle that's about to score 100 points in our bottom lane. But Legends, they did such an amazing job peeling Ground Zero away from their team. They slowly pulled them apart as if they were just this big dough of bread, and they managed to push them so far apart that nobody in Ground Zero could reinforce their teammates whenever they got dove, whenever they got attacked. We saw Joe so far out from his team. I mean, I don't think anyone was in position to sort of protect him. We had Beagle that was running for his life from a Crustle. That's one Espeon's worst nightmare. So Legends starting game 1 strong, looking to secure this first match and putting them one step closer to a bracket reset in the grand finals.
They were looking for revenge. They've managed to get 1 notch on the board. Going to make sure to just try brawl it out, reset, take a deep breath. What is going to come of Ground Zero here? As we mentioned, it is a best of 5, but I must say, as I said, it's just this momentum. The fact that Legends were able to match up Ground Zero during that match, despite pretty much losing all of those objectives, they were able to just go and prioritize their levels, know when to pick their fights, know when to push these pads at the right time. And you know what? I was a bit worried. Xavi didn't have the Comfey. They've definitely proved me wrong. They don't need a Comfey pocket. They can just do it, and they managed to get 10 KOs as well.
Xavi played this game so well, and I kind of feel like Ground Zero underestimated the potential of him coming into this game because they were thinking like, oh, you don't have a Comfey. There's no way you dive into our back line. Yeah, he kind of didn't care about that. He just saw low health bars, and he just sort of goes in and goes for those, just goes for the knocks out. Just doesn't care at all. In this next matchup, obviously if you're Ground Zero, you're going to have to think, okay, was this Zoro arc actually an issue? Or was it something else? Was it the Zoro? Was it the lanes? Maybe they have to change the way that they adapt their lanes. Because remember, earlier on, they didn't follow Ground Zero. They didn't let Ground Zero completely play their game. They pressured bottom lane. They slowed Beagle down. They ensured Xavi was able to stabilize and wasn't knocked out early. I just really think that Legends, they did a fantastic job just sort of adapting after their first series against Ground Zero.
Yeah. That's all we're talking about, learning these lessons, and Legends Reappear are able to demonstrate this. I guess in terms of the composition that Ground Zero Gaming had, they had the two all-rounders. Do you think maybe potentially a Scyther pick, just having a little bit more burst damage there, could have helped them shred down the likes of Xavi and Chi-Chi rather than the slow burn?
Well, possibly, but that would also put Joe at risk. Like, if he misses a combo, like, that's it. That's the issue with Scyther. It's a Pokemon that requires such precision when you are trying to make those dives happen. But I mean, it's Joe. And if there's a player from OC that you want to put your faith in to play a mechanically skilled Pokemon, it's probably Joe. So very likely, although we have seen him play a variety of Pokemon, right? It's not just Scizor that is one of his favorite picks. Like, we've seen him play Metagross. And I am kind of thinking, like, is he maybe going to explore other avenues? Or maybe the team in general just sort of changes up their play style overall? Because I think the comp was fine for the team. But I do think I have to question whether or not the Comfey was really necessary for this composition. Like, maybe it was just to steal it from Legends in case they did try and go for that pocket Comfey Zoro combo. But I do feel like Ground Zero would have benefited from a different support option here to either bump up the power levels of their own attack, options, or just really aim for team sustain. Because if you're going for these long out team fights, like, you're better off with an actual proper support that can heal your team.
Yeah, so I guess having a Blissey that's able to share around those eggs, I guess Comfey can only heal who it's attached on, but once it's detached as well, you've got to really work out that timing. And that's the thing. I think Ground Zero, they had some great plays there, Cole going in for some back caps and everything like that. They were able to sustain that, Trevenant and also Joe, for quite a long while. Yeah. I guess the objective for this game, in my eyes, for Ground Zero Gaming, well, to get all of those objectives. But after all those objectives are done, it comes down to that team fight. And yeah, as we saw, they just didn't have enough shred to match Legends' power there.
So what's the change here for game number 2, right? Like, we've seen
this
Joe...
is why... We're casters, not competitors.
Broadcast, right? Yeah. So it's like, well, we've seen him play a multitude of Pokemon. So the obvious ones is we've seen him play a lot of Gyarados if he is allowed. He's played Scizor, he's played Metagross, and then in the past, if you allow him to sort of do his own mid shenanigans, like we've seen him play Dodrio, Scyther, Greninja. I think last year we saw him play Greninja as well. Azumarill was also an option earlier today. So I kind of wonder, like, okay, You pulled out the Azumarill in that last, or at least the first matchup. Do you have any other Pokemon that you might be able to sort of pull off again in game number 2? Serena? He does play Serena. Okay, from what I understand, I think Serena is one of his favorite Pokemon to play. So if he does pull out the Serena, I mean, it's not just going to be like a Serena for no reason. It is going to be because he loves playing Serena. Although knowing Beagle, he'll never let him play Serena. So,
Oh, let Joe play Serena. I mean, that would be a treat indeed. It is a best of 5, but once again, you don't want to be on the back foot. You want to try and get as many of those pips as possible. The advantage, you don't want to leave it to the last straw and the last chances there. But after all, you know, hey, anything can happen. Joe is so versatile. Maybe we might end up getting a Serena.
Look, I'm also like, it's not. We can't just talk about Joe, even though he is probably, I think, arguably one of the best players within the region. But we got to talk about Xavi as well. This man is razor sharp when he is on point with his matches, and yeah, he got harassed in the early game this game, but I mean, in the mid game, you look at him and you think like, did this man snowball after that initial attack in the central area? Like, he did such a great job with the comeback and choosing where he needed to be so that he knew he could get some free knockouts and also not be punished at the same time. So I do think there might have to be some talks within Ground Zero to say that, okay, we need to figure out how to stop Xavi from being impactful for the team. And the question is, how do you do that, right? Do you sort of explore
They just did a double invade. They just did a double invade. But it didn't end up shutting him down enough.
Like, invade his house and just feel like, just steal him away. You
5-person
can't have Xavi, bring
invade.
it yourself. But I'm just wondering, like, is it maybe now going to be a case of choice of Pokemon? Because we look at Xavi, right? And he plays a lot of agile, like very speedy, high damage Pokemon.
Yes.
And that's where you have to sort of look at Ground Zero and say, like, do we need to bring back Clefable? Because one of the big changes with Clefable being nerfed back then was that with Clefable not being so prevalent in the meta, it allowed a lot of speedsters to make a comeback. And so maybe that's something that Ground Zero are going to look into. Maybe Waz is going to have to put his finger back in the controller for Clefable, and maybe that's sort of a step in the right direction to prevent Xavi from just doing what he normally does.
But do you think Clefable would have enough power there? I mean, there's a reason why this supporter doesn't really get it picked up. I guess one of the answers that we were looking for and didn't consider was, well, just ban the Zoroark. It's too much of a threat. But because they have banned that Zoroark, it is going to leave open for Mew to be picked up. But okay, so Ground Zero, having first pick, like that, yeah, there we go. That's the answer there. I mean, could solve one of the problems. It might not solve all of them, though.
Yeah, and this is the neat, and I love the way that Ground Zero sort of approached the drafting stage, because they already knew that for Legends, they are going to be wanting to prioritize the ban on the Gyarados because they think that Leafeon is going to be the first choice for Ground Zero. So, unfortunately for Legends, they kind of banned it for themselves because they didn't expect Ground Zero to actually go for the new pick themselves. But we are looking at some pretty strong drafts across the board here. So Cruelly is looking to play the Dodrio this game. This is going to make the game super action-packed, and they are going to be supported with some really fantastic options. Mew, stable laner, very hard to chase, Blastoise, AoE control, and can dish out some really good damage.
It'll be really interesting to see whether they're going to go for that more tankier Blastoise style, the Hydro Pump and the Surf, or whether they're going to go for that Rapid Spin like we have seen in previous matches as well. And whether it is going to be Kaluan, I mean, looking at their items, it is probably that more tankier style. But you know what? Hooper being picked up here, I do like this. This is going to, you know, potentially help them, but they are quite squishy as well.
They're very squishy. So who is playing what? Because we have Joe currently locked onto Espeon. We very rarely see
Joe
Pokemon, but
might play Dodrio.
Do you think they're going to go for the lane swap? I don't think so. I think they're kind of locked into this. But I have to say, though, the fact that Chi-Chi's picked up this Blaziken, okay, I want you to look.
Yeah.
Okay, Joe is playing the Dodrio.
Yeah.
I want you to still look at...
Oh, wait. Beagle on the Dodrio, Joe and Mew. I'm going to be honest, I don't think I've seen Joe play Mew before. So maybe this might be the secret tech. I guess in my eyes, I've always seen Joe as an all-rounder type of player. So this is definitely new, but you know what? Blaziken, I like this Fire Chicken choice.
I really like that Blaziken last pick. I didn't mention it, but Ground Zero have no way to lock down a Blaziken. So if Chi-Chi just gets in there and is not knocked out, but when he shows his face out of the bush, he's going to have a heyday. in Ground Zero's comp because they are so squishy. Espeon, Mew, and Dodrio, like your core Pokemon, they are all so juicy, squishy, delicious. But that's the whole point of Blaziken, right? You just go in there and you turn everyone into mincemeat. So if they don't shut down Chi-Chi in this early game, I feel like Chi-Chi is just going to make a few Ground Zero hamburgers. That's all I'm gonna say.
Oh, them patties are going to be frying up here. But you know what? Early game. We are going to send Icy and Ethos to make sure to secure those objectives, considering we did have an invade last time. Joe is going up into that top path with the Mew as well. I mean, going into Torchic and a Gossifleur, they probably do have that advantage considering they already have their full evolutions. So it's just a matter of, as you mentioned, just keeping this Torchic at bay.
Keep the Torchic at bay. If anything, you want to keep it on the goal zone, right? Stay on the goal zone, don't get any last hits, and then you're going to be pretty happy. And the great thing with Joe on this Mew as well is the fact that Mew is really great at last hitting. You've got the boosted into Electro Ball. You also have access to that surf, so when the birds come out, you just surf them onto your side of the map. There's a lot of options because Joe is playing on this Mew. And this Torchic is going to need a lot of support, and they're going to bring in the whole cavalry for this. Sure, they don't have any Crustle, but there's a lot of firepower up here.
Yeah, but Legends don't also have the whole cavalry. Ground Zero have 4v4. We do have no. Dodrio ends up collapsing, and now Legends are looking to pick up on this momentum. No, they're not. They're going to back on up, play it safe.
That is a huge win for Legends, though, because they've knocked out the Dodrio, meaning that they were able to just go for a really hard push. Sad that there weren't any more KOs for this team, but, I mean, they've stabilized things. Your Torchic is now a Combusken, so not slowing down too much in this top lane. They're going to continue with the attack up here, though, because they're going to rotate that Espeon back up there. Whereas for Ground Zero, they're going to be sending some of their assistants into that bottom lane, as Wartortle does need a little bit of help down there, too. Just keep the assault. Don't let Chi-Chi have their game.
You cannot let them fully hatch into that full-blown chicken, but we do have those Swablues and Altaria that have spawned on up. Looks like Ground Zero are going to soak up most of those, but Ethos is looking to get that last Altaria for themselves.
Beagle super close, almost getting knocked out because of the Rock Tomb, but I mean, you've lost the Espeon. That is a bit of a savory loss there for Ground Zero. Now, Zabi tries to go for the 30-point score, but Waz is here, and so is this Wartortle. Cole's going to try and buy some time, but there's only so much you're going to be able to do. But here comes Beagle through that portal, and Joe is here as well, coming in with the coaching. Cole, though, taking quite a bit of damage. They stun lock the Crustle, and they get rid of him right off the bat. And now the birds have come in into that bottom lane as well. Zavi is still here, but he's now got the support of a fully evolved Ethos. Ethos is now currently peaking as this Dragonite right as objectives are about to come on.
I'd say Ethos is probably going to do what Cooley did last time in terms of getting those objectives, but oh my gosh, popping up through that hyperspace hole at the perfect moment to just go and deny Chi-Chi from getting in those stacks. They're going to be able to go and dunk in some points of their own, making sure to also pad the attack weight stacks. But as we said, Ethos, Dragonite, just on the objective duty, but Ground Zero Gaming were able to go and delete that top tier 1 pad.
Oh, that was such a nice Rock Tomb. So no Blastoise for a hot minute. That is going to be quite difficult for Ground Zero to make any kind of initiation happen. And Chi-Chi is back, so they're going to start to slowly work away at this Reggie Alecki. And knowing Ground Zero, they cannot afford to give this away, because if they do, they're going to have to spend a lot of time defending that tier 1 goal zone. So the entire team is coming. There is no Crustle. It's down the bottom lane. They managed to get it, though. The Sylveon securing it for the team. And Dodrio, first one to collapse on the side of Ground Zero. But they do manage to catch a surf there onto the Sylveon, but they just don't have the damage. Alecki standing on the edge of that goal zone. Psychic Soleil used, but not enough to get any KOs. And they're just charging up this heat wave. Oh, Chi-Chi, this Blaziken, this is what you want. You are thriving. Triple trample and a surf from the Mew, but I just don't see these Pokemon falling. Beagle's doing the best he can, trying to dance around them as it's Dodrio, but there's only so much you can do at level 9.
Ethos is being slippery like an eel, using that Dragon Dance at that perfect time to just go and dodge Beagle on that Dodrio. Being able to just maneuver and kite around, it's really graceful, isn't it?
Oh my gosh, it is. I'm just watching this and I'm thinking, why can't my games look like this, you know? I play my games and I'm just like, what is this mess that I've sort of put myself into? But this is also the nature of just competitive Unite. These guys have been training with each other for who knows how long. And not even just teaming up to play competitively, like they obviously run into each other in ranked matches all the time. So they are sort of down to the T with tendencies and habits from all these players that you can really just make these very intricate plays that the average person would just be like, what the heck was that? But we do have a serve there connecting onto some players there in the bush, and Legends reappear, and quite a bit of chip damage thrown away by Ground Zero, hoping to just slowly miss them away.
Oh my gosh!
Serve connecting onto 3, but 2 Pokemon popping Unites just to avoid the damage and the knockup. They're going to keep going though. Beautiful X's and a Rubble Rouser catching out onto 2 of Ground Zero's Pokemon. No Blastoise, no Espeon. We're just left with 2 so far. Here a triple here the Dodrio coming back into the fray, but I mean, you've lost so many bodies in this fight. Joe's doing the best, pulling them onto the speed flux. Maybe this is where the comeback can happen. Another surf as well, pushing them back onto their side of the map. And Ground Zero are done. They say, we can't fight into this. We've just run out of gas.
I mean, looking at the state of the field right now, you had that 3 level 9s or 3 level 10s now. Ground Zero Gaming, they need to just farm on up, get some experience. There are a lot of yellow dots on the map. However, Chi-Chi on that Blaziken has just hit that mark of the level 13. So has both of those plus movements on hand. So we're definitely going to have to keep an eye on him. Dragonite also about to tick over as well. We do have another Reggie Alecki up there, but we are having a little bit of a squabble here. Omegle knowing, okay, no, you know what? I don't want to become fried popcorn chicken here. I'm just going to back myself away.
Yeah, don't mess with the overheat Blaziken. That's just, that's such a scary Pokemon. And the thing is, like, I think Beagle didn't even expect himself to just be caught in the kick. He just wanted to come in and go for the steal. Ends up getting a kick, has a mini heart attack and just runs away. But look at this though, Cole, he's a Blastoise. He still goes down, jumps into the entire team. And without Cole, I think as Ground Zero, you just can't fight into Legends regardless. No matter what you do, you just don't have a way to fight without your Typhoon.
You know what's really interesting? This is the game that Ground Zero were playing last match. Being able to get all of those objectives to themselves, Legends reappear, well, they're doing exactly the same this time around, considering they have that Dragonite. They do have the one-up. I mean, in terms of points, 138 to 214, it's not too much of a disparity, so Ground Zero Gaming do have a chance here, but I mean, level 13, Sylveon, Dragonite, and a Blaziken is really going to be a tough one to match, especially if they're able to get this basement Reggie, which is going to be a Reggie Rock.
That's huge. That buff is going to make it so difficult for Ground Zero to make any kind of just like insta-KO play. Because that's what the team needs right now. They need to go in, they need to just get rid of somebody and hope that the numbers advantage is going to be enough to sort of push them through these fights. But I just don't see that happening. Everyone on Legends is just so freaking tanky. And even if you catch them, like, Sylveon has a get out of free card with its Unite. Same thing with the Eldegoss, another get out of free card Unite move as well. And Crustle, you try to take out the Crustle, you got Rubble Rouser in your face. That's a setup for his team to just jump on top of you as well. It is so difficult to just pick somebody and say, this is the person that's the problem, let's just get rid of them.
I like the positioning here of Legends as well, making sure to keep that Sylveon in that back line to prevent any backcaps from that Dodrio. But we do have some pokes happening. Blastoise is going to reset through that hyperspace hole, just going to tickle the Rayquaza, trying to get Ground Zero Gaming out of their comfort zone. Beagle is going to make a score. It is going to bring it up to 182, but they are still behind. Hydro Typhoon going in for the engage here. Beagle has also joined the fray, but the Rubble Rouser is going to give those shieldings plus that Cotton Cloud Crash to just replenish the HP. Dodrio is now down. Legends have the one-up. Crawley is at half HP, but Chi-Chi is going to go and finish the job. We still have Kalo in here, but Sylveon is going to seal the deal, and now Legends reappear, have all the space in the world to secure themselves that Rayquaza. Shields in hand, no more of Ground Zero in sight. Second game, Danny, goes to Legends reappear because, I mean, all of these dunks, Ground Zero, I don't think they can make a comeback with only 30 seconds left on the clock.
Look, I just sat there, I watched everybody's health bars, and even though we we saw Ground Zero going for the initiation. Legends, Pokemon just did not lose any health. I think at most they got down to half health, but their unites make it so difficult to engage onto anybody. And the fact that the initial fight, the whole point of Ground Zero's comp is that they burst all of their unites. They pop everything on the spot. You're praying that you pop 1 or 2 Pokemon and then you sort of take the fight from there. So because no one took critical mass damage, no one was even close to being knocked out, they ran out of gas far too soon in this game. Game number 2, I'm going to be honest, this looks way worse than game number 1.
Back to the drawing board as well. This is a round 5, but Legends reappear. Like, we have to give credit to them. They played that final stretch to a T. Just the series of unites, as you mentioned. Just the Crustle, having the shielding, but then Icy on the Elder Gods to just go and land on them, disperse Ground Zero Gaming, but also heal up their team. They just did not go down. Ground Zero Gaming, I feel like they need a little bit more chunk on their team.
I think we've got a couple more minutes before they go for game number 3, right? And if they have anyone with them right now, if they have someone that's sort of advising them or a manager or something, because I don't know what the situation is with the team, like someone's got to start serving out some of that coffee. You've got to go out and grab some of those energy drinks. Like maybe someone just needs a slap, okay? You just got to do whatever it takes to sort of get up and get ready for game number 3, because Ground Zero, if they lose this next matchup, or if they lose any game in this best of 3, we are going to a reset. And with how they are looking and with how Legends Reappear are currently looking, I think I could say, I will speak on behalf of chat and everyone watching, everyone is favoring Legends with how they are currently playing.
Yeah, I feel like Ground Zero Gaming, they need to make sure they're not quivering in their boots here. They need to set their heads up high. They've managed to defeat them 2-0 earlier. But that's the thing. They just need to go back to the drawing board. But Legends, well, they need to just keep up this momentum. And I guess it's that losers bracket run. They've been able to make it this far. They were able to do it last year as well. And it's the synergy that they had. As I said, it just looks so graceful.
It's chilling to watch this team play so well together. Exactly. It's so scary. Oh my gosh. But I wonder, and I just have this like very small running feeling that I wonder if that upper bracket winners final, is that series potentially the downfall for Ground Zero? Did they reveal too much of their signature playstyle in that best of 3 series that it gave too many ideas away to Legends? And now, because that is how Ground Zero play at their absolute best, that it's hard for them to stray away from that play style, and they're going to struggle to just have success with anything new. Like, I kind of feel like maybe that match has kind of troubled them now.
I really feel like that last game was not Ground Zero's playstyle. No. It was very different to what we have actually seen. And I guess I kind of get where they're coming from. They're trying to do something new here. They ended up losing that first match. So it's kind of, do you stick with that same team composition as you had previously, even though you lost? Like, it isn't really come down. That is one part, the Pokemon problem, the Pokemon choice, but it also comes down to the decision making during that match as well. So it's a tricky one, Danny. It is a real tricky one. And you know what? I wish I had the answers, and I'm wishing these teams probably had the answers. But if Legends just keep on doing Legends, then they might have this one in the bag.
Definitely. Just don't change anything. I mean, so far there hasn't been a solution to their playstyle. So like, don't fix what's not broken, because at this point in time, it's only Ground Zero that seems to be a little broken here, a bit lost in how they're supposed to approach these games now to LDR. So just keep doing what you got to do until they figure out what that solution is. Just keep going, you know? They might go to
just gotta keep
train like this. Yeah, exactly. So
gotta keep swimming.
The ball is in Ground Zero's court because they have to win 3 games now. If they don't want the reset to happen, they cannot afford to lose the next upcoming 3 games, because it's a best of 5. Okay?
Yeah.
So if we don't go to the reset during this next matchup, and they do win, we are probably going to look at a really long day of Unite, guys.
Well, that's the thing. Can Ground Zero bring it back and win 3 games in a row? Or are Legends going to be able to take this set 3 apiece and set it to that bracket reset? So all of these questions will be answered very soon, but I guess, you know, at the moment, they're probably racking their brains. I'm racking my brain. I'm not sure what to expect here. I first and foremost think, as I mentioned, Ground Zero Gaming, their team composition was quite squishy then. So do they possibly want to bring back the Azumarill? Do they want to bring back the Scissor as well? Like, I don't think Scissor was a bad pick there. It's just going into Legends, it didn't end up matching up. I think being able to target Xavi there, getting that Zora arc off the table was a great choice. But then I guess it depends. Who has first pick this round again? Is it going to be Ground Zero, or are they actually going to switch the tables and a Legends are going to have that first pick? All of these things end up coming into play.
Yeah, so we do know that Ground Zero will get to choose whether they want that first pick or that last pick. And I wish I had the knowledge of which they prefer, because of course it's like a case-by-case basis, right? Because some teams, they'd want to have that first pick so that they can get that really strong Pokemon.
Yeah.
But then there is still the advantage, like, okay, if you go for last pick, you can try to go for that surprise pick.
Which was the Blaziken last match for Chi-Chi,
right?
yeah.
Exactly. So like having access to last pick, it gives you the option to either counter something that the opponent has picked, or you choose something that is basically going to be uncounted and left unchecked in that matchup. So for Ground Zero in that first game, or at least sorry, the second game, they did opt for first pick. So there's a good chance they're going to do the same thing, just use that first pick as a deny pick. But I would rather they actually pick something and play their game, right? Because we've sort of seen this team drift away from what has made them successful. I think they need to reel it back. Sure, you might lose this next game and go to that reset. It's still a fresh start, but you've got to find something. Like, you've got to find any kind of thread and start rolling with it as you try to figure things out, because time is running out. Like, if they don't figure something out soon, I think the series will be over before they have that light bulb moment.
Oh, I feel like it's a needle in a haystack moment here, though. Yeah, you need to thread that needle, but you need to find that needle first. And I guess that needle is the answer. What is the answer to try and counter Legends reappear? Because we've talked about it time and time again today. Just the way that they are able to learn and adapt to each of these opponents that they have come into. Once again, you know, they would have taken this match, once again, as a lesson. And they're just... the analyst side that Legends have, we haven't. This isn't the first time we've seen it. We saw this last year as well. Like,
exactly. Oh my god, it's kind of crazy that we're seeing history sort of repeat itself with this team, but they're not out of the woods yet, right? We still have this grand final that needs to conclude. We need to crown a champion, and we're not quite there yet, even if Legends do manage to win this. So what's on the table here for bans for both teams? And wow, we are seeing some big changes. No Dodrio, no Inteleon.
I'm so confused right now. Why are we getting a Dodrio ban? Does that mean they're going to pick up Zoroark for themselves, since they have opted for that Dodrio ban?
So I'm just thinking, is this possibly for a Hooper pick? Because we also... is Dodrio even a problem for this team? Because one of the few things Dodrio provides, I feel like it's a misclick, to be honest, because Beagle was the one that hovered it. But if we are going to look at the Dodrio ban, we have to see, okay, what does it bring to the table? It's mobile, it likes to jump into the back line, it's great for back caps, it's able to reinforce lanes very quickly. So... but even though we haven't seen Legends
they're the
play,
ones that played it. That's the thing. Ground Zero was the one that played it. So for them to go and ban their own Pokemon,
there is another thing.
I'm so confused.
There is one other thing I will mention, and that is in some special, very rare cases, Dodrio is a hard counter to the Hooper portal. I have seen tournaments be decided because a Hooper portal is being triple trampled by the Dodrio, and it knocks up Pokemon that are trying to teleport back. I have seen games be won because multiple Pokemon are trying to go home, they get triple trampled, thrown into the air, and that is set up for the other team to jump them. So I guess that's another justification, but I kind of just think that this might not be enough to sort of say that. But I guess as well, the Chandelure pick kind of makes sense as well, because Chandelure does not appreciate having a Dodrio on the map. But a Mimikyu is just as bad, or maybe even worse.
This is the thing, it's that last pick. You can't counter it at all. So if we do end up getting ourselves a Mimikyu pick, like Crawley in the backline, or Beagle in the backline, they're going to have to be so cautious of these shadow sneaks.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So what's worse, Mimikyu or Dodrio? I think I'd rather play against the Dodrio, to be honest.
Yeah, me too.
But it's not bad. I do think if you are worried about just trying to lock down Dodrio, because it's very elusive, right? Dodrio is extremely elusive. Mimikyu is not as elusive, can also be so with the Shadow Sneak, but not like Dodrio, where it just runs, you know, circles all around your team. That maybe Mimikyu isn't as bad, but it's Chi-Chi that's playing this Mimikyu, okay? So I have expectations for Chi-Chi to just outdo themselves with this Pokemon.
Well, I guess one thing, you're pretty experienced in terms of the Mimikyu pick. It's very prominent in the Asia region. I feel, you mentioned we haven't really seen it in the OCE region, so maybe Chi-Chi is trying to take a page out of their book there and select it. And I feel like, that's the thing, I feel like this is a great pick. I think either Mimikyu or even the Blaziken pick that they did run with last time would have been both viable options. Legends Reappear, they have not made any adjustments besides that, and I mean that last comp, it worked for them, so why fix what isn't broken? The question is though, like, I can see why Crawley did end up going for that Chandelure is because Chi-Chi did end up playing it in that first match as well. So we'll have to see how they end up rolling with this. But here we go, Danny. This could end up being a bracket reset if Legends Reappear are to take this game.
And this is a crazy fast bracket reset as well, because it's potentially a 3-game sweep. So for Ground Zero, they're trying to avoid this as much as possible. Even if they just delay it by 1 game, I think that might make them feel a little bit better, but they're going to have to really outdo themselves in these lanes. And so far, just lots of aggression coming in from Ground Zero, just stacking constantly on that goal zone, really just trying to slow down the Eevee as much as possible to prevent that level 4 evolution, because, yeah, until Zabi hits that level 4, is kind of stuck being that not so used to Eevee. And look at that again, just getting the CS that really preventing Zabi from really doing anything in lane.
Yeah, they can't really do a lot. I guess it is still early game here, but we do have that Mimikyu that has reached that level 4 as well, so it is going to be looking to slash and dash there, but 3v3 up in the top path. We can see on the Mimikyu, on the mini-map, that Mew is going to make their way up to the top path as well. So maybe they're just looking for this early presence up here that they were lacking previous match.
Chi-Chi, sliver of health, but able to slip on out of there. Yeah, so a bit of a hairy one, but again, just classic Ground Zero. 4-man push in that top lane, because they know that Zabi was stuck in that bottom lane. But look at this though, Chi-Chi now starting to wreak some havoc here with the plane. Ruffin catching the Mew. They're going to try and make this turnaround happen. Chi-Chi going down, but the Sylveon with the Hyper Voice doing quite a bit of work as well. But the support goes down too, so it's a double knockout for Ground Zero, and Joe will be opting for the Sizzle this matchup. So he's wanting to get in your face. He wants to get down and dirty.
Yeah, it's just that constant bullet punch, but also I think it's the level of sustain that Sizzle is able to provide. You probably don't want another squishy Pokemon on your side, considering you already have that Chandelure and the Mew. Otherwise, we do have Legends being able to soak up all of those birds to themselves. Crawley is trying to let out the flames there. Oh, does end up getting a great pick on that Dragonair as well, and Mew was able to finish the job with their range.
I have to say, this combo here for Beagle and Crawley, like literal snipers in this game, just sniping people down with all these ranged attacks. I think Legends, they're kind of surprised with the damage output from this duo. Unfortunately, not connecting with the Wood Hammer there. Otherwise, I think Ground Zero would have maybe tried to go for that turn, but I think we're starting to see some signs of life here for this team. Sure, they lost the first 2 games, but I think they're starting to figure something out, and maybe we could be looking at a game number 4 if things continue to go well.
Otherwise, we do have that Hooper portal sending up some members, making sure that they're able to soak up all those Swabbles in Ontario for themselves. It'll be really interesting to see whether they're going to end up prioritizing this. This pad is left on 76, but we do have 3 lots of 30 going in, 90 points in as well. Mimikyu is going to play rough with Joe. However, the play rough wasn't enough as they ended up getting a fist full of that scissor bullet punch.
Wow, Joe's just being a menace here. Yeah, he goes down, but he bought so much time for the team that the Aleki just gets easily taken down for ground zero. Oh my gosh, I'm getting lost in the sauce in this match, but holy, they are really making this comeback happen. Now working on this Reggie Rock Keller, so if they get this, they're going to get the defensive bonus, and they're going to deny this experience to Legends.
Yeah, this is going to be huge for it. Manny is lurking about, but they just don't have enough time. That is going to bring Mew and Sizzle up to level 9. Chi-Chi is able to take care of that Reggie Alecki, but the rest of their members are trying to contest these Swabblers and Altaria. At the moment, Ground Zero seem to have Legends under wrap, popping up some Unites, but Joe ends up going down. You do have a clutch save there from Zavi being able to pop up their Unite, but they're quickly getting burned and trying to run away, but they end up falling to the Chandelure burn after all of that.
The burn is actually doing
the
much work for Ground Zero. Cruelly just melting Legends. I'm actually quite surprised at how well this Pokemon is working out for the team. But here comes Chi-Chi, the Unite, the Blackout. They can't see a thing, but now it's the time to turn the tables. No, not quite. Beautiful surf set up by Beagle just to ensure his team gets out of there. Poor Colvo, he missed the portal. Oh, they've also maybe losing wires here. Actually managed to portal out, but they do catch him. So Chi-Chi, great catch there with the double KO, but the team is coming in, and here comes Joe as well, wanting to slowly chip Maddie away, and now the team is rather injured. The poor Eldegoss needing to go for the heal. We are really seeing that burn work through the team, but look, we are not looking at a steamroll for Keller. This game is actually really, really close, and a couple of factors that we didn't really talk about here is really the Chandelure pick. I actually think this might be the key to this team's victory in game number 2, because firstly, that burn damage, you can see LDR, they are not anticipating the amount of damage output from Kulu. They say, oh, okay, he didn't knock us out, but then they don't realize they're slowly burning away, and you're running Eldegoss as your healer, and Eldegoss cannot out-heal that burn damage. In a lot of cases, you just go down to it whether you like it or not.
No, but it's the backline presence that Cruelly and Beagle are having. Legends can't really match it. I mean, their range damages are going to be that Sylveon and the Dragonite, but they just don't have the reach in comparison. You do have Reggie Alecki knocking on the doorstep of that tier 2 pad. Cruelly just trying to create a bit of presence, a bit of pressure. Was up, is going to continue that pressure with a Unite move of their own. Icy is able to save that Dragonite from getting taken down by Joe, but because they were fighting so much, you do have Reggie Alecki going on in. I mean, Wazup and Joe are the only ones lurking about 10 seconds. Doesn't look like they're going to capitalize on that. Instead, they're going to continue fighting, and I mean, they ended up paying the price by getting knocked out themselves. Ethos has used their Unite move once again. Dragonite doing Dragonite things. You know, you just got to focus on those objectives.
Yeah, I don't know if Ethos is going to be okay, because we've seen what Cruelly and Beagle can do to him, even using the Unite, so he can't see. I love how they're using, it's not just Ground Zero, we also saw this from Retirement Homes when they also used the Chandelure. I loved how they are utilizing this Unite so that they just shut down the vision game for Legends, because as soon as you can't see what's going on, your team is in shambles until the lights come back on.
No, you can't really see in the dark, so I think Ethos knowing to back away there was a smart maneuver. But looking at the level lead, Legends have actually managed to catch up a fair bit in terms of levels, but in points, 203 to 8 points. Wazup is up here waiting for this Reggie Alecki to spawn, making sure there are no sneaky back caps into that top tier 1 pad.
Gosh, I love the combo set up by Cole, just making sure the team gets all of the experience, all of it with the leech horn. The horn leech. Oh, it's more backwards. My Asian's coming out here. But we've got the Reggie Alecki in this top lane ready to go. But except for Legends, it said they want to fight in the central lane. And they've actually managed to find Joe. Very quick elimination. And Ground Zero, they're just going to leave it at that. They say, okay, Joe's gone for 12. let's see what we sort of do from here, because Legends, even with the numbers advantage, they are not interested in taking that Reggie Alecki at all. Instead, maybe just wanting to get themselves into a favorable position for this final Ray fight, which is going to happen in 10 seconds.
Yeah, you do have Trevenant pushing on through with their Horn Leech, has popped their Phantom Forest onto that Mimikyu. Mimikyu does end up going down, and the fight is going to pursue, considering Hooper is now in that Unbound form. But that defender is down. Manny is trying to just try and get to Omegle, who is in that backline. Still doesn't have enough pressure. I mean, we have Mimikyu ends up going down, Danny.
Yeah, Mimikyu went down. Sure, the Trevenant went down as well, but these teams, okay, the state of this endgame, Kello, is not over yet, because for Legends, they still have 3 Unites. Whereas for Ground Zero, they've only got 1, which is the Mew, so unless they can really do something, they have to be careful about these Unites. Portal, it does manage to connect onto 3. They will be coming back here, and maybe this is the fight. They will use the play rough on that Mimikyu to try and burst Joe down. Now, here's the thing, Chi-Chi is huge, because if he can get those play roughs onto Joe, Joe does not appreciate that, but the Crustal is down. The Crustal is huge. But Ray, now at half health with no Chandelure, it's going to be really hard to out-secure over this Dragonite. But Joe!
My God!
Joe! What is going on? This man coming in, stealing your hopes and dreams, wanting to go for Icy. There goes the Eldegoss. And now for Legends, they won't have access to the buff. They are so far behind. I just don't see this team being able to score enough points. You, 100-pointer, OM Beagle, happy to secure the team's lead. Oh my goodness.
400 points on the board. Legends have 30 seconds left, but you do have Mimikyu falling, crumbling. Joe being able to get the steal, set the deal for this 3rd match. Right now, Legends, they don't have that bracket reset, and with 20 seconds left to go, I don't even think they have enough Eos energy to make the difference. And plus, Joe and Crawley are here to go and defend, plus a Hooper Portal to just send up that Trevenant for some extra reinforcements.
This man is pretending to be AFK on the goal zone. Oh my gosh, but we are getting a game number 4, Kello. We worried that this was going to be a 3-game sweep, but Ground Zero come back, striking back, wanting to defend their throne and their spot at Honolulu this year. Look, they deserved it. I think they did a fantastic job sort of picking Pokemon and playing around the way that Legends has been playing all game. Cruelly on the Chandelure, and look, I'm going to give these two a big pat on the back. The fact that they walked around like an assassination crew. They see somebody, they get you, you're going back to base. Oh my goodness, watching those two play and just getting knockouts is just insane.
Yeah, it really was spectacular. I mean, the fact that Ground Zero Gaming were able to pick up each and every single one of those objectives. Legends reappeared. They flatlined. They weren't able to get in any dunks at all. So Ground Zero, I think, you know, they have that momentum. They were able to get that revenge, but they need to continue this revenge arc on Legends.
Oh boy. I actually cannot believe it. Yeah, I sort of just lost a little bit of hope for Ground Zero. I'm not going to lie, guys. I think I do have to be honest. Like, I just saw those first 2 games and I thought, oh my gosh, have these boys been figured out? But apparently they still know how to play the game and are able to read their opponent's back. So now all of a sudden, Legends are going to have to look at this, and then now the ball's in their park. They also need to figure out how to prevent Ground Zero from being able to replicate this lineup, because look at what Legends are playing. They are playing some of their best Pokemon. Like, Ethos's Dragonite is monstrous. Manny's Crustal has been on point today, and Icy really knows how to handle the Eldegoss. And, I mean, it's Xavi, right? I don't think you can ever be disappointed with how Xavi plays. I wonder if the Mimikyu was sort of the element that kept this lineup back, because we didn't really get to see Chi-Chi shine that much this game. If anything, I think Chi-Chi got completely crippled in the laning stage.
Yeah, they definitely ended up getting shut down there. And I thought, you know, this would be a great pick, especially into that Chandelure and Omegle, but they were just able to keep their distance, being able to poke and maneuver away from Chi-Chi. I mean, the burn from Crawley, being able to take down multiple members, even though they tried to scramble away.
Yeah. Ooh, game 4. Game 4, Kello. Let's go. Game number 4. These boys are not here. They're not going to bow out. They're not going to end the day. They say, we're going for the full 5 games. If you want the reset, you got to play all 5 with us. Look, I don't know what to expect.
You have to work hard for it.
Yeah, you got to work hard. I really don't know what to expect. You know, as much as I would love to say, like, oh, I've got all this insider information on these teams, at this point, I feel like I don't even know what's happening anymore. Okay, so whatever you guys are thinking, I'm probably thinking the exact same thing. I just want this next game to start. I want to see what kind of craziness is happening in the draft. I want to see who gets target banned now, because, like, sure, Joe's massive on the scissor, but we've seen him also be quite manageable. Like, he has been taken out a couple times. So is it now for them to sort of look at the other players on the team? Like, are you sort of thinking like, okay, maybe Cruelly needs to be looked at in this next game? Maybe it's Beagle. Maybe they got to somehow get the Mew back.
Oh, that would actually be a good strat. They're trying to get the Mew back. I guess the ball is in a Legends Park here, but I mean, that's the thing. I don't really think Legends needed to change up what they did. They managed to succeed with this comp, but the Mimikyu and that Blaziken change. So do they want to bring back the Blaziken into the mix and put the Mimikyu aside? I mean, Ethos, you know, doing what Dragonites need to do. They were supposed to focus on those objectives, but I mean, for Ground Zero to come in and swoop and take those all away, like, as we mentioned, Cruelly, it's the burn, but it's also using the Unite move at the most opportune moments to just blind Legends there from and interrupt them from what they were doing. It was very perfectly timed from them. So I guess back to the drawing board, not just for, you know, Ground Zero, they pick up their momentum, but now back to the drawing board for Legends reappear, because after all, they're the ones that need to send it to a bracket reset.
I wonder if teams are now going to try and fight for the Chandelure. I really think this is a hidden gem, because it's, I mean, for the longest time, I think there have been some people that have eyed this Pokemon. The only thing really holding it back is the mobility issues that you can sometimes get with it. It's quite vulnerable if somebody just sort of jumps on top of the Chandelure. But its Unite move provides so much utility to the team. Like, again, Vision. I don't think people talk about this a lot, but Vision in Pokemon Unite is so crucial. Having that information, knowing where your teammates are, knowing where the enemy is, being able to figure out, okay, to get the maximum value out of my Unite move or this move, I need to attack in this direction, or I need to hide in this bush because I've seen this person come from behind. Like, Vision is so important, and it's just having the Chandelure to deny Vision to their opponents in the heat of battle. That's when all of a sudden, most people, I'm going to tell you right now, most players are not trained to play against a Chandelure. Most people are not trained to sit there and to memorize a fight as it's happening. You are reacting in the moment. So if you have played against a lot of Chandelure and you are used to this, you are a special breed of player, because Chandy, as rare as it is, okay, so if you can play around the Chandelure Unite and you can play with a Chandelure on your team in coordinated play, this is terrifying.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you think about the panic that ensues as soon as the light turns out for us. It's just like, well, we can't see. What do we do? Where do we go? We don't want to bump into any walls. You don't want to make any mistakes. You don't want to bonk yourself on the head. And I guess that's why Ethos ended up backing away, knowing that they had lost that advantage. But here we go, Danny. This is round 4 of the grand finals. Are we going to see the same bands? Are we going to see the same picks? Or are we going to end up seeing some shakeups here? So far, exactly the same. Inteleon plus that Leafeon band for exactly the same teams.
We will find out in just a second. Dodrio again. So I feel like I feel like Ground Zero are just going to run back the Chandelure pick. I feel like they are so happy with how it worked in that previous game that they're more than happy to take it again. Obviously, no first pick. Probably going to be the Mew again, as we see Beagle snap that up. So Legends are going to have to figure out some kind of solution for this double-range attacker kind of comp that's coming out of this team. Dragonite, I understand. I think I'm okay with Dragonite and Eldegoss sort of coming out for this team, because they have been stock standard favorites for these two players. So if you've played enough of it, like, just play what you're known best for. But the supporting crew for Ground Zero, what is it going to be? We are looking at the tree and the Chandelure. We got the Ghost Strat coming in, and I'm loving it.
Yes, it's the same comp that we saw previously. So far, I mean, that's the thing. We still have these last picks. Xavi going to lock in that Sylveon once again. I mean, Manny, if we're reading the same story, we'll pick up that Crustle as well.
So we're going to run back everything but Chi-Chi. I really think Chi-Chi's got to change this pickup, because if we see the Mimikyu again, they will need to rethink their strategy when they go into lanes.
What is Joe going to pick here? What's up is hovering over the hoop.
What?
Slowbro?
What?
Slowbro.
Is this, I mean, this has to be Joe Tree, right? There's no way we see Joe play Slowbro. Right?
Ooh, I mean, putting Joe into that supporter, they do have the 3 experience shares. I mean, we still have that preparation phase where they're able to fix it on up, except secret weapon, Chi-Chi. What are they going to select? Oh,
Serena?
Yes!
Oh,
let's go!
Gosh. I mean, I said we were going to be seeing this for Joe, but for Chi-Chi to go for Serena, I mean, this is a pretty cool pick.
Oh.
And yes, all right, Joe is playing the tree.
This is interesting because we've seen Kaluan play the tree for the majority of this tournament. So to switch this on up and give Joe, I mean, looking at their builds, they do have that Cursed Bangle on hand, plus the Resonant Guard and the Focus Band. So I guess they're just going to be up there in the front line, just trying to be a brawler. And I mean, look, we can't underestimate the defenders. I mean, we just pretty much had a 4 defender comp win earlier on in the day as well. So I don't know. What do you think about this, Danny?
I want to know what the build is for Joe. Like, is he going to go for
weakness
the standard,
policy?
like, wood hammer? Okay. I'm just thinking, does this man ever think of, like, Pain Split and Curse? Like, because there's a lot of Pokemon that sort of want to be on top of you. Like, if you do... Because that combination has been buffed recently. And we've seen a lot more trees really aiming for that Pain Split and sometimes even Curse, so... Ooh...
They do have that weakness policy on there, so I think it would probably be. But as I said, this is very different to what we have seen from Trevenant.
I mean, this is Joe
we've
as
seen
well.
that
He's
classic
not your standard
Horn
defender,
Leech.
top laner player. Like he wants to get in there. He wants knockout. So I kind of think it's going to be the bonking Joe build. I expect him to just go Woodhammer, but look, we don't know. Okay, this is the first time I've seen this man play a tree, so. It'll be pretty fun.
Joe plays anything and everything. I think that is a lesson to be learned.
Yeah.
But, I mean, Zarina, Bound Sweep. Now, this is a Pokemon that you don't really see very often. It can be very hit or miss. It's really going to be down to Chi-Chi to get those levels ASAP. But down in the bot path, you do have Ground Zero Gaming being able to go and empty out their Aeos energy, just... you know, lift the weight that they have right now.
Yeah, and I really like the way that they changed up the laning stage too, because Xavi came into lane as a Sylveon, so they clearly shared that central area with Xavi to ensure that he had a good laning stage. Because you do remember in the previous game, Xavi was stuck as an Eevee for quite a while. That was also props to Ground Zero because they did deny a lot of experience. And so now that both attackers in the bottom lane are good to go, we're going to be seeing a pretty big 4v4 battle in that top lane when the Swablu and Altaria pop up.
Yeah, making sure to get those positioning, but Joe is just going to go out there in that front line, but that Hyper Voice, though, was able to soak up a lot of those. Joe has evolved into a fully formed tree, has all of their legs, and is, you know, ready to go and run at them, depending on which build they have gone for. They've gone for the Curse.
Oh my gosh, he has actually gone for Curse. All right, this is the first time I've seen this man run Curse on this tree, so we'll see if this works out, and he's going to do the really annoying thing, just steal all the berries, go right into the back lines, and what do you do? Joe is just so tanky, and he's going to get the support of the Hooper, so you think you've gotten rid of the tree, think again.
And then with the Hooper resets, I mean, even bringing Joe some berries there to just go and replenish their HP pool. But you do have Xavi with that Hyper Voice, so a great answer to the Trevenant if they're able to bring it down. But it does have that inbuilt... Focus Band with them as well. But, I mean, Sylveon, I'm sorry, the screams just weren't enough there.
Yeah, it's a tree. I don't think it actually hears you. So Joe's just going to keep going. So it's Hornleech Curse. Oh my goodness. And look at this. The early game for Ground Zero. They are back to doing what they usually do. Just pummeling their opponents in this early game. And unfortunately for Serena, until you actually hit your full evolution and you have access to your Unite, I just don't see Serena being able to do anything against a Curse tree.
No, I mean, even then if you run at them
can't
and you
be
get
their
caught
goal
out,
zone.
just,
Oh
oh
my
my gosh,
gosh.
the Horn Leech to push out that Steenie. That way they can't get any healing, any shielding. Joe is already level 8.
He is disgusting. I actually cannot believe what I'm witnessing right now for this man's tree. And I don't think Legends realize how bad of a position they are in for Joe to be this big. Like, if I could categorize him, I would categorize him as a class 10 kaiju. He is huge. He is a titan. I just don't see them having an easy solution to deal with this tree that is going to basically heal itself with the Horn Leeches. It's going to sit on top of you with the curse. And, I mean, if you have the Crustal joiner, I don't even think he's going to blink twice at the Crustal.
No, I don't think they're going to blink twice at the Crustal either. I mean, being able to break down that tier 1 pad. But that's the thing. Joe is in the front line. We cannot forget about Cruelly, who also has their levels. You have Mew, who also has their Unite move as well. But Ethos, knowing they're in a bit of a pickle, is going to focus all of their energy on getting the Regirock for themselves. So that is at least going to give Legends some experience here. We do have Sylveon trying to dunk in a 14, but ends up getting blinded in the dark and taken down by Cruelly as well.
And, like, every time I hear that Chandelure screech, I know Legends are also screaming in their seats. This game is looking incredibly one-sided so far in terms of levels, in terms of objectives, in terms of goal zones, and even in these fights. And Joe, I believe this man is fighting a Dragonite and a Serena by himself, and they can't do anything about it.
Yeah. I mean, all they have to do is just reset, get whatever wild Pokemon is on their side. They do have those comeback Indeedis over on the side for that Zarina to make sure to get level 9. But, I mean, we have Cruelly that is already at a level 11 here. One other thing that we have to be wary of is Kaluan's Slow Beam. Like, being able to either use that on a Dragonite or even a Zarina if they do try to push on forward. Well, there we go, talking about it. Pushing on forward, taking out that Dragonite. Manny was trying to get in the backline, but unfortunately they just do not have enough power with those X-Scissors.
Just not enough power, and even the Crustal just can't survive the damage output. It is absolutely insane. And again, we get the Midnight Ignite, the scariest Unite in this game, just burning everybody down. This man is cooking with a candle. Oh my
A crash
goodness.
and burn. Cruelly is down. You did have Ethos using their Unite, being able to go and defend that pad. I mean, being able to take Cruelly plus Joe during that fight, well, Cruelly during that fight is going to give them some experience.
It will be some precious experience for this team. They are definitely hungry to try and catch up in those levels, especially with how late we are getting into this game. And, oh gosh, it is just so entertaining to watch a Trevenant bully the Serena. Like, every time the Serena tries to go for some experience, Joe is like, hey, I'm here too. Yeah, don't hit those wild Pokemon. But we do get a pretty big advantage here for Legends. They've got that defensive buff, and now they've managed to catch out 2 Pokemon in the Rock Tomb. And Serena coming in with the double stomp as well, so 2 are down, Hoopa and the Chandelure. We do have the Mew here as long as the Slowbro, but the thing is, Joe's so far away, so they're going to be able to score. They don't have the AoE, they're a little bit too late. 32 points in, here comes the Trevenant. Maybe they can finally turn things around. They need this the portal to come back if they want to try to sustain. They are managing to do it. Slowbeam is going to be connecting yet again onto the Dragonite, but they don't have the damage, so it expires by the time they're back. But look at this, they stack on top of each other, and 3 more Pokemon go down to this Midnight Ignite. Cruelly just really working overtime with his team.
Legends reappear, I think, pushed on a little too forward in that flux zone. They had absolutely no escape from Cruelly there. The fact that all of those members ended up falling, that is not something you want to see. However, you do have that Regieleki being taken on the side of Ground Zero. Manny is going to retreat on back, probably going to jump into that top path to just go and assist Ethos and Icy here with dealing with the Regieleki.
Okay, Kello, we've got 50 seconds before Rayquaza hits the field, and the game state is looking really good for Ground Zero. All they have to do is just keep doing what they're currently doing. Just take advantage of all the sustain, all this control, and just ensure that Beagle and Cruelly can do what they want to do in those backlines. Just burn through Legends. But on the side of Legends, right, there are a couple of win conditions for this team. Now, obviously, they can potentially try and go for the Rayquaza secure because Dragonite is still a really great Pokemon for this. They can also be paired up with his allies to try and help out. Serena. If this Serena can somehow slip into the backlines and actually get a queen's kick, like just unite, okay? Either Beagle or Cruelly, that could be the setup they need to just dismantle this lineup.
All right, here we go. Final stretch is here. Own Beagle is going to go in for a back half, knowing they do have that Hooper Portal on hand. Slowbeam has connected, but he ends up getting sent back home. Not able to finish the job. Zarina is able to make it on out. Rubble Rouser has also gone and protected Manny from all of that damage. Cruelly has been taken down along with Joe. This is Legends' time to go and shred the Rayquaza. They do have that trusty secure from Ethos, plus the shred of the Hyper Voice Sylveon. Quarter HP, they just need to lock, get their targets, and there we go. Legends reappear, even though they were in absolute dire straits during this match, may have just made an incredible comeback.
I think they might have as well. They just need to make sure they get those points in. So the 100-pointer from the Dragonite, we've got another 100-pointer by the Serena, and another 100 points from the Eldegoss. So now with a massive lead, it's on Ground Zero to somehow turn this game around.
Wow.
And unfortunately, Joe goes down. So for 20 seconds, he's not going to be around to frontline for this team. And there are still so many shields that they have to break.
50 seconds left on the clock. Ground Zero Gaming don't have any Unite moves on hand. Ethos, though, has ticked over to level 15, plus has their Unite move. You have Chi-Chi with the shield, gonna go and stomp Kalu in there and just shred them to pieces. That way they cannot move on forward. After all of that, Chi-Chi still has 50 points and a shield, Danny!
Oh my gosh, Chi-Chi wants to score and might be able to get it. Oh, it's broken! It is broken, but 20 seconds to go. I mean, Ground Zero are just nowhere near any enemy goal zones, and they need 2 players to make the dunks happen if they want to prevent this reset. But I think Legends reappear. They may have done it, Kello. They are forcing the reset, and they are taking Ground Zero to the very end. They want that ticket, and apparently, Ground Zero, this game was just not enough to tie it up.
Absolutely insane comeback from Legends right there. Being able to get the picks, being able to take down Cruelly and Joe in that final stretch was huge. But we cannot forget Ground Zero Gaming. They actually had a pretty good match this time round. I mean, Cruelly, the Chandelure, like this was maybe the secret tech, being able to pick up a 9 KOs. But after all, you know, the second chances come when you have a Rayquaza that spawns at the end.
And it's the unfortunate reality as well if you're up against a team that has the Dragonite, because that puts a lot of expectations on both Beagle and Cruelly to just try to outlast it. And in particular for that fight too, like Cruelly was out of the picture, so it really just came down to Beagle to try and make the catch happen. And unfortunately, he just wasn't close enough. Like there is no way in history that a Mew should get the out secure compared to that Dragonite. I even question, you know, at this point of time, like, is it really worth for Ground Zero to continue banning the Inteleon and just give Ethos his Dragonite? I actually think the Dragonite needs to be taken out of the pool, because this man has just played the same Pokemon for the entirety of today.
I think what's really interesting here is you do have Ground Zero prioritizing that Regieleki, getting both of those. But 2 Regirocks ended up going to the side of Legends Reappear. And I guess that's a difference between these objectives, is the basement Regis do give that global experience where Regieleki doesn't. It just creates that extra pressure up in that top path, which Legends were able to deal with. And you can see they were struggling so much, only on 11 points, obviously being able to get it to 80. And then at the end, they just skyrocketed, shot through the skies to infinity and beyond.
Well, it's happened. We are going to a game number 1. We have reset the series. So both teams back to square one, but now actually even. Because before this, Legends needed to win a best of 5, and they have done so in 4 games. And just when we thought Ground Zero had managed to figure them out, game number 4, they take it back and they say, we need this reset. We need you guys to really be put on the fence. So we've got potentially another 3 games, possibly another 5, because if Ground Zero don't fight hard enough, they're about to lose their spot to Worlds.
The slate is clear, Danny. All right, while these teams are going to a bracket reset, we also need to take a reset ourselves. So, folks, make sure you grab your water, go grab your snacks, because I think we are in for some very intense battles up next. We'll be back very, very shortly, so don't miss anything. Here we are, folks. bracket reset time. If you are just tuning into the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series for the OCE region, I'm Kellosaurus. I have Danalee here with me. We have had just an incredible set from Ground Zero Gaming to Legends Reappear. They are making the losers bracket one once again. Danalee, oh my gosh, I have no words.
You have no words. I mean, history's repeating itself. So I think a lot of people that are watching the broadcast, myself included, are just surprised that we are sort of back here again. Look, they played great. This is not a case of Legends Reappear sort of just coming in and cheesing their way through the grand finals. They are legitimately playing really well together as a team. Game number 4 looked a little dicey, but like at the end of the day, right? Like if you mess up around the Rayquaza pit, and you win because of Rayquaza, that's how you play the game, right? You got to score the most points. It's not about how well you did during the first 8 minutes. It's how many points you scored. And if you score the most and you get the Rayquaza and you can score even more points, then you're playing the game correctly. Now, the question I think some people are having is, Ground Zero, what kind of happened? Because we saw this team crush LDR in the upper bracket finals. And I mean, I think everyone's heard me ramble for who knows how long. I want to hear your thoughts, Kelly. Like, what do you feel like happened between that match and now in the grand final reset? What's happened since then?
That is a great question to ask, and I feel like there's so many ways to answer it. I guess if we take a look back in that Rayquaza pit, we break it down. I know there was a Hooper portal set on Kalu there with that hyperspace hole, and that actually sent them back home mid-Unite. I think in terms of the past 2 games that we did see from Ground Zero, their team compositions actually worked out well. It's just, well, Legends. They seem to never lose. They learn, they level up, and they are launching back. All right, so it's just whether they're able to keep that trajectory up and going, or whether Ground Zero are going to be able to shoot them in the tracks and take them down.
And LTR have played a lot of games today as well, right? So they played their first 2 games against Ground Zero. They played 2 more games in the lower bracket, and now they've played 4 more games. So they have played 8 games of Unite so far, and we could expect 5 more games at most to be added to that list. Otherwise, we are looking at another 3. So I kind of wonder, like, how's this team feeling at this point of time? Like, are they starting to feel any kind of fatigue? Like, do the players sort of need, like, a moment to themselves? Are they having pep talks? Like, I'm hearing people saying that, like, this team has literal no comms or something, but I don't know if I want to believe that. So, there's clearly a level of communication happening between this team because, like, they're pulling off some really great plays together.
So I guess in terms of history with Legends Reappear, it was the same story that we had last year where you had a language barrier, communication. So I believe it's Xavi, Chi-Chi, and I think Icy is bilingual, so they do speak English and Mandarin. But I think Xavi and Chi-Chi, they only speak Mandarin, so in terms of their English, it isn't really there. However, primarily, I think Ethos and Manny speak English. So, I mean, that's the thing. This team, I'm not too sure if that's still the same story now as it was last year. But I think it just goes to show the level of synergy and trust that they have with each other. It's this innate intuition that they have. And, you know, 8 games, I feel like this isn't really a lot for a lot of these players. A lot of these players probably end up hopping on Unite for like 5-6 hours after work, especially on the weekends. Like, they know how to grind out this game. And that's what I'm saying. Like, just the fatigue, yeah, that might be one thing, but from what we've seen from Legends, I don't think they're getting fatigued at all.
No fatigue, teams looking spot on, just a couple of rough patches here and there, you know, just a couple of games, but it was nothing, right? We're in the grand finals and they're looking really good. Clean slate, really, for both teams. Like, sure, Ground Zero might have lost that first best of 5, but now that the teams are sort of back on even ground, I'm kind of thinking, are we going to be seeing some really big changes for both of these teams? Because we are, with this reset, we're basically telling everybody, okay, you've got 3 lives. Well, I guess 2. So you can kind of mess up your first 2 games, or you can at least mess up 2 games. But, like, That last
that
game?
mentality,
Yeah.
though.
I know it's
You
not,
don't want that mentality.
you don't want that mentality, but I kind of feel like for certain strategies to appear, you kind of need that safety net in having additional games afterwards. So are we going to be seeing any crazy shenanigans now that we are finally hitting the final stretch for the OC region? Because, unfortunately, not everyone can be a winner. We can only have one winner in this set because, two teams from OC are going to Worlds, but only one team from this finals is really going to be making it there. And everything's going to start with the draft. So what stays and what goes? I really have this suspicion that Ethos is not getting Dragonite. I kind of feel like that needs to be taken off the table because it just gives too much late game insurance, I feel, to LDR.
But I guess it'll be really interesting whether they're going to stick with that Inteleon and that Dodrio ban. So are they going to have to switch things up? Are they going to give up the Mew? Do you go back to the Inteleon Mew ban and then pick up the Dragonite for themselves? We have seen Crawley play that Dragonite before. So there is a player that does have the skill to maneuver it. But I think these players have been in the scene for such a long time. Like, no matter what you're going to throw at them, whether it's going to be the kitchen sink, they're going to be able to catch it.
Look, just throw the whole house, okay? Don't even bother with the sink. Just throw the whole bloody house. So, let's have a look at these bans, shall we? So, Inteleon off the table, sure. Okay, I could totally see this just not being a factor. Leafeon, also off the table. Okay. Again, same stuff. Same old, same old. We're just going to go for a reset. We're going to go for the same things. No Dodrio, no Gyarados. And is it going to be a Mew again for this Omegle?
That is a great question, whether they're going to end up switching it up or whether they're going to end up, I guess, taking your pick and going with the Dragonite. But no, Omegle is going to stick with what they know, lock in that Mew, which means Ethos, well, surprise, surprise, I mean, not really a surprise, is going to pick up that Dragonite and Eldegoss combo.
And same old here for Ground Zero, because they're just going to do the exact same thing.
Ooh.
Pick up the Trevenant and the Chandelure. And Manny, I mean, look, Manny's done a great job on the Crustle thus far in this series, so, like, I'm not surprised he's just sort of running it back. Same thing with the Sylveon here for Xavi. Last two picks. I kind of feel like if you're Ground Zero, something's got to change. And Joe is thinking about it. I mean, he did hover over the Metagross for a little bit. It might just have to be the Scizor again, and so run it back with the Scizor, apparently. And Chi-Chi. I feel like Chi-Chi's been a bit of an X factor here for Legends, because if Chi-Chi has a pretty decent game, the team tends to do really well. And if it's going to have to be that Blaziken, then so be it, because we saw Chi-Chi do fantastic last time we saw this.
Yeah, a little bit of sugar, a little bit of spice, and a little bit of fire to just burn up this place. I mean, you know, we're talking about throwing houses. Well, what about we just burn these houses? Crawley's poltergeist.
So many fire types.
They're the ones that are building the houses, right?
Yeah, just demolish the whole thing. We don't need a house. We'll just live in a cave, I suppose. But I hope that cave has internet. So, we are here for game number 1 of the reset for the OC Regional Finals. Ground Zero Gaming versus Legends reappear. Now, because we are in the reset, this is the last lifeline for both of these teams. Anybody that loses this set is basically going to be sitting home in the spectator seat with us watching Worlds, while as the winner, well, they're going to represent OC at Worlds, which is going to be a very exciting experience for them. Cannot wait to find out who is going to be joining Antic, because just a reminder to anyone that has not been following OC or has just joined the broadcast, OC has 2 spots to Worlds, and Antic Esports already secured theirs with the championship points. We're just trying to figure out who's joining Antic, because the champion today is also going to be flying to Honolulu.
I think the brilliant thing about this spot as well is they end up getting the travel award. You don't have to pay for that trip, and that is what you want. And I mean, Honolulu is a place to relax. I mean, there's not going to be any relaxing to begin with when you do make it in Worlds, but they are going to be able to feel some sense of relief after today. But first, there are a few hurdles that they do need to jump over.
Alrighty, let's see if they can jump over these hurdles again, because it's been basically the same things over and over and over again for these teams. And who is going to make that first move? Like, we've seen a couple of things just really work well for these two teams, right? Ethos's Dragonite is such a good securing option when they try to fight these objectives, but on the other side, you have this amazing Mew Chandelure combo. Now, here's the thing. You've got to make sure you don't give Xavi a good game in this bottom lane either, and Cole's got to try and do his absolute best to not get knocked out here, but if they can set up for Omegle to get the knockout, I think that might be even better.
I mean, that's the thing. All of these theories, all of these plans that you want to see carried out, Joe is getting poked at, and I guess this is the brilliance of having that Gossifleur by your side to just create that extra pressure, the extra bit of slow from its passive as well. But you do have both of those central laners on either side going and prioritizing up this top path, plus Mew and Sylveon quickly making the race with those speed berries.
Yep, back to the 4v4 in this top lane, and who's going to be getting most of it though? Look at Waz almost going down to the Sylveon, just barely survives. No knockouts on either side, but very big trade across the board there for all of those wild Pokemon. But it looks like at the moment, Legends coming out on top because they're sitting on two level 5s and a very happy level 4 Crystal in that bottom lane.
Well, they may have 2 level 5s. We have 4 level 5s on the side of Ground Zero. Plus, they have that Trevenant online. Scizor is going to be selected, as we have seen previously from Joe as well. However, as I said, there's still 2 donuts on the board. Nobody has been able to get in any dunks, and Joe is running that attack weight stack as well.
Yeah, so I mean, I think both top laners are really trying to aim for stacks if they
Oh,
can, but it's going to be so hard. Yeah, it's going to be so hard if they're sitting on too many points. Now, at the moment, though, Beagle trying to hold the fort here with Joe. Waz doing whatever he can to provide that vision, but down bottom, first dunks finally going to be happening there. Xavi working alongside Manny to slowly chip away at that bottom tier 1 goal zone. But look at that, though. The Eldegoss going to be going down thanks to Beagle's fantastically placed Solar Beam.
I think what's really interesting, I was going to say, we have an Imprison set this time round. So, you know, imprisoning the opposite team instead of the AoE that Poltergeist provides from Cruelly. So, interesting pick here, and I can see, I guess, you know, you do have a Blaziken, so you want to stop it in its tracks. But first, you're going to set up that Light Screen plus that Solar Beam to just shred up those birds, plus take a side piece of that Eldegoss along with you. And you know what? What about a tier 1 pad too? This is a whole out family meal.
Oh gosh, they managed to find a tree, but maybe this was a mistake instead. It's going to be 1 down on the side of Ground Zero, but Joe, he's got 2 juicy Pokemon gone for the turnaround though. Xavi using the Unite, but actually sticking around the Imprison. Actually stopped him in his tracks, and they will be going down too. So, unfortunately, the Unite not going to keep that Sylveon topped up. There is a Crustle here, but I mean, there's only so much Manny's going to be able to do. Should be an easy Regieleki for this team. And that will start pushing in that top lane. Now, down bottom, we always know Ethos. If he's down here, he's obviously going to be working on that basement Reggie. But with the portal, he's not alone.
No, not alone. You do have everybody trying to steal on in. Once again, just being blinded by the Midnight Ignite from the Chandelure. Such a great tool for this team. Now they do have that presence. They're going to continue this momentum and look to dunk in some points and get in even more of a lead. 162 to 64 right now, 182.
182, and that bottom goal zone is now sitting on a single digit of health. So if they wanted to try and be super efficient with their scores, they absolutely could later on down the line. But yeah, score-wise, Ground Zero are going to be very happy with their position. They've been winning a lot of these fights, but they are going to try and go on to Cole here. But they also have Omegle playing very closely to Legends, thankfully able to get out with the poaching. Now, it looks like a nice disengage down there. Meanwhile, up top there, we do have a 1v1 Chi-Chi versus Joe, and this could go either way, depending on who gets on top of the other. Ethos, though, he's nearby, so if another tussle sort of breaks out, he will be there to provide assistance. We do see the portal being used, so if Joe wants to, they could go for a 5-man push, and that is going to be the play, because Blaziken isn't here. Again, another Sylveon Unite. Crustle goes down. Manny's not going to be here to provide the front line for the team, so it's down to Ethos, but with the tree here, just being pushed and shoved, he can't do anything. Just being broken down in this bottom lane. And Xavi on the Sylveon, he can only watch on as that goal zone breaks, and this lead extends for Ground Zero.
The brilliance of the Mew boosted. You had Ethos trying to make a grand escape, but once it was locked on, and if there's nobody there to go and body block it, when you're at such low HP, the further you are, the more damage it does as well.
It's so painful, and it's so annoying sometimes because you see it coming and you're praying somebody just sort of body blocks for you, but it doesn't happen sometimes, unfortunately. Top lane, Reggie Alecki being slowly worked down. Solar Beam off screen there from Beagle. Final hit secured there by Karuli. So look at those objectives so far. Ground Zero really trying to make sure that Legends don't get a foothold anywhere, but they've actually caught Sabi there on the Sylveon.
Wow.
Oh, it's as if he never existed, and now Joe wanting to open things up for his team, but the Blaziken coming in, trying to go for Beagle, but he pops the Unite just in time to survive. He's invisible. Chi-Chi turning around this time onto the tree. Oh my gosh, Beagle, this man just acting like an absolute magician, zipping all over the place, and Alecki goes in. They're scoring their points. It's thunder and lightning on this battlefield and outside my house. They just need 2 more points if they want to go for the break, and Beagle, 17, he's going to get it, but maybe at the cost of his life.
Oh my gosh, no way!
He got out! How?
He can't reach Sunbound! What a clutch save. What a play from Wazup there. Oh, just when you thought they were going to get taken down for all of that effort, that was incredible.
If he ever retires from Unite, I guarantee he will have a successful career as a magician.
I mean, it is a trickster. You do have Trick Hooper there. But, okay. 336 to 132. 3 minutes on the board, but looking at the levels, we have 3 level 12s over on the side of Ground Zero. Legends reappear. While they are down at both of those tier 1 pads, they do have that extra bit of experience over on their side. Ground Zero Gaming, their resources aren't as infinite as Legends here, so they are going to pick up whatever they need, but it's a matter of getting Joe and that Chandelure to level 13, as we say, at level 13 Chandelure, so at least they have hit their mark.
They have hit their mark, but look, I hate to be the bearer of bad news. We have seen games where Ground Zero look fantastic, but sometimes they just fall short in this end game, and we are getting very close to that end game, Kello. 2 minutes and 30 seconds. 30 seconds for Rayquaza to hit the field, and the Legends, if they get the Reggie Alecki, this would be huge. It's secure. Ethos gets it. That's going to be huge. Now, Ground Zero, what are they going to do? If they lose the tree, which they do, they lose their frontliner. Is this just going to be a big push for Legends? No, they're going straight to the Ray Pit because they know for a fact that if Ground Zero wanted to do anything, this would be the time for them to prep, but they have preemptively chosen. They are going to be in the aggressive position, trying to go for Beagle. He actually got out.
Wait, they're going for a flip.
That's huge, but they're still trying to go for the rip.
They're going for a flip. Ethos is trying to put all hands on deck on this Rayquaza, but you have Ground Zero coming in and interrupting using their Unite moves. Trevenant bonking that Eldegoss on the head. Icy is down. Joe has managed to pick up a 2 KO streak. Now Ethos is down as well. We have a Team White bar that Crustle who can't really do anything because Ground Zero have just taken over this pit. They've set up base, they set up house, and stolen those shields. The win condition for Legends reappear. Mind you, there is still 30 seconds. They do need to get in these dunks, but oh my gosh.
Don't lose the shields. If you're Ground Zero, this game should be in the bag. Just don't lose those shields and don't let them score. Oh my goodness. I just keep mentioning this cruelly. I feel like this man's Unite is single-handedly the reason in that fight why Legends was just not able to turn this fight on its head. Now, unfortunately for Joe, he's gone for 30 seconds. And Ground Zero, they are playing so aggressively on the side of Legends. I do worry about this. I have seen teams get a little bit too overexcited with these kinds of plays and sort of just throw their lives away and their lead. But, I mean, we are looking at a massive point lead so far by Ground Zero. 718 to 162. Chandelure and Hooper, last 2 standing, 30 seconds. If somehow, some way, Legends is able to score enough points to beat Ground Zero here, they deserve the win.
Oh, but look at that. Wazup popping their rings, Unbound taking down Zavi, Chi-Chi not even able to get in their dunk. And now Joe has joined in once again. Gonna go and get some KOs. 3 are down on either side, but the thing is, Legends, they need the numbers here. They're the ones that need the points. 4 members, I mean, Zavi, all they can do is just run away with their mystical fires. They do not want to succumb to the punches of Joe, but Joe just needs to get that finishing blow.
Well, Joe gets the finishing blow. Ground Zero get game 1 over Legends reappear in the final reset for the OC Regional Finals. Now, this is great news for Ground Zero fans, because obviously Ground Zero, sure, they run the same thing back, but they are coming back, they are kicking, they really want to grab that ticket to Honolulu. Legends, LDR, I actually think you have to you cannot give the Chandelure away. The Midnight Ignite, which is the Unite for the Chandelure, the Blackout. I feel like that is actually the reason why Legends is really starting to falter in these team fights. Because again, we've said this before, vision in the middle of a team fight is so important, because that's where the magic happens for LDR. This team is amazing when it comes to team fight coordination, but what's important for team fight coordination? Being able to see what you're doing. And Chandelure kind of, does the opposite. It says you can't see anything. You got to kind of just guess where everything is. So good luck. Chandelure, I actually think I'm expecting a ban here. I don't think Cruelly is allowed to have that Pokemon.
Either a ban or maybe even a steal. We have seen Chi-Chi actually play that previously, but it really comes down to, well, if you give up the Chandelure, what are you going to give away? Are you going to give up the Dragonite? Are you going to give up the Eldegoss? Does Eldegoss need to be in that first pick position as well? So definitely things to consider. But looking at these stats, Danny, Owen Beagle on the Mew played a pretty spectacular game. Some great surf. Great surf disruptions. But even the setup of the light screen to just block off Legends reappear, to block off and provide protection to Cruelly at so many moments as well. That's bracket reset, fresh slate, Ground Zero a 1-up.
I wonder, going into game 2, are we just going to see a absolutely different layout of bans? Like, is Inteleon and Dodrio going to actually make an appearance? Is Leafeon and Gyarados going to be popping up? Because, like, these Pokemon are not in play, but they're not the issues here right now. Ground Zero have sort of found their favorite picks, and of course we are seeing LDR go for their own favorite picks, but I kind of think someone has to shake something up, because if it keeps going and we keep just getting the same compositions, I actually think Ground Zero are going to come out on top, because their comp is really messing with LDR, I feel. Especially Cruelly Chandelure. Like, that Unite, I think it's too game-changing.
No, it has just got so many clutch moments, not just in that game, but the games previous to that. But yeah, it's too much of a risk. That's the thing. Legends, they are banning that Leafeon and Gyarados, and there is a whole reason behind picking those bans. You do not want to give that over to the side of Ground Zero Gaming. And at the moment, it's that question of, well, is Legends reappears composition, is it broken? We've always talked about why fix what isn't broken. But I think, do they just need to add a little bit more spice to the mix? Because it seems the 4 are sticking with their team comp. It's just Chi-Chi, that one outlier that seems to be that flexible pick within that team.
I mean, it's for both teams, right? Like, both teams' top laners seem to be the only interchangeable cogs for these blocks. So, I mean, I would love to see some kind of change, but I feel these two teams are so invested in these comps that it's a little bit difficult for them to suddenly just change everything. So, yeah, maybe 1 or 2 changes, maybe a couple bans. I actually think it's going to have to be the banning stage. Like, you need to let something through to get some of these other really annoying Pokemon off the field. Like, I think originally I looked at the Mew pick for Beagle and I thought, like, okay, was this just a deny pick so Zabi doesn't play it? But Beagle plays a pretty dang good Mew too. So I don't think this is something that you are just deny picking. He is actually really getting so much value out of this Pokemon.
They've always called it that utility knife. I mean, having the 6 moves that you can select from, being able to have that Solar Beam, the Surf, but also the Electro Ball pair on up, and Beagle is able to utilize a lot of that in these right instances. But if you were in their shoes, Danny, which Pokemon would you actually select to give on up? Would it be the Inteleon, the Dodrio, the Leafeon, or the Gyarados? You only have one.
Well, okay. I think Dodrio has to stay banned, because the whole point of the Dodrio is that it not counters, but it's going to be a really big issue for Cruelly, right? Cruelly does not want to deal with the Dodrio. And even the Hoopa, remember? The whole knock-up with the triple trample, also a big issue if you have the Dodrio through. So maybe the Inteleon, I might say, because there are ways to deal with an Inteleon, and it can really come down to those lanes. Like, you're looking at a Inteleon Mew matchup in that bottom lane. I think at this point it's like, what? Mew, Trevenant, Crustle, Inteleon. Like, that's going to be the matchup in that bottom lane. So maybe let the Inteleon through, but then with how things are going, I'd rather maybe keep the Inteleon banned, because, like, the Chandelure has been the problem solver for Ethos's Dragonite, especially around that Rayquaza pit.
Yes.
So I actually expect LDR to make the first move actually with the bans and be like, okay, we need to get rid of Cruelly's Chandelure, but what are we gonna kind of give them in exchange,
Gyarados.
right? So
it's Gyarados or Leafeon. Like, two really hard picks.
You can't give the Leafeon either. Oh gosh, even the sky outside is like booming and just like, get this grand final going. I think you have to give the Gyarados. I actually think you give Joe the Gyarados, because I feel like right now Joe seems really comfy on this Scizor. I don't think he's going to move off of the Scizor, to be completely honest. So you could probably let the Gyarados through.
But, I mean, I guess that's the thing with Gyarados. At that Magikarp stage, can't really do a lot. It is high risk, high reward, because once you do end up reaching that fully blown Serpent, it's just going to run at you. It has so much rage. It has so much shred. So I guess, the answer would just be, okay, give Joe the Gyarados, but then just create that pressure up in that top path. That way they can keep Magikarp at bay.
Well, that's what we've been seeing for both teams, right? Like the whole 4v4 concept that's been happening up there. So, like, if you think about it, right? If Joe is a Magikarp, wouldn't Ground Zero actually have the weaker top lane in that circumstance? So, like food for thought for LDR for this next upcoming game. But it looks like for now we're seeing the priority bans exactly the same. Do not blame them. Same thing for Ground Zero. They do not need to make the move. And Legends, they're just going to continue with the Gyarados ban. So are we just going to run it back?
I guess no matter how much we can speculate here behind our desk, Donnelly, we are the ones that aren't playing this match. And I guess Ground Zero Gaming and Legends reappear. They're just going to stick with what is comfy to them for the time being. Same old, same old. Mew pick on the side for Own Beagle, Ethos, Icy, pick up Dragonite and Eldegoss. So, I mean, no new spices added to the mixture just yet.
Yeah, we're just going to have to wait for them to dig deep into the Chi-Chi and Joe Spice cupboard, right? Like, what are they going to be playing today? But I think at this point, like, just keep Joe on the Scizor. He is, as a Scizor, in those 4v4 situations in the top lane, like, he actually does really well, right? You want to fight into 4 Pokemon as that Scizor, because every time you hit somebody, you're going to get that health back. So, again, just running it back with Chi-Chi, highlighting the Blastoise. Now, I am a big fan of the Blastoise because you're going to have access to a lot of AoE control. Now, the only thing is that the early game for Blastoise, like as a Squirtle and Wartortle, it can be a little rough. But I feel like the utility a Blastoise brings into that mid to late game, this might be what Legends needs to somehow reset some of these fights, because every time they fight into Ground Zero, and when Cruelly just turns everything off, I kind of think like Legends, they need to be the ones to sort of back out and reset themselves, but they can't because they only had Manny to be the one for these fight resets. So now that you have the Typhoon, maybe this is what they need to sort of reset the fights and sort of put things back into their favor.
So they just needed a little bit more control, some more crowd control. And yeah, you mentioned that Hydro Typhoon is such a great maneuver to use if you can time it perfectly. I mean, looking at the build, it's Focus Ban, Rapid Fire Scarf, and a Muscle Ban as well. So I'm guessing it is going to be that Hydro Pump Surf, just as you mentioned, that control, rather than a Spinstoise looking to get into that back line to, spin him away. But I don't know. This could be the secret spice that we needed. I guess we'll just have to wait and see as this match pans out, Danny.
Possibly. But folks, I think it's time. Game number 2 for the grand final reset for the OC Regional Finals. Ground Zero 1 game up in this best of 5. Now for Legends, they need to win 3 games if they want to take the series off of Ground Zero. But for Ground Zero, Just 2 more games. That is all that they need. And the only change for these 2 teams has been that last pick for Legends. Chi-Chi now playing the Blastoise, but everyone else just running it back from that first game.
Just run it back. That's all you can do. Try to play to the best of your ability. Wazup was shredded to quite minimal HP. Is going to hand over a berry to Joe and just rely on that pad for healing. But same old dance, same old story for the beginning. No dunks, no pivotal. I guess that's the thing. Who ended up getting that dunk? Was it Joe? No, Joe has 18 points here.
Yeah, so it's just a bit of a dunk in that bottom lane because, yeah, the Hooper just really focusing on making sure that Joe has that early game under wraps. But we are seeing the exact same dance. Both attackers rotating to that top lane, getting ready for those Swablu and Altaria. And who's going to get most of them?
It ends up getting shared. We do have a reset there for Joe on the Sizzle. Gonna back on away, back onto pad. But Legends, they aren't looking to test the... Oh my gosh, just rage from that Lampent to just go and finish off that Gossifleur.
Yeah, I'm glad we do not have types and resistances in this game because that Gossifleur would have gone way further back than the Pokemon Center. Big push, though, coming in from Ground Zero to just score a whole bunch of points. But Beagle, though, having to use the Reflect to try and push people away, but just a little bit too far forward in that fight and will get knocked out in the process. Now, while that's all happening, we're seeing Mandy pull off a very cute and cheeky play, actually stealing a couple of those central area buffs. So he is going to basically prevent Cruelly from having access to those, and sometimes that little bit of a power spike from those buffs can really change the tides of battle. But Legends, happy to pick that up for themselves.
Yeah, these are the type of plays that Legends Reappear need to make. They need to think outside of the box and try and pick up any opportunities where they can. But 3v3 up in that top path there. Once again, just trying to farm it up. But looking at the state, though, we do have 2 level 7s on the side of Ground Zero Gaming. Legends Reappear, they are falling a little bit behind in terms of their levels so far.
You know, I have to say, Legends are playing pretty scared. They are... I can understand. They are trying to get their levels. They do not want to give away too many knockouts over to the way of Ground Zero. Although Eldegoss goes down again. Cruelly just pops him. Just as if he was absolutely nothing. But yeah, you can just see Legends. They are so scared to engage into Ground Zero. They're basically saying to Ground Zero, you guys can start the fight whenever you want because we are never going to jump into you. Our Pokemon are not ready to go. But oh my gosh, the serve set up there by Beagle. They're just about to get the central laner. There goes Ethos. And this is going to basically guarantee that Regieleki top lane for Ground Zero. Broken goal zone, rather easy Regieleki. This is just going to put Legends Reappear on the back foot.
Yeah, and you bet they have that shred they're able to secure. Legends Reappear weren't even able to go into sight. You do have that marching on forward, but the Hooper portal is going to send some of those members downtown while Legends are all up here preoccupied by this Regieleki. Ethos, though, is downstairs. I mean, they haven't started that basement Reggie. Instead, they just have to focus on getting their levels, look for that level 9.
Yeah, the mindset has appeared to change quite a lot here for Legends, right? Like originally in the games that they always won, Ethos was comfortable to take the Reggie on the bottom by himself, but this is not the case though because Ground Zero have been battling for these objectives and the Crustal, first one to go down, so the defender's not there, and again the Midnight Ignite just cutting everybody down cruelly! Again, on the Chandelure, the setup by his team just allows him to burn and melt everybody into that pavement, and Xavi, what can you do? This Chandelure is basically left unchecked.
Yeah, there's not much that you can do with it. It's just there in the backline being protected. I mean, Joe, even then, with the Red Illusion dive to just go and push Legends Reappear, create so much space. Now, the benefit is Legends Reappear do have those comeback experience with those Indeedis over on their side. But the thing is, they need to try and create some space down on either side because tier 2-1 pads plus a Hooper, like, you just need to stop that from happening.
You have to. Like, one of the main advantages of Hooper too, right, is that if you have those tier 1 pads, you have so much mobility on the map. You can bring your team in, you can teleport the team out. Being able to get to those objectives so quickly, it just makes the team with the Hooper be everywhere at once. And look at this, like just a tiny skirmish and Ethos just disappears as if he never existed. And I mean, Cole, he's low, but does it really matter? Without Ethos, he is a big chunk of this team's damage.
Yeah, one of the bigger threats there on that team. It is the objective securer after all. Speaking of objectives, we do have another Regieleki that has spawned in that top half. Own Beagle making sure to just coach Cruelly there as they are shredding down this Regieleki. But Eldegoss and Chi-Chi are here looking to probably try and contest this. They're going to go and secure with the Hydro Typhoon, but no, they are no match to Cruelly's Flames.
Chandelure, so annoying, so pesky, a thorn in the side of the Legends. No matter what they do, they just can't seem to get rid of him. And the assault continues here because Ground Zero, they're just zipping all over the place, just cleaning the map up of all of this experience, taking all the buffs. And Legends, I mean, we are seeing a team that just looks like a shadow of the former selves. They used to be the ones to run into Ground Zero that wanted to take all these objectives, comfortably fight into them, and now they've just been cornered to the point where they don't even dare to step onto the neutral center zone of this game, let alone trying to encroach on Ground Zero's territory.
No, but they have to get a pick up here. Wazzup does end up getting knocked down, not able to make it into the hyperspace hull. Manny making sure to lurk in that tall grass, pop out a rock tomb, just trying to distract that Trevenant and the Chandelier from making it through. Ethos being able to get the secure on that Registeel, which is actually huge for Legends right now, but a huge Phantom Forest to just go and knock up 4 members of Legends. That is insane, Danny.
Knocks up 4, and again, when they turn the lights out, you can see that Legends, they just back up because they say, we can't see anything, we need to reset. So now that the lights are back on, the team is thinking, Ethos, you're playing very far forward here, my good sir. Gets smacked up once, but he will be able to get out of there. But you can already see how afraid every time LDR hears Cruelly, they don't want to fight into Ground Zero at all.
No, they weren't able to get that tier 1 pad. So once again, Wazzup does have the up here, being able to just teleport members from the top to the bottom. We do have another Regieleki that is spawning. I mean, this is actually huge considering, you know, this is going to go towards that tier 2 pad if Ground Zero are able to secure it. If Legends get it though, it's not too much of a threat to Ground Zero, but they are going to try and contest it, making sure to, you know, just lock in some objectives that they have been lacking.
Okay, so they're going to give it away, Kello. Just play it safe. They can either just let this walk in, which it looks like they will.
Yeah.
And that will trigger an instant score here, which it's going to be 100 points. Okay, we do have Chi-Chi going in, but without Chi-Chi, the team is basically going in without the defender. Ground Zero, they say, you fall for our trap, you wanted to score, we're going to take your whole team.
Oh, this is the downfall of giving up that Regieleki. It was just a bait, just a trap, but we still have Blastoise here with that Unite. Mew has popped the Unite to go and protect their team, pushing back Ethos. With no protection, he is trying to kite on back with that Hyper Beam. Unfortunately, ends up getting taken down. Once again, Cruelly is just burning through like fire.
And it doesn't end here. We still have 1 minute and 20 seconds and a lot of Unites that were not used at all for Legends. But I will have to say the Phantom Forest for Ground Zero is still available. So it's not completely screwed in favor of LDR. But the question is, can LDR find their way into Ground Zero to get the Typhoon, to get the Rubble Round? They start with the X's. So far, they do manage to get one connection. But there goes Cole there. He is ready if he needs to. Phantom Forest connecting onto the attackers in the backline. Typhoon connects. They found Cruelly. He's done. They caught the candle. He is gone. It's now down to the final 2 attackers. The Mew, Beagle, Joe. Are they going to be enough for the team? They get rid of the Crustal. There's no frontliner, but Ethos, he wants to rip this raid. This is their only way to come back into this game. He is focusing this down, but Joe, he wants this dragon, and it's so good. They're trying to do the
Oh my gosh.
Sylveon gets it with the final hit. Legends reappear. They still have a chance to stay into this game. But look at this. Joe wants to score 100. There's the 100 from Dragonite. They're going to score another 100 with this Sylveon. But Joe, he can't score. It's cancelled by Chi-Chi. The top laner delays him.
Oh, and we still have some points on the board. 290 to 399. I think Blastoise being able to retreat and go and stop those dunks was such a great play there. Being able to recognize that, knowing that they had the lead, they just weren't able to pull it off. But hey, Danny, one apiece right now. Oh, that is a bracket. I mean, this bracket reset is insane. Like we were talking about, we are in for the long haul. Well, this is the long haul. Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh, oh my goodness. I am so pleased that we have, sure, okay, drafts have been the same for I don't know how many games at this point, but these guys, when it comes to the last 2 minutes, you think the game is over, you think a team has won. Nah, it's not over until that Rayquaza sings, and oh boy, Legends, game 1, sure, that's for ground 0. We'll make them feel comfy. But game 2, it's gonna be Legends this time. And a big factor was that they actually managed to cut into ground 0, and most importantly, they found Cruelly. But as soon as Cruelly is down, you could immediately tell the atmosphere within Legends absolutely changed. They just barreled down, and unfortunately between Beagle and Joe, like these two, they do not have the threatening knockout capacity that Cruelly does alone.
Well, there we go. And like in terms of the fighting, we saw Legends. They were struggling for a lot of that match. A lot of them only ended up having the 1 KOs. Cruelly and Omegle were able to pick up most of them. We do have objectives being shared across the board for the majority of this match. But as you can see, the graph, Legends reappear. They were the ones behind. They're the ones that needed that Rayquaza. So, interesting turn of events. Legends were able to keep as cool as a cucumber, take a deep breaths, and just reanalyze what ended up happening and taking that pip for themselves.
1 for 1. Both teams basically reset the series again, right, Killer?
Yeah. Back to the drawing board.
It's literally now just a best of 3 at this point, you know? Like, who wins this next up-and-coming best of 3? I really think we're going for the full 5 games here for the reset. It just doesn't seem like anyone is giving up. No one is surrendering. There's nobody is ready to forfeit that championship title. So, I mean, I think we need to pace ourselves as viewers as well as spectators, because, you know, we thought it might have just been an easy sweep. No, I think we're just getting started.
Getting started. I mean, hey, it has been a pretty long journey as we have so far, but I mean, is this because it is like a best of 3? It's a bracket reset, right?
Yeah, literally a reset in a reset. So a bit of a reset here.
Oh, I know. I think I've heard that somewhere else. I'm wondering. It might be a guy with a mustache.
Maybe, but look, I'm hyped. At this point, I don't care who goes to Worlds for OC alongside Antic. Whoever makes it, I think they're probably going to give us the best show OC can put on this year, and maybe somebody's going to finally put us on the map, because we have been looked down upon so many times by the other regions. Okay, I'm sick of people saying like OC doesn't deserve 2 slots. How dare you? Have you seen our grand final? We have teams that want to go, that want to play, and are putting the work in. Okay, we deserve those 2 slots, and we're going to show it to you at Honolulu, but we kind of need to figure out who's that second team. But still, okay, hopefully you guys are enjoying the show so far, because man, like I thought I was going to have a single team favorite, and I'm like, I don't care who wins, okay? Just give us a good show.
Dadalee spilling the tea right now, just letting it all over the desk. Look, in the end, yes, you have a great point. Whichever team does win, I feel like, you know, both of these teams, they have worked hard and they definitely deserve it. It's just who's able to keep that mental fortitude, who's able to keep cool, calm, and collected throughout these last matches. And if there's anything that we've seen, both of them, Cruelly, he's the one that has the fire, the Chandelure, but I mean, Legends reappear, they're able to match that. And it's just, you know, they managed to douse it in that last match.
Well, thanks to Chi-Chi as well. Not type matchup, but definitely skill matchup if we have to look at it that way. It really did come down to Chi-Chi, right? The fact that Chi-Chi played so far for the team, was able to clip Cruelly with the Typhoon, and then just managed to, I think it was a Hydro Pump, like that, just 1 extra second of disable. It was enough to give that opening for the team to just come in and finish off the Chandelure. Like, again, this is also the main reason, like an example of why Dodrio is banned. The fact that you can see how squishy Chandelure is once somebody gets into that back line. And I mean, we just saw Blastoise. Just imagine the terror Cruelly will be feeling if that was actually a Dodrio. So it justifies the ban, but I feel like this game, you know, especially after that round, Chi-Chi might be staying on this Blastoise, because I feel like the Blastoise pick solves a lot of issues for this team, just having access to the Typhoon, the lockdown from the Hydro Pump and Surf as well, if you do manage to get the multi-man catch. So I really think this might just be the solid draft, unless we see Ground Zero coming in and saying, hey, okay, maybe the Blastoise is a bigger issue than we anticipated, and maybe they be the ones to decide that maybe this is what we sort of change with our bans. I don't see them taking away the tree. I feel like the Trevenant pick is just too important for this team. So something's going to happen with the Blastoise. Either they just kind of suck it up and say like, okay, it's just going to stay, it's going to exist, we'll deal with it, or they're going to have to make a sacrifice somewhere.
Yeah, that's the thing. What do you sacrifice if you are to go and take that Blastoise away? Like, I feel like Ground Zero Gaming's composition, it seems to be working out for them. But we mentioned this earlier, Legends reappear. You know, they're able to learn, they're able to adapt. And we mentioned, you know, Chi-Chi, that Blastoise pick seemed to be the answer there. So I don't know, do Ground Zero go in with the same game plan, hoping to just have a better match? Or are they really going to change things up just because of a singular Blastoise pick?
I feel like the issue last game, it really was just like that 1 microsecond. You know, it really just felt like that one moment in the game is what really ended it for Ground Zero. So I wouldn't be surprised if they just run it back. I don't think they really need to change anything. Like, they've really, over the course of this best of 5 and now this new best of 5, like, you can tell that they really refined this team comp overall, and they're really starting to get into the rhythm of how it works. And so it was really down to LDR to sort of now have to do the detective work and figure out, okay, what is the issue? What do we need to fix? Like, what can we add in? What can we sort of compensate? And I feel like now, yeah, LDR might be done with that and just sort of settle with Chi-Chi on that Blastoise. But, like, again, we kind of don't know what's really happening here for the teams. Like, we are having a little bit of an extended, I guess, like, talking period for the teams because we have had a pretty long day. So we're just sort of giving them a bit of a breather as you guys kind of chill out with us.
We need to take some breaths.
But I've been seeing all kinds of opinions in the chat for, like, who's going to win and what the issue is and all that kind of business. And I kind of like seeing everyone's different, like, thoughts and opinions on how they kind of analyze the teams and figure out, like, okay, like, what's kind of happening? Is it a player issue? But yeah,
I don't think it's a player issue. It's not a player issue at all.
Definitely a situational issue.
Yeah, I don't think it's a player issue. I don't think it's a Pokemon choice issue either. As you mentioned, it's just these minute scenarios that are happening once you're in that match. And I guess that's a brilliance. Yeah, these picks, these bans might be exactly the same, but not every match is the same. We're seeing something new happen here and there. I mean, yeah, it seems like the same old song and dance, the same jive that we are going there. But I mean, at times, you know, they're stepping away and, you know, doing a little bit of a cha-cha here with each other, just trying to work out each other's footing and I guess trying to catch them off guard. And Chi-Chi, well, yeah, they were able to pick up on that misstep from Cruelly and then capitalize on that. And I guess this is where those decisions really come into play, the team communication. And I mean, we were talking about this earlier, like Legends reappear, they do have that potential language barrier between them. They're just trusting that intuition, which a lot of these players need to do. But also, it's been a long day. Is the fatigue starting to settle in as well?
I definitely think there could be elements of fatigue. Like, it's not just playing Pokemon Unite that can be quite tiring for these players, but it's also the mental fatigue of having to be thinking all the time. Like, if you are spending this amount of time, like, just sitting there constantly thinking about your next match, analyzing what happened in the previous one, and even if you're resting, like, you're not done thinking. You're sitting there, you're watching the games, you're talking to your teammates, you're trying to figure out, like, is this something we need to be worried about? Is this a Pokemon we need to explore? Is this something that we need to sort of ban in our upcoming matchups? Like, it doesn't really end for the players until the tournament is over. And so I wouldn't be surprised if someone's sort of just like a little over it, you know, at the moment. This is probably where the extended break, like this little break, even though it's very small, yes, the players are still thinking, but it's like they're not immediately jumping into that next game. So they do have like a moment to themselves to like recompose, think, I guess talk amongst themselves too, because I hope the players are having fun. I would hate to think that because of how tense the situation is, there might be a little bit of tension, because sometimes that does creep in these very tense matchups where sometimes like somebody says something and just because everyone is so tense, like maybe someone takes it the wrong way and all of a sudden like you've got two players that are a little bit sour against each other. You do not want that happening in a grand final. You kind of have to keep things under wraps.
You have to keep it together. Take those deep breaths. Here we go, Danny. This is game 3 of the bracket reset. Now, mind you, we still have a little leeway here, but are we going to see some shakeups? So far, exactly the same as we have seen in Inteleon, Dodrio, Leafeon, and Gyarados span. Mew, Dragonite, and I'm going to say... Oh, wait a minute. Hold your horses.
Yes.
Oh,
Look,
this is what we wanted to see.
I knew something had to change, and I thought it would be the Chandelure ban, but still, I like this play, okay? And this is Zavi too, so I do trust Zavi to play an amazing Candle, but now that Cruelly's not playing the Chandelure, what's on this man's like list? Like what's the next best thing?
The thing is, Wassup has taken away Icy's Eldegoss here. They have been playing Hooper. So what is Icy going to fall back on? Ooh, they're going for the Blissey instead of actually taking the Hooper for themselves. So
this is great.
It'll be really interesting to see how this ends up working out and whether there are going to be any more spicy picks coming out from either side. But, you know, we were looking for shakeups and, yeah, it might be.
What?
Oh, my.
What?
Oh, okay. A little bit of an error.
I saw Cruelly and Joe flicking, and I could definitely tell the team was like scrambling. They're like, Cruelly, you're not gonna play the kid. You're not gonna play Chandelure. What else could we pick? Desi, pick Desi for me, please. And Chi-Chi, wow, we are seeing some really big changes. So Chi-Chi is playing Chandelure up top. Oh my gosh, we're seeing a laning Chandelure.
We have seen it previously before, whether, they'll end up going top or whether they're going to end up sending Zavi, the Zorua, but, I mean, it makes sense here. They do have Icy by their side, if needed, but definitely, I think all eyes right now are on Cruelly. That Decidueye pick is definitely left field, something that I don't think we have seen yet, so... Sometimes, I mean, Decidueye isn't fire, but sometimes you just need to fight fire with fire.
These lucky type matchups are not a thing because the Desi would just like absolutely burn against the Chandelure. I'm just saying, but they're also like, both ghost types. They kind of like counter each other too. But anyways, like, look, I have expectations for somebody to bring for Cruelly to bring Decidueye into a grand final reset. You need to have the utmost confidence in yourself, in your team, in everything that you believe in, because those, I believe it's probably going to have to be the Spirit Shackle Desi. You have to pray that every shackle lands, every shackle connects, and you also have to pray that that Zorak is not going to be on your tail, because he's obviously going to be on the menu.
Yeah, I guess that's a risky thing, is Zavi, and we've seen the combinations that Zavi is able to pop on out. But we are going to see something a little bit different. Wassup on the Gossifleur is going to go in with an Invade Kololan as well. So we did see this earlier on in the set, but Manny and Icy were prepared for this. They were here to go and help that Zorua, hoping to get that blue buff. Zavi was able to land that, fend off, get that Gossifleur, and now they want to try and get Kololan as well.
So much respect for LDR, the fact that they brought both supports to ensure that Zorua was going to have its central lane, and they got the knockout as well. Beautiful start here for Ground Zero. This is going to slow things down too, because it meant that their side lanes were sort of exposed for a little bit as they did this. And it was kind of obvious because, like, if you see Joe and Beagle coming into lanes by themselves, like, you kind of know when those supports are going to be. So, great plays coming in for Legends. great matchups, and we are now almost back to the stock standard play. But the difference is that it's only 3 in the top lane here, but with Zoroark, you can do so much damage, and oh my gosh, they almost lost Joe there. They're super lucky to be able to get on that goal zone because the extra shielding definitely helped. But look, LDR, great start. They are happy here.
Yeah, being able to fend off that invade was a great first play there. They're just, as I said, being able to keep cool, calm, collected, do what they need to do. So far, no points on the board. You're going to go and try and have a little bit of a tussle here in this mid-section. We do have What's who's, really low, does end up missing the slap of the Blissey.
Slaps the ground. It's like, don't come here again. Oh my
Stamp the feet, slap the ground. You know, sometimes you've just got to be a little bit threatening. You are a Blissey after all. You are a queen.
And while that's happened as well, LDR just took all of the experience in the central lane. So this is going to set them quite far ahead in this early game. And Crawley has revealed himself, so Xavi already knows where this owl is going to be. Now the question is just, oh, the shackle connects! Just walks right into it. That is not how you play into a Desi. You kind of have to dodge those spirit shackles because they really hurt.
They do hurt. You do have Kaluan being able to dunk in 7 points of their own. Just being a menace. A little bit of a tussle here between Manny and Kaluan. Ends up bonking them over the wall as well. Not going to get caught out by that rock tomb. But 20 seconds left to go until those objectives. We need to deal with these birds up first. But Xavi lurking in that bush for the perfect opportunity to dive on Joe. Icy by themselves to just replenish that HP pool. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough. And Xavi ends up getting taken down. Given some space, and they've left this goal on 1 point.
Yeah, I kind of walked into quite a bit of damage there, unfortunately. Maybe he thought he would be able to just sort of walk out with the illusion, but just really need to be careful with your positioning, unfortunately. Now, down bottom, great stuff here for Chi-Chi because he's pairing up with the Crustal, and they can easily push through this Trevenant. So bottom lane is basically all theirs. They can also guarantee that bottom Reggie with the Chandelure and that Crustal. But up top, LDR can steal this. This would be fantastic because they're about to get 2 objectives. Ooh,
but it ends up being Crawley to land that last shot. That is going to end up crashing into this goal. So only a 19 overcap, but that is going to create space up in the top path. Dragonite is going to prioritize those Indeedis, look for that level 9, while we do have some dunks going in to this bottom path as well. So a tier for a tier.
Tier for a tier. I'm not sure if Ground Zero is happy about this because they ideally would like to be able to keep their tier 1 goal zone. But hang on a minute though, Joe. Actually going to be stuck in the wall there with Manny, and I think he might go down first. But actually not. He's going to be okay. But they will use the Unite. They had to. They had to use Chi-Chi's Unite there. So 1 for 1. Top laner for a defender. I think LDR's kind of happy with that outcome together.
Yeah, looking at the levels right now, it is pretty even. I think Ground Zero just have a slight level lead. In terms of points as well, it is quite even. But Ethos trying to just focus on getting those levels ASAP. Everyone's just separated at the moment. Just doing what they need to do. Getting ready for that next big bolt of lightning.
Gotta wait for that big bolt of lightning. If you're Ground Zero, you're kind of hoping that that arrow turns into a lightning arrow and just connects up to everybody. That is actually one thing that some teams will need to be a little aware of, because when you do play into the Desi, now compared to Inteleon does amazing shots with snipe shots. The Desi, the one thing that makes it so unique is that the arrow pierces through and can hit multiple targets. And if LDR are not careful with their positioning, a multi-man arrow from Cooley might just be enough to soften them up for Joe to come in and finish. So, Desi, we don't see it a lot. You do see it every now and again in your ranked games, but especially in competitive, I do think some teams, they kind of forget how powerful this Pokemon can be in the right hands.
Yeah, definitely going to have to be wary of that. But Xavi is going to go in, put Joe in a bit of a daze, going to ward them off, not going to push on fourth, considering Reggie Alecki is up here. So all hands on deck to go and secure this, because this is going towards that tier 2 pad. All the meantime, we do have 2 members of Legends reappear, focusing their efforts on this Reggie steal. So this is actually going to be pretty huge for them, considering they do need to defend that Reggie Alecki, and it's going to take it off the board for Ground Zero Gaming as well. But Ethos ends up getting caught on out, pushed on back, but is able to Draco crash on back to safety.
Managed to catch an arrow with catch 2 Pokemon with the arrow, but they're going to fight on that tier 1 goal zone. Really ballsy play, actually using the knock-knock from the distance as well. So Crawley going to have to cancel there by the Crustal, now trying to run away away there as Manny is coming in for the pressure. Joe, though, really wants the Chandelure himself. The Unite gets popped, takes quite a bit of damage. Ethos will finish off that pesky Decidueye, and also wants Beagle when he gets it with the basic attacks, but in the back lines, Joe doing quite a bit of work himself, getting rid of the support, and now they're going to turn onto the Dragonite. He's got the Dragon Dance ready, and we'll finish him off with the Hyper Beam. You can't just walk into Ethos. He does quite a bit on his own as well.
Yeah, that is massive for Ethos. Being able to pick up 4 KOs there, they are now at that level 13 mark. So, Ground Zero Gaming, they need to just farm on up, get over whatever Pokemon that they can on their side. Icy, making sure to stick by Ethos as well, because they did end up getting picked off earlier on, isolated and everything, being forced to use their Unite move. So, you do not want to make that same mistake.
You really don't. And there are a couple of insurance policies on the side of Legends Reappear as well. Not only do they have the blackout from the Midnight Ignite, but also during that period, if anything really happens and someone needs assistance, you've got the Bliss Assist. So the Ground Zero, they can't just go in there and pop somebody. They really need to think where Icy is. If the Blissey is just too close, you know a Bliss Assist is coming your way. You're going to waste a lot of resources on somebody you probably won't even knock out. And then the tables are going to be turned, because with a Bliss-assisted Ethos or even a Bliss-assisted Zavi, like, these guys are going to be monsters with that bonus attack.
Oh, 100%. 20 seconds left to go. Regieleki has spawned. Interesting to see Legends Reappear have decided to leave that. Ground Zero Gaming, they're going to collaborate on it, hoping to shred it on down. And with a Decidueye on your side, you have a bit of shred. But the thing is, Ground Zero Gaming have given up the position, and Legends Reappear have the advantage here, as long as they don't get caught on out, as Kalun is going in from the back line.
He doesn't have his team here, so if he gets popped, this would be problematic for the team altogether. And the Woodhammer kind of connects, but he's at half health, and he's about to run into Zavi as well. Zavi finishes off the tree, uses the Horn Legion. He's going to be caught with. He actually uses the Unite to try and build up a little bit more health. He will catch him, though. Has to use the full heal, and there goes the Trevenant. There's no Phantom Forest anymore, but look at this. Ethos just gets rid of the support, so there is no Cotton Cloud Crash. Beagle's also used his Unite. It's just down to the attackers and the Sizzle. And look how quickly Legends, they are ripping through the rain.
Charging.
Gets the Ray this time. It's not the Desi at all. Icy saving the game for the team. And with the Ray Shield, LDR are going to dunk their points in. There's still a minute and 10 seconds to go, but I don't know if they could do it, Kello. The level difference between the two teams are massive.
They're massive, but also you have 4 members of Ground Zero Gaming down. It's only Kalun. Well, no more. That tree has been chopped on down. 3 members still have their shields. 226 to 525. Oh, wow. What a turn of the tables. I mean, that's the thing. Getting those tier 1 pads at the beginning just gave Legends Reappear the advantage to catch up in levels, being able to get those picks. I mean, do you think Kalun being caught out ended up being the moment where it all just came crumbling down to Ground Zero?
There were a few things, right? Like Cole tried to go for the wraparound play, which was risky in itself because he was sort of going into no man's land, no allies in sight, so they kind of weren't really in position to capitalize on whether he did connect his original moves or not. And then, yeah, you may have caught Zavi, but you ended up using the Unite just to survive a little bit longer.
Yeah.
The team didn't get the jump in, and then I think most importantly for Ground Zero, like, you've lost your Eldegoss. And Eldegoss didn't even get to use the Cotton Cloud Crash. Like, so many things just sort of fell through the cracks for this team once they lost Cole.
I think it was also the position of the Phantom Forest. It didn't actually end up connecting with any of the members of Legends Reappear, so not being able to get the shielding that you would hope from a Phantom Forest. So really interesting plays here. Legends Reappear, they're in it for the long haul, 2 up. I mean, if they win this next match, Danny, that is game, set, and match. But we need to go and have a look at these battle stats first, analyze, I guess, just what actually happened during this match.
I wish I could go back and watch the replays. Like, we just need to see. But gosh, going into the late game, it was pretty favorable for LDR, right? Because they had a pretty big level lead over Ground Zero. They had like what, 2 level 13 Pokemon? I think there's someone at level 14. Like they just had a massive level lead.
Zarvi, wasn't it?
Yeah,
I believe
like
the Zoroark.
someone was just incredibly fed. And then you had a look at Ground Zero. Like at most, Crawley, Beagle, and Joe were like 12. So they had the level disadvantage. And at the same time, like to pull such a risky play. Like, I commend them for the bravery. Sometimes you have to pull those very unconventional plays to make a comeback happen. But I think at the same time, like, sometimes you also have to worry about the ease of execution and to consider, okay, let's say Cole makes that play happen. Like, are we okay with losing Cole here? Can we hold the fort for Cole when he's gone for the next 10 to 15 seconds? Like, how important is Cole for acting as that barrier for Crawley, Beagle, and even Waz? Like, we saw how important Waz was without the Eldegoss, without the utility of the Eldegoss. Like, it just, the team altogether just completely crumbled.
Okay, now here's the thing. Ground Zero Gaming, they were able to get, we've had this discussion before, able to get all those Reggie Alekis, but Legends reappeared. They were able to pick up both of those basement Reggies. Reggie still at that. It was actually a pretty close game here, 106-93 for majority of that match. But could it also just be down to Ground Zero breaking those 2 Tier 1 pads earlier on, giving them that comeback experience? Because Legends weren't actually able to break any of the pads for Ground Zero, so they didn't have as much experience over on their side.
Sometimes I wonder, like, is it really experience that's the issue, or is it just, as the normal person would say, a skill issue in the moment? Not a skill issue with the players, but like sometimes you just kind of fumble the ball in probably the most crucial moment in a game of Unite, which is the last 2 minutes, because like every knockout, every time you are eliminated during that final 2 minute, like the final 2 minute period, your knockout timer is incredibly long. Like someone might say like 15 seconds is long. Yes. With how short of a game Unite is, like 15 seconds also matters. And so it's just enough time for LDR to be like, okay, we've got like your 2 supports. Like, what are you going to do about it? And then they just go straight to the Ray. They're content. Like, they're happy with their secure. And they perfectly executed that to the point like even Blissey was able to contribute. So, game
all right.
3. I can't believe it. Like,
Woo!
jeez.
Here we are. I mean, this is the thing. OCE, they have been waiting for this day for the longest time. And I know, later on we'll have the NA and the EU broadcast as well. But this is these players' time to shine. And I mean, hey, they might be some missteps here and there, but I think each 10 of these players, they have had some incredible plays. So focus on the positives here for all of them, right? Back to the drawing board. Obviously, there is a lot on the line. It's a trip to Honolulu, Hawaii.
Everything
it's
is
that
on the line,
prize pool.
Everything.
I think, like Legends reappeared. They've been here before. Like, I'm feeling mad deja vu right now.
Mad deja vu. We could be expecting a little bit more deja vu if they take this next game, if I'm speaking of LDR here. So, Ground Zero, can they bring it to a game 5? Because we're about to jump into game number 4. They are on their last lifeline here. If they do not win this next matchup, they are basically watching Worlds for this year. They are not going to get a trip at all. And Antic will be joined by LDR. Of all the teams in OC, LDR appear at the most critical time within the competitive circuit of Pokemon Unite. And not going to lie, I kind of love it.
Oh, well, look, the players have been here and there. Legends reappear. They only did just reappear, I guess, last month during the April Cup. But Zarvi, Ethos, I think Ethos did take a little bit of a break earlier on the season, coming on back. Manny, I believe, did end up playing on a different team earlier on. But yeah, they've had this experience throughout the season. Now, the story with Ground Zero Gaming is they've actually had a few switch-ups during the season. The one continuous player, being Joe, has stuck through it throughout the season, right, with different players. It was Cole and Omegle and I believe Was Up, who actually played in the AOS Cup, and then they ended up needing to take a break. That's when you had the likes of Nakasea come on in, you had Mio come on in as well, but is now back on Legends Reappear as well. So that was Mio, I believe was Chi-Chi actually. So actually, things have just clicked. I have a light bulb above my head. I think if my story is correct, Chi-Chi actually did play with Ground Zero beforehand.
You think that insider information might be what's kind of like, messing things up for Ground Zero? Because to have somebody on your team that has played with certain people in the active scene, like not like you played last year, because that's different, right? Different meta, different story, different circumstances. But like to play with somebody in the competitive space so soon. Like, you've got a lot of inside information on how these players are playing, how they're drafting, how they're kind of thinking. Like, maybe this man's kind of spilling some tea inside the comms and be like, hey guys, I know what they're gonna pick next. I think I know what they're gonna do. We know what to steal. But that's just obviously for us like purely speculation. If I recall as well, I think Beagle said this himself in Twitch chat yesterday or something when someone asked about the roster. They said this iteration of GZ had 2 weeks of practice under their belt. So to be fair, like 2 weeks of practice and they're sort of looking this good. I'm not complaining, but obviously for them, they would have loved to have had more because, like, especially in the circumstances that they're in, they need to be at their best because LDR are bringing their best. And so far, we've seen GZ pull out a couple of punches, but they need to pull out a couple more. But I'm not sure if they're really in a good position to do so, especially with how LDR is now finally starting to break through and deny one of the success stories for GZ, which has been that Chandelure pick.
Yeah, I mean, taking that away from them was huge. It did leave Crawley in a bit of a position there, picking up the Decidueye, I guess. They had some picks here and there, but it didn't feel as impactful as their Chandelure did previously. Yes, it does have that pierce damage, but you mentioned it. It's the Unite move. It's the ability to just go and turn out the lights, blind your opponents, but it's also that residual burn that you end up getting from the flamethrowers as well.
So
overheats.
Food for thought, right? Because now GZ understand that Crawley is probably not going to have access to Chandelure. So are we going to see a change? And maybe is Inteleon going to make it through this time? Because who's been banning Inteleon so far? It's been GZ. And obviously Crawley wants to have a really good attacker Pokemon on his belt. And unfortunately, Desi didn't work. So if you're looking for a next potential candidate for a sniper, it's actually been like right there the whole time, but they've been banning it. Is the Inteleon going to come out of retirement for this team and maybe it'll be available? Sure, LDR might snap it up because they'll be like, oh, Inteleon's available, like, we'll take that. But then there's a good opportunity for Crawley to actually get back the Chandelure.
There is, but that's the thing. In order to trade a Pokemon, you're going to have to make a sacrifice. Like, that's the thing. They've been picking up this Mew first pick for a reason. They had been banning this Inteleon for a reason. So if they are in that first pick position once again, yeah, you can risk letting that Inteleon out in the field and then select it on up first. But then you're probably going to end up having Legends, just like they've done with that Chandelure, go and pick up Mew for themselves.
Quite possibly. And then we'll see a completely different order for the drafting. But who knows? Maybe that's what GZ need. Like, I have seen, not in this region, but I have seen some other circumstances where teams, they will not actually ban any of the meta bans. They would ban Pokemon that they know that they would never pick, that they would never ever use, but they would let through all of the meta strong choices. And sometimes, I have seen this happen before, teams get overwhelmed because all of a sudden, all of these Pokemon are available and they get confused. They don't know who to prioritize because they're so used to seeing this playstyle where it's like, everything is banned, but these small pool of Pokemon are available, so we're just going to pick and choose these. Like, as soon as you open up that pool, I've seen people just mentally implode. So, I don't think this would happen, but I mean, like, if someone decides to do it and they sort of give it a shot, I recommend it. Okay, just seeing some people like mentally implode, it is kind of funny. but it is a strat that I have seen happen before, and it kind of worked. Not all the time, but definitely the first time.
Whoa, wait. Okay, you're talking about mentally imploding. Crustal ban?
The game is imploded.
So
it was that bad.
They are going to let that Inteleon out. They banned that Crustal plus that Dodrio. So that means they're going to have to end up picking up that Inteleon.
Look at this. They basically just banned LDR. So they just said no Crustal, no Dragonite. But that means look at how many Pokemon are going through.
But what do you select up first? Do you select Mew? Wait!
They're stealing the
Sylvia?
Are they just going to steal LDR's Pokemon? Because that would be hilarious.
What's really interesting, though, is LDR didn't even play Sylveon last match. So, picking up this first, like, what is cooking in the minds of these players? But because they picked up the Sylveon first, they didn't even go for the Inteleon, mind you. They've given Chi-Chi that Mew plus Eldegoss goes to Icy once again.
And
oh my
Eagles
gosh,
got Zoro. Oh my gosh. So, okay, obviously Ground Zero is cooking something, and I'm actually looking at Legends, and I think they are also thoroughly confused. They're just like, okay, hang on a minute, like, what is going on? We're seeing Glaceon being selected. We've got Trevenant also being picked up. Now, the thing is, I kind of am a little bit concerned because you also had potentially given away a Trevenant to LDR. I actually think Trevenant was great for Ground Zero, but for them to give this away, like, clearly something is in the works for this team, because you don't simply give a Trevenant like that away.
My brain has imploded.
I can guarantee
I don't know about these plays, but my brain has.
Okay, I can guarantee that.
Oh my god! Sorry, my brain, it's gone. Oh my gosh! So, what even is it?
What is?
No, I think we're just both lost for words right now. I
don't even know what's happening anymore.
If this is going to be the last game of the day, which it potentially could be, considering Legends are 2 up right now, why not try go out with a bang? But this last pick, Xavi, picking up the Blastoise, whether we are going to see some switcheroonies coming into these final preparations, I don't really know what to expect from this match here, Danny. I'm going to be honest.
Well... Good question. I wish I knew what was happening as well. But I truly feel like Ground Zero, because they are in such a tough spot, they have to make a crazy play happen, right? And one of the best ways to really throw your opponents off is to basically take them out of the comfort zone. And because both teams have practically played the same comps all day, and maybe they're hoping that these guys are just going to be completely thrown off because they have to play differently, right? Like, Ethos is now playing Glaceon. He's not going to be able to sit in the front lines as that Dragonite anymore. Chi-Chi is now on the Mew, so you're going to have to really worry about your positioning. You got the Blastoise, you got the Trevenant. I do fear, because Blastoise and Trevenant, this is an extremely successful duo within the Asia region. I will tell you that teams that secure both these defenders together, because you can have these 2 Pokemon coexist on the same team, it is so difficult to fight into them in a 5-on-5, because you have to worry about the Phantom Forest, you have to worry about the Hydro Typhoon. They are amazing abilities to stack on top of each other, and you have some great attackers that can capitalize on these openings. You've got Mew to do the long range damage. You've got the Glaceon that is really great at cutting through both very squishy and tanky Pokemon as well. So for Legends, like, I'm looking at their draft and I'm kind of favoring it here, but maybe just this craziness, I think craziness is really just the only way to describe it. Maybe this is enough to just throw LDR for a loop and just absolutely screw their heads.
Look, the craziness of the potential last match of the day. Legends reappear. They do have that 2-up. Ground Zero Gaming. They need to work their magic here. Crawley has opted for that Hyper Voice, which I quite like as well. Just trying to shred through that Blastoise and that Trevenant is going to have to be their job. 18 points on the board so far. So Stacky Roo's going in here and there, just trying to get the levels as well. Like, this is actually just wild. As I said, my brain's just imploded.
Yeah, like no, we've all imploded, I think, at this point. And it's so strange because we're not seeing this routine 4v4 happening in the top lane anymore. Well, technically it is actually just for LDR, but look at Ground Zero. Because they've completely changed the way that they play, they actually decided to properly focus on that bottom lane instead because they know things are looking a little bit funky. And for Manny, like, he's not happy down here. His little fan tump, he's got no support. Everyone is in the top lane. They are slowly coming down. But yeah, we're just not having these big skirmishes anymore. And I'm kind of looking at LDR. The team is a bit lost, right? Because they're so used to the routine. And now it's not happening anymore. They're not reacting to what's happening in the moment.
I feel like this is a new dawn for both of these teams. They're really just doing what we haven't really seen in these last matches, and this is probably what they needed as well. They've pretty much just been doing the grind, the same thing over and over again, so it's like both of them have kind of just gone, okay, we need to try and catch them off guard, but we are going to have the slash and dash from Omegle to go and soak up a lot of those birds for themselves. Does end up getting locked on by that icicle shard, but we do have Joe going and giving up themselves to go and save their teammates. But we do have a 4-person push up in this top path. Once again, these icicle shards, you need to avoid them. And I mean, Ethos, they have great target, great range. You could just see the icicle shards chasing down Omegle there.
They found him. Ethos, he just got too close and he does get knocked out there. Now, the thing is, Trevenant is in that bottom lane, so they only really have that War Turtle to protect them from that goal zone. So maybe it's time now for them to just go. There is no Glaceon. It's only one attacker, but they lost Beagle while doing this. And Joe, I mean, he's playing that Serena. He does not have any Unite yet, so he is quite vulnerable to all of this ranged damage coming out from Legends.
Luckily the range damage, the Electro Ball, then the Solar Beam, just to go and chip away at this damage. But Manny's been left unattended by themselves in the bottom path, now has a level 8 because there's nobody from Ground Zero Gaming to go and contest them. Regieleki has been locked on by those Icy Shards, is going to go to the side of Legends Reappear. They are going for a full frontal assault up in this top path, looking to try and break this goal, and they do! Just in time for that Regieleki to now march on forth to that tier 2 pad where that Hooper is sitting. Somebody needs to go and assist them quick.
Yeah, well, that's kind of stuck there unless they're just going to let it through, which they do, it seems.
They do.
And Snorlax, unfortunately, going to go down. Too many players from LDR in that central area. What's the plan here for Ground Zero? Because we are seeing a level discrepancy between the two teams, with LDR currently leading with objectives, with points as well. And I'm just
30.
Late game situation. Okay, now here is some great news for Ground Zero. They do not need to compete with a Dragonite for that late game secure. Ground Zero do have a chance of out-securing over a Glaceon against a Mew, but it's very risky with the choice of Pokemon that they have. They have a Sylveon, they also have that Zoro. Serena, I'm not sure if Serena's really a Pokemon you want to be using for secures, but I mean, it's Joe playing it, so obviously they do trust the man to pull through when they need him the most. But maybe this is the saving grace, the fact that there's just no Hyper Beam for them to compete with anymore.
I guess the brilliance of Zarina is it has that Solar Unite move. So catching out either the Mew or the Glaceon, that is going to have to be their targets. But speaking of targets, we do have a little bit of a skirmish here and there. Nobody is able to land their mark, no KOs, making sure to just heal themselves, playing a little bit cautiously right now. And I kind of don't blame them considering how much is on the line for this match.
Definitely. And with Legends, they're one game away from being our champions and going straight to Honolulu. But of course, Ground Zero, they've got to really fight hard if they're going to try and scratch this to that game number 5. Now, at the moment, experience-wise, Ground Zero are actually doing pretty well here. They're sitting on 2 level 10s and then 9 across the board for the rest of the roster. We do have a level 11 Glaceon on the side of Legends, so they do have to worry about Ethos in these fights because he is pretty powered up and he's ready to basically cut down anybody with his Icicle Shards, Icicle Spears. But we do have the supports and the defenders in this bottom lane trying to go for Chi-Chi, even using the Yawn as well, bringing in the Eldegoss down there, meaning up top, it's just a Blastoise. It's just a Glaceon. They've created an opening, and there was actually a trap down bottom. Ground Zero playing with Legends Reappears with their minds to make them think that it was just going to be a free, easy take. Even a Unite on the Eldegoss boss. There's no cloud crash for you at all. But we do have the support, and Beagle was down as well as that Sylveon. And Ground Zero, they had that opening, but they just took too long to capitalize on it.
Yeah, they took too long. They didn't actually end up backing away, and Legends Reappear ended up reappearing onto that tier 1 pad, having that benefit of the healing, the shielding. Now they do have the space here to go and secure this for themselves, despite the aggressiveness that Ground Zero just showed them. Ground Zero, you know, they're going to take their losses there. Can't really do much. Instead, they're going to go focus their efforts on that Reg Ice, plus whatever wild Pokemon is in their sights.
While that's all happening, looks like Beagle is going to grab a free Reg Ice for the team. So not so much just there for the buffs, but mostly for the experience to try and keep up with LDR. And I do agree with this call. If they can try and keep things equalized with the levels, then maybe there's still a shot for this team to make that comeback happen, because Glaceon, Mew, these are manageable attackers. It's just finding that tiny little opening with your own attackers to jump on top of them and to pop them in a fraction of a second. They managed to catch the Glaceon again, the Ethos ejecting out. Joe wanting to go for the double stomp. He will get it though, so there goes the Glaceon. Big double man surf there for Zabi, and Hydro Pump locking down the 2. Joe will be able to get out of there. Cole though staying in the middle of the fight, but there goes the Trevenant. 2 Pokemon down off the field there, but Ground Zero still running with 4. But are they really wanting to pursue? This is a full health Joe. He's happy for a reset.
Oh, 100%. Being able to hit that level 14 mark, you do not want to be on the opposite end of those legs swinging and kicking. But 15 seconds left to go. The calm before the storm, Danalina. I know it's storming both where you and I are, but I think there is a massive storm brewing in Thea Sky Ruins right now, because as we mentioned, there's so much on the line. If Legends Reappear can win this final fight, they are going to be your Oceania champions. So, for the moment, we just have to take a breath, see where we're going to go. Cole's going to dive in on that Trevenant, going to knock it on up, but it is going to hide in that tall grass, able to get some healing from Icy there. We have a little bit of a back cap here, 50 points. They do have that Hooper portal on hand if they need to retreat in the flash, but we can see Rayquaza has been enraged, hasn't been shredded enough, but that is a huge solar beam chunk out of Kalu in there. Once again, the reset, 184 to 194 points right now. Joe, trying to find a kick, doesn't end up landing its mark though. Once again, it's a close battle.
You have to be patient. You have to be patient here, Kels. You cannot simply go into LDR.
Oh, wait, Cole getting taken down, 20 seconds. This is going to be LDR's chance to make a move. Was up needing to back away because of that Phantom Forest, but we do have the opening, the time. Icicle Shards on hand, but Joe comes in from the back line, followed up by Beagle as well. They're going to dive onto that Glaceon, able to maneuver, kite their way back there gracefully. Oh my gosh, a great coaching from Icy onto Icy there to go and make their way out of the way, but Joe is able to take down the Mew. We have 2 members down on the side of Legends Reappear just when they had that chance. But the thing is, they are still up 10 points. But Beagle, 50 points. Joe, 50 points. They're making a run for this home base, and there is nobody to go and defend them. 200 plus another 48 or 99 in that top path. Hello, Daddy, what just happened?
They played the long game and they baited out so many unites. The patience from these boys, sitting, waiting. Sure, Cole went down, but didn't really matter. You just had to jump on those primary targets, and boy, did they find them. They shredded them. They deleted them. They said this game was ours. We don't need Rayquaza. You just got to score those points. And I mean, if you don't have anyone back home, what are you going to do about it? Nothing.
There's
We're
no
going
line
to
of
game
defense. 5. My mind has just imploded once again. Wow, we need to break it down. I mean, this battle report, we're definitely going to have to see it. But I think the ambush from the backline, from Own Beagle, from Joe, to just go and pick their targets. Overall, quite a low damage game across the board for all of these members. But Chi-Chi, and I'm guessing maybe this is why they picked up that Mew continuously, because it's just the amount of burst damage that the Mew is able to provide from the backline. But that's the thing. Do they go in with the same comp or do they switch things up again? Like, this is it. This is going to be the final match, Danilee.
I know, we're going to the final match, and a lot of things happened, right? We saw big changes in the draft. We saw big changes in play styles, and I think I'm going to have to stay firm with what I said at the beginning of the game. The fact that GZ forced so much change because of the starting bans and the starting choices, that LDR have been completely thrown for a mental loop, because not only are they not going to play the style that they've been playing up until this point, they don't have to match the same thing that GZ have been doing, but they now have to suddenly readapt to a completely different style of play. And they're also picking different Pokemon too. So Ethos has been so accustomed to Dragonite today that for him to suddenly change back to Glaceon, I do think somebody, if you've been playing one Pokemon all day, you kind of need to be a little warmed up when you're playing something completely different. And unfortunately for Ethos, Glaceon, so different to a Dragonite. You're much squishier. You have to play much further back. You can be aggressive, but you need to be extremely vigilant with your position. Same thing with Chi-Chi. Sure, Chi-Chi is a Mew god. I will say that. An absolute god on this Pokemon. But again, different styles of play, forcing them to just really play out of their comfort zone. If I was to play, let's say, Mamoswine all day today, and all of a sudden my team's like, okay, we need you to play a range support. And I'll just be like, huh? I can't tank anymore? What's going on? So I just think this mental loop has really messed with LDR, and the fact that Joe hasn't played Serena at all today, so they're probably not even expecting to have to play against a Serena. And I kind of feel like when they also got the knockout on Cole, that the team thought the fight was half won, because Cole was really important for this composition, right? He was supposed to be that one to create the opening, but they played so patiently. They waited in the bush. I mean, we saw Beagle sitting there waiting. He was drooling. He was looking at that Glaceon. He was like, I'm about to get my little wolfy paws on you, and I'm going to get rid of you. And sure, the first time around, no, but you forced so many unites out, so many defensive unites. It was chaotic, and I feel like it was a good chaotic for GZ, because that's what they wanted. Whereas for LDR, they're so used to the routine. So being brought out of that routine is just not something that they wanted. But, I mean, they've got one game in now, okay? One game in, no routine. I kind of feel like they're really ready for this game number 5. Game number 5 is going to be lit. I'm saying that.
Whew. Well, I mean, I'm wondering if we're going to end up seeing a Chandelure out to play once again to just light up this match, or whether it's going to be at bay. I mean, you're talking about, these players are picking up different Pokemon that we haven't really seen them play very much today. So things are a little bit discombobulated for the moment, but we're mentioning it. This is it. This is the final lifeline for both of these teams. At the end of this match, we are going to be crowning our champion. So you need to pick up the pieces of that discombobulated brain right now that's just imploded from all that's happening, and you need to just take a breather, go in with a new mindset. I mean, I guess that's the thing. You're talking about not playing Pokemon that you haven't played, but could it also just be this burnout as well? It's like, how you play something for so long, and it's like you start to feel, okay, maybe we just need something fresh. And I can see the take that these teams have gone for, and when there was so much on the line. I mean, after all, you said it earlier, there can only be one winner. So
I mean, it's down to the players, the teams, how well they play, how they play with each other, not just in-game, but also during the draft. Draft, again, just plays such a big role in setting up for your success. It sets up with your win condition. It helps set up with how you're supposed to treat that early to mid-game. It also kind of gives you an idea and a glimpse into the goals and ambitions of your opponent. Like, okay, this team is going to have a weak early game, but they will spike at that level 5. So do we need to approach this team with a lot of aggression before they hit the 5? Do we have to get the knockout in our first rotation? Do we need to compete with them for objectives? Or can we give them the objectives and just take their central areas? Like, there is so much to think about. in the laning stage that I think like us regular people, we don't really think about when we're playing ranked games, because like we play no stake games. Okay, at most we can't play like for ranking points, but these guys are playing for money, for tickets. This is something that everyone's been working towards for the entire year, and to have it potentially slip through your fingers, like that's a tough pill to swallow, and I know nobody wants to be in that position.
I have the answer for you, Danny.
Oh boy.
And it is from the wise words of Joe.
Oh boy.
Just go in and run at them.
I thought the word was like, just hit the ray. Like, I hear
just
him
go
say
in and
so
run
many
at them.
times, it's not funny. Just hit the ray.
Hit the ray. Push your A buttons.
Obviously, like, that is not the way to always win your game. Sometimes, sure. Just hit the ray. But not all the time. But definitely in this game, there's so many things happening in the middle of these matches, and I do not envy the position these players are in at all. Like, I am just sitting here doing mental gymnastics, watching the game. I cannot imagine doing that mental gymnastics and having to press buttons. I just, no. That's why I get to watch these games with you, because we get to sort of just sit here and soak in how amazing this game is, especially with some people that are so talented, that have spent so many hours just really nailing the craft. Because let's be real, not everyone can play Unite as well as these boys have. There's a reason why they made it to the grand final, and it's because they put in the work. Okay, again, it wasn't luck. Nothing that's happened today has been because of luck. It's because these boys put in the work, they did the math, they did the research. It's all on them.
Yes, 100%. They've put in the practice as well, just spending time after time on this game, doing scrims with each other as well. So this is where it all pays off, right? You have ticket to Honolulu. Mind you, that is a travel award included as well. But it's also the grand prize of that prize pool, which I believe is $20,000. Hopefully I've done my math correctly.
I think it's 15. I will have to double check for you, but I mean, it's
wait, no, it is $20,000 to first place, $4,000 each, right? I mean, hey, that is a lot, you know.
You know what
Ticket
that is?
to Honolulu, that is spent. That's Pokemon money. Pokemon Center.
That's Pokemon Center money. 100%. I think you have to ask them. Whoever makes it to Honolulu, you got to ask them, like, okay, do you know what you're buying from the Pokemon Center? Because I just imagine the one at like 6 bags each, just like, I got plushies, I got cards, I got a mat, I got a new Switch. Like, you could buy so much with that money. It's not funny. I'm expecting somebody to just sort of walk out the Pokemon Center holding a Snorlax plushie that's bigger than them. That is probably also on the table for somebody. If GZ make it, it's definitely Cole. I promise you, this man will walk out of the Pokemon Center with a giant Snorlax.
Cole just actually made a trip to Japan themselves. I did see their haul of plushies, and well, Cole, it isn't enough plushies. You need more plushies. Never enough plushies. I mean, look at my room, okay?
Jeez.
Need more plushies.
So, I believe we are actually ready to jump into game number 5, as we can see it on the screen.
We have a switch up here.
It is time. First pick is for LDR this game. And look at the bands. We've got some different things happening here. We have no more Hoopa for Waz.
No. Interesting. We have that Dragonite being locked on in as well with that Gyarados. But because they prioritize... Okay, no, Leafeon is out. So, once again, we'll probably end up seeing Manny on the Crustle, but I don't know whether they're going to go in first pick with this. Inteleon, that is something we've seen banned time and time again. Are any of these teams actually going to pick up Inteleon this time around?
Possibly. I kind of wonder, like, does GZ want LDR to play the Mew? Because, yeah, Chi-Chi's done a great job thus far, but I feel like if you're GZ, this feels like a trap. Like, they want this to happen. They want them to have the Trevenant. They're taking the Crustle on purpose because they know only one Pokemon goes through during Phase 1.
Yes, and they do manage to take that Crustle away from Manny. Ethos is going to lock in that Sylveon, which was previously played by Crawley. However, Icy back on the Comfort, the Cotton Ball, the Eldegoss. So it'll be really interesting to see what these last picks Espeon. Now, we have seen this being picked up time and time again. Zoroark, Comfey Pocket? Ayo?
Possibly. And Zavi's hovering over the Dodrio, but he's also thinking about the Mimikyu. Which one is Zavi looking for here? Because we've seen the Dodrio banned by GZ. And, like, if I was the team, I'd be looking at this saying, like, they've been banning Dodrio. Like, obviously, this is a problem Pokemon for them. But Zavi locks in the Mimikyu. And Joe, he flashed over the Marchamp. But he's going to go back for the Scizor. So, something a little stock standard for this man. But we are seeing some changes here. I don't know, Kels. Like, I'm not sure. I would love to pick a team here, but it really could just go any way.
It really could go any way. I know earlier on in the day we had Zavi on the Mimikyu, which didn't end up actually working out in their favor. But, Danny, we are at the last chapter of our story for today. For the OCE Region UNITE Championship Series, one of these teams, they're going to be crowned the champion after this. And yeah, we might not be able to pinpoint, well, you know, who's going to win it. But you know what? Everybody get hyped because we are finally here.
We're finally here. It is the end of the road, unfortunately, for one of these teams. But for the other, they're just getting started on their trip to Worlds with that ticket, with that prize money, and a few months to prepare as well because, guys, it's May. It is May. Worlds is not far away. So these teams, they've got to start practicing as soon as they get their qualifications. And I mean, for us as viewers, like we got to get ready to watch these games as well. We've got to mark our calendars. We've got to book time off to watch these games. We've got to do whatever it takes because that is a fantastic weekend of not just Pokemon Unite, but also other titles. You've got VGC, Pokemon Go, TCG. So if you're just a huge Pokemon nerd, that's the weekend where you just book time off. Watch everything. Just have fun. Embrace Pokemon.
For now, we need to embrace these Pokemon. Legends reappear over on the purple side, Ground Zero Gaming on the orange side. Once again, same old song and dance. I mean, this is a little bit different because we've seen Ground Zero in that first pick position on that purple side for the longest time. But you know, you just got to poke and prod at each other. You got to be careful here, or do you go in and be aggressive? I mean, I feel like Ground Zero Gaming, they're already channeling the Honolulu vibes with that Comfey pick.
They definitely are. I mean, this is a big change, I suppose, because I'm so used to this. Oh my gosh, the Mystical Fire just getting rid of Joe. Only level 4, unfortunately, so can't really do much in that position. They almost managed to get the Squirtle in that bottom lane there with the assistance of Beagle, but just not enough damage. And on the goal zone, you've got to be super careful. It's Night Slash on this Zoro as well, so big damage if he lands Stop on top of you. Now, top lane, 3 Pokemon here for LDR. They want to go for this, but with the assistance of the Comfey, is Joe going to be okay? He evolves last second. Oh, but he goes down, does not get the knockout, and they're going to be losing Comfey too. This top lane is actually a disaster.
Yeah, an absolute scramble. You do have Own Beagle here, possibly to save the day, but I mean, the damage has already been done. This goal is left on 30 points, but Own Beagle is going to dive one in, look for some picks, able to get a great combo off, shred away at Ethos and Icy, but they're able to pop their X speeds and make it on out. A great wall there by Chi-Chi, just block off Own Beagle, and Own Beagle, I fear, may have got a little bit too greedy there.
A little bit too greedy, but I think LDR, they are respecting Ground Zero in this matchup. Like, the fact that they are just in position all the time to assist their teammates. They're coming out on top. Whereas for Ground Zero, the team seems to be a little all over the place with people sort of going everywhere, but not really focusing down on one of these lanes. They did go bottom for a little bit, but it was just one knockout on a Squirtle. They would love to get a more impactful knockout if possible, and they are going to continue with this bottom attack. And Ethos just going to go for the attach there to Joe, but they should be able to get Cole here with the Electro Ball. Chi-Chi will be there to finish them off. But hang on a minute though. Beagle may be here to ruin the party. The Night Slash helping him to disjoint that attack, but he goes down. Oh gosh, I think this is all going backwards here for GZ. They were supposed to be aggressive, but LDR are winning at every angle.
Hello, Ethos, 3 KO streak, looking for a 4th onto Joe, but they do have a Convey Pocket to go and help them along their way, but it just wasn't enough as they ended up getting picked off by Chi-Chi. Once again, getting their combinations from Omegle. The tides are changing here, but no, wait a minute. Mew just got a 3 KO streak for themselves.
Ooh, but they did get the Sylveon consolation prize there. They were a little bit too close, but because of all that though, Manny has evolved. Level 7 Blastoise getting really close to hitting that, hitting level 9 for that Typhoon, and that's going to cause a lot of issues for GZ because they do not want to have to deal with that AoE crowd control. And with the Night Slash already used on that Registeel, Omeagle's going to have to think about his next move here because it could potentially be stolen by Chi-Chi. Look at this, the Mew hanging around, but look at this, trying to jump on the Chi-Chi, but it doesn't matter. The Comfey now all alone as Beagle goes down again. This level 8 Zoro, I mean, is doing his best, but there's only so much you can do when there's so many Pokemon here for LDR.
Yeah, Legends Reappear really have the momentum. We do have a Unite coming out from Crawley here to try and stop LDR in their tracks. But once again, Omegle is diving in and just getting shut on down. You do have Chi-Chi being able to break that goal. Crawley and the Comfey can't really do much, but Joe has been left unattended up in this top half. Does have the attack weight on hand, so just playing for that long run, the late game, making sure to pump up your muscles and get them stacks.
I hope he's the answer for GZ because everything has just gone sour for this team and all those team fights, and it's going to be so difficult as well. And how over-leveled some of these Pokemon are, but Zoro using the Unite Hydro Typhoon being used there by Manny, and he will be eliminated just for a quick getaway for GZ. Are they going to be able to get out of this scot-free? Chi-Chi's still here thinking about it, but I think it is the safe call, although it might be different here. But Beagle, beautiful play there, just avoiding the final tick of damage from that Sylveon. Look, Beagle's had a tough game and he's spot on with some of these dodges, but look, this is such a difficult game for Zoro. There are so many things that prevent him from doing what he wants to do.
Oh, the Surfs, the Hydro Typhoons, but then you also have that Mimikyu being able to latch on through. I mean, you do not want to be on the other side of that Mimikyu slash and dash. We do have Comfey popping in their Unite. Omegle is trying to get a combo, able to take down that Mimikyu. That tier 1 pad is now left on 1 point as Joe is trusting Was Up the Comfey pocket to just heal them as they run on forward. This is the space, they're catching on up, but it isn't over just yet.
Nice disengage there for the Draining Kiss. The Rustle just doing their absolute best to ensure that his core players are left alone. He will lose his life for it, but I think Joe is going to be very appreciative of that effort. And oh my gosh, that was a beautiful wall to stop Beagle with the initiation. Now, Aleki gonna have to be dealt with, and of course we do have that bottom Reggie ready to go as well. But if you're ground 0-2, you need to focus on those levels. Joe's doing pretty good on that level 12, but with the state of the game, Beagle needs a couple more levels to be pretty comfortable, and I'm gonna have to say, this has been a pretty quiet game for the Espeon. Hasn't had any opportunities to really shine yet, and I think Cruelly, he would love to get some levels if he could. Typhoon gets used, actually waits till the very last second to sort of jump in. Still has Psychic Solaire, will use it as he gets jumped on by that Sylveon, but is this going to end up being a mistake? Instead, just cannot out-damage, I believe, and Cruelly off-screen taken out by the Sylveon. They're still here, though, with Cole. There's one Crustle fighting 3 players, and actually will get a pretty sneaky knockout there onto the Blastoise. Sort of just waiting for things to end, but Joe coming in to save the day, even using the Flurry Fields forever to actually give him some cover. How has he not been knocked out?
It's the pocket Comfey, just being able to sit on them, but it's also the bullet punch, the amount of regeneration that you do get from it, from each hit. You want to keep up those stacks. Otherwise, we are going to have a look what's going to happen here as we move on forward. Farming it up, trying to get those Unite moves on hand before the final stretch.
So close, Kello. 2 minutes and 40 seconds left to go for this grand final match. And so far, look, the levels are looking really good here for GZ. Slight lead here because LDR still sitting on level 11 support for GZ. They've split their experience all across the board.
Yeah.
Everyone is 12 with only 13 for Joe. And everything else has sort of been pushed into the Mimikyu pocket here. For LDR, 20 seconds before Ray. And look at this, the Regieleki is being burned down, but look at this, though. LDR trying to push on through, but they can't make it through. Cruelly gets the secure, and that means the Aleki is going to start advancing down in that top lane. And with 9 seconds to go, LDR either are making a choice. You either have to deal with the Aleki, or you need to get into position for the Ray. And obviously, Ray is the bigger priority.
Yeah, but you do have that Mimikyu up in that top. Well, not a Mimikyu, sorry. Zora are going and putting in 52. It isn't going to break that pad. But the thing is, Ground Zero Gaming, they don't have a Hooper Unite move to bring them back into the fight when they need. We are going to have some Unite moves being popped on up. They're just trying to shred at each other, hoping to capitalize on that one missing number. But a great Hydro Typhoon coming out from that Blastoise. Zoroark is now down. They don't have the shred. However, Joe, as you said, so tanky, being able to sustain all this. Mimikyu ends up also collapsing as well. We do have 2 members on either side down for the moment, but Manny pushing back with the surf really low. Ooh, a back cap here from Ethos. This is going to bring LDR into the lead now.
They're going to push them into the lead, and because of this, Joe saw Chi-Chi walking down that middle lane. Thankfully, he had Icy nearby to provide support, but this is the thing for LDR. They can't deal with Joe, but the rest of Ground Zero, they have to do something about this. You either have to backcap or you're going for Ray, and Ray seems to be the answer for this team. Ethos trying to delay who gets the secure there. That's the most important. They get it, and Icy and Ethos are out of the game with only 3 Pokemon to defend, and you have Joe. They couldn't deal with him without the shield. Imagine trying to deal with him with the shield.
Oh my gosh, the points are just gonna rain on in. 612 to 278. 30 seconds left on the clock, but Legends reappear are completely wiped out. They don't even have enough time to make a comeback. And Danily, I think it's safe to say Ground Zero Gaming are your OC champions.
They're your champions. They worked extremely hard for this. It definitely looks very dicey at times, but these last 2 games where they had to force some really big changes onto LDR, it worked in their favor. This team, I hope they're ready for World, because LDR was just a step in the right direction. The teams that are competing at Worlds are on a whole different level. But congratulations to Ground Zero, our second team to represent OC. I cannot wait to see how these boys are going to play at the World Championships.
My oh my, what an intense final match. I know earlier on, Beagle did struggle a bit on that Zoroark. Every time they made a dive, they ended up getting knocked out. You do have, Jeezy, they did pick up themselves 2 Regielekis plus that Reg Ice. Reggie still going over to the side of Legends reappear. But you can see, once that Rayquaza was secured, they ended up just shooting for the sky once again and making up the difference in points and securing themselves that win.
You know, I kind of feel like the whole Joe Sizzle business, they have been baiting LDR to go for these picks, because take a look at everything that LDR are currently sitting on. What do they have that's able to shred through a late game Scizor? I'm pretty sure everyone tuning into the broadcast, like, you've played against Scizor a couple times in your games, but unless you have some kind of ranged damage dealer that can also kite a Scizor, this Pokemon just latches onto you and just can't be shaken off. And with the support of Waz on the Comfey, what hope do you have of getting rid of him?
No, you don't. And you could see the aggression in that final stretch, just gunning for Chi-Chi on the Mew, who was trying to make an escape into their central area. There wasn't an answer for that. They just were able to create so much space, go and get that Rayquaza. I mean, that's the thing I was saying. Just go in and run at them. And I feel like Joe and What's Up really did that in that final match.
Well, I think that's it. The curse, as some people have been saying, it's been broken, because apparently LDR was supposed to come back and basically do the exact same thing that they did last year, but not this time, GZ say. It is ours. But before anything, I do have to welcome back Permasneeze. Has been sitting back, enjoying the games. How are you feeling? How are the finals for you?
How are the finals? That was perhaps the best end to the story we could ask for. Maybe if you're an LDR fan,
things to say.
Yeah, okay. No, they can hear me, you can't. But I'm saying it's the craziest end to the finals you could have asked for, right? We almost had a deja vu story, a repeat. I'm sure Danny and I, we're just watching from the sidelines like, oh man, is this gonna be a repeat of the same situation? Absolutely not. Joe has something to say about that. And man, I think it's such a cool story that in year 3, we've come full circle and Ground Zero, along with Joe, are able to now represent the organization that's been in Pokemon Unite in OC since the very start. I mean, that they took them the distance, though. I won't lie. I was sweating.
We were sweating. I'm pretty sure GZ was sweating as well. Not the players, but management as well, because they're like, oh gosh, guys, are we going to Worlds? Are we going to see the same thing happen as last year? But they can rest easy now because it has been finally settled. I mean, Kels, we had a great time just watching that finals. We had a great time just trying to figure out what was going on through the minds of these teams. But like, how's it feel for you? Because like you've been following the OC region. All these teams are kind of like your babies, your kids. You watch them grow up. Like, how do you feel just seeing GZ make it to Worlds?
I feel a huge sense of relief in my shoulders. I mean, that's the thing. It all has come to an end here. Ground Zero, they've had a pretty good run this season. And I feel like each year, Joe, he's just been trying to look for that perfect team to just make that way to Worlds. And, well, he's finally done it. And I must say, credits on Beagle, Was Up, Cruelly, and Kaluan just all coming together. Like, I just feel really happy. I'm happy for these teams. And you know what? That is not to discredit Legends Reappear. Like, they have come so far once again. Like, they didn't just make the grand finals once. They've done it twice.
They've done it twice. Maybe next year is the year that we see Legends play at Worlds. Because can you imagine, like, they look this good after 2 years of play. And unfortunately, we didn't get to see them last year. And for this year, they didn't quite qualify. But every year that passes, all the teams that are competing, all the players that compete, you grow, you mature, you get even better. Like, I can't imagine how good these players are going to be when the next season kicks off.
Yeah, I think the scariest thing for me was that LDR, back when they were so impressive last year, some of the key components that were in that team, like Dev Content, like Liz, moved on to different places, right? DC's in the sub role, Liz is now on another spot. So coming into this matchup, I was wondering, okay, do LDR really have the chops? But the new additions, especially in Ethos, I think he's really proved himself. Last year, when he represented OC along with EXO on the world stage, it feels like he didn't really get his opportunity to show what he was made of. And even though they don't get this chance this year, I sure hope he continues trucking on, because he clearly has that thing on him. He's ready to show the world what he's got. He's just missing out on this opportunity now. Kilo, it must be, as much as we're all happy, I'm sure there's a bit of heartbreak as well to everyone we've had to say goodbye to along the way. So many passionate players, so much love for the game in this community that keeps us going regardless of, sometimes, it's always like, oh, OC, it's all that junk talking about OC don't deserve a slot. Well, just you wait, hang on for a little bit. We'll be right there with you.
Look, in the end, these teams just need to keep on trucking a reset. I mean, there's still time to prepare. Hey, there's still the final stretch at NAIC as well, if any of these teams did end up signing up for it. So there is still that potential chance to earn a spot for Worlds, but as we do end up concluding the day, we have to say a big congratulations for Ground Zero, your Oceanic champions, but also to Antic Esports as well, who will be accompanying them because they did end up earning themselves the most championship points this season.
Yeah, I mean, just spectacular stuff from all of them, right, Danny? I'm sure that was what you were about to say as well. Because
Pretty much, we think the same way.
Yeah, same brain cell, same outfit. It's
We're
just
from
the same thing.
area, same region. We're all Gucci here.
Yeah, it's disgusting. We need to stop talking. This is going to turn a bit too friendshipy. But yeah, I mean, just to sum it all up here, we've had 2 amazing days of Unite, but the action is far from over. Like Kilo said, there still is a chance that some of these teams show their face at NAIC. We don't know who signed up. Maybe we'll get some surprise OC presence there. We never know. And the Pokemon Unite UCS is far from over. There's still multiple regions having their qualifier runs. I know SAR just qualified in the Hong Kong and Taiwan section of things, so big congrats to them. Our friends over there, of course, Danny, I know you know them very well. But there's still NAEU, there's still Latam, there's still different sections of the world that are going to lock in their contenders to represent the region at Honolulu. So we're far from done. Be sure to follow us on all our social media and stay tuned for more Pokemon Unite action. But for all of us here, we're more or less done. Any final thoughts from you, Kilo, to close us off?
Just thank you, everybody who did tune in to support the region. Thank you, Perma. Thank you, Dana Lee. Like, it has been an absolute ball today. I mean, and yesterday, just an absolute ball of a season. And I have had so much fun. Once again, just big congratulations to these players. As I said, keep your heads up high. So, yeah, that's me done, Perma.
Well, I guess I'll just sort of throw my thoughts out there as well. I mean, first thing, good luck to OC's representatives. I think we're all very excited to see you guys play at Worlds, to make a statement, because we deserve these 2 spots, okay? No one else is taking these spots. These belong to us, and it will stay that way because we are about to kick some booty at Worlds. I do believe in you both. Make sure you train hard, but most importantly, not just for both Antic and GZ, but to all of you as well watching this broadcast, there is still some more Unite happening tonight, or depending on what time zone, it's I think it's about like 5 or 6 hours. There is actually going to be EU and NA. So if you would like to watch some more competitive Unite, have a bit of a break, sort of do whatever you want, do your weekend chores, because we do know it is Sunday for most of us. For some of us, it's almost Monday. But yeah, have a great weekend, watch all the games in Unite, and definitely watch the brackets, because we are actually very close to locking in all of our contenders for Worlds, and you can start making a checklist of all the teams you want to cheer for, because some of the teams making it through, they are repeats. You're going to be familiar with a lot of names that are going to be qualifying this weekend.
Yeah, I might have to book an emergency trip to Honolulu at the rate that we're going. This is starting to get real hype. But for everybody watching, thank you again so much for tuning in, supporting the region, and watching Pokemon Unite. The games have been hype. I hope you guys enjoyed the show. And with that, that wraps it up for the 3 of us. We'll see you again next time very soon.